The agenda included 24 items. The report of the ECCI was delivered by Zinoviev. Lenin, Zetkin, and Belakuin were the reporters on the 5 years of the Russian Revolution and the perspectives of the World Revolution. The report on the NEP was given by Trotsky. The problems of the United Front and of the formation of a workers' government were the most important tactical questions discussed, along with that of trade union tactics. Internal situations in various parties received particular attention in following order: France, Italy, Czechoslovakia, Norway, Turkey, Denmark, Yugoslavia. The question of program came up as the fifth point on the agenda, with drafts presented by Bukharin, USSR, Thalheimer, Germany, and Kabakchev, Bulgaria. No program was adopted. 7. From the Third to the Fourth World Congress. A School of Revolutionary Strategy. Speech at a General Party membership meeting of the Moscow Organization. July 1921. Comrades, the internal causation and lawfulness of historical development was formulated for the first time by Marxist theory. The theory of Marxism, as Marx himself wrote in the introduction to his work Critique of Political Economy, established approximately the following proposition with regard to revolution: no social system departs from the arena until it has developed the productive forces to the maximum degree attainable under the given system. And no new social system appears on the scene unless the economic premises necessary for it have already been prepared by the old social system. This truth, which is basic for revolutionary policy, unquestionably retains all its meaning as a guide for us to this very moment. But more than once has Marxism been understood mechanically, unilaterally, and therefore erroneously. Wrong conclusions may likewise be drawn from the foregoing proposition. Marx says that a social system must leave the scene once the productive forces, technology, man's power over nature, can no longer develop within its framework. From the standpoint of Marxism, historical society, as such, is an organization of collective man in the aggregate, for the purpose of increasing man's power over nature. Of course, this goal is not posed extrinsically by human beings, but in the course of their development they struggle for it, adapting themselves to the objective conditions of their environment, and constantly increasing their power over nature's elemental forces. The proposition that conditions for a revolution, for a deep-going social revolution, and not simply for superficial, though sanguinary, political overturns, conditions for a social revolution which replaces one economic system by another, are created only when the old social order no longer leaves room for the development of productive forces. This proposition does not at all mean that the old social order unfailingly collapses as soon as it becomes reactionary in the economic sense, that is, as soon as it begins to retard the development of the technological power of man. Not at all. For while the productive forces constitute the basic driving force of historical development, the latter nevertheless occurs not separate and apart from human beings, but through them. The productive forces, the means whereby social man dominates nature, take shape, it is true, independently of the will of any single individual and are only slightly dependent upon the common will of human beings alive today, because technology represents the accumulated capital inherited by us from the past, which impels us forward, and which under certain conditions also holds us back. But when the productive forces, when technology become too restricted within an old framework, say that of slavery, or feudal or bourgeois society, and when a change of social forms become necessary for the further growth of mankind's power, then this is not accomplished automatically, like the sun rises and sets, but must be accomplished through human beings, through the struggle of human beings welded into classes. To replace a social class, governing an old society that has turned reactionary, must come a new social class which possesses the program for a new social order meeting the needs for the development of productive forces, and which is prepared to realize this program in life. But it by no means always happens when a given social system has outlived itself, i.e., has turned reactionary, that a new class appears, conscious enough, organized enough, and powerful enough to cast down life's old masters and pave the way for new social relations. No, this does not at all always happen. On the contrary, more than once, It has happened in history that an old society exhausted itself, for example, the ancient slave society of Rome, and preceding it there were the ancient Asian civilizations whose foundation of slavery opened up no room for the development of productive forces. But within this outlived society there existed no new class strong enough to overthrow the slaveholders and institute a feudal, system, because the feudal system was, compared to slavery, a step forward. In its turn, within the feudal system there was not always to be found in the hour of need a new class, the bourgeoisie, to overthrow the feudalists, and to open the road for historical development. It has more than once happened in history that a given society, a given nation, or people, or a tribe, or several tribes and nations, living under similar historical conditions, have run up against the impossibility of developing any further on a given economic foundation, slavery or feudalism, but inasmuch as no new class existed among them capable of leading them out to the main highway, they simply fell apart. The given civilization, the given state, the given society disintegrated. Mankind has thus not always moved upwards from below in a steady, rising curve. No, there have been prolonged periods of stagnation, and there have been regressions into barbarism. Societies rose upwards, attained certain levels, but were unable to maintain themselves upon these heights. Mankind does not remain standing in one place, owing to class and national struggles. Its equilibrium is unstable. A society that is unable to move forward falls back, and if no class exists to lift it higher, this society begins to fall apart, opening the road to barbarism. For a clear conception of this extremely complex problem, the general abstract considerations I have just developed do not suffice, comrades. Young comrades with little experience in such questions should apply themselves to a study of historical works in order to master the factual material pertaining to the history of different countries and peoples, particularly and especially their economic history. Only then is it possible to attain a more concrete and clearer conception of the inner mechanics of society. This mechanics must be clearly understood in order to apply Marxism correctly to tactics, i.e., to the class struggle in practice. Questions of revolutionary tactics. Some comrades have a far too simplified approach to the victory of the proletariat. There obtains today not alone in Europe but on a world scale a situation which permits us, from the standpoint of Marxism, to say with complete assurance that the bourgeois system has completely drained itself. The world productive forces cannot develop further within the framework of bourgeois society. On the contrary, what we have witnessed during the last decade is the falling apart, the disintegration of the economic foundations of capitalist society coupled with the use of machines for the destruction of accumulated wealth. We are now living in conditions of the most appalling and unprecedented crisis in world history, not simply a periodic, normal crisis, unavoidable in the process of the development of productive forces under capitalism, but a crisis which signifies that the productive forces of bourgeois society are falling apart and decomposing. There still may be ups and downs, but in general, as I told the comrades in this very hall a month and a half ago, the curve of capitalist economic development swings through all the fluctuations, not upwards but downwards. But does this mean that the doom of the bourgeoisie is automatically and mechanically predetermined? No. The bourgeoisie is a living class which has risen on specific economic, productive foundations. This class is not a passive product of economic development, but a living, dynamic, active historical force. This class has outlived itself, i.e., has become the most fearsome brake upon historical development. But this must not at all be taken to mean that this class is prone to historical suicide, that it is ready to say, "Since the scientific theory of historical development finds me reactionary, therefore I leave the scene." Of course, there cannot even be talk of this. On the other hand, the recognition by the Communist Party of the fact that the bourgeois class is condemned and subject to elimination is likewise far from sufficient to assure the victory of the proletariat. No, the bourgeoisie must still be defeated and overthrown. If the further development of productive forces was conceivable within the framework of bourgeois society, then revolution would generally be impossible. But since the further development of the productive forces within the framework of bourgeois society is inconceivable, the basic premise for the revolution is given. But revolution in and of itself signifies a living class struggle. The bourgeoisie, even though it finds itself in a complete contradiction with the demands of historical progress, nevertheless still remains the most powerful class. More than that, it may be said that politically the bourgeoisie attains its greatest powers, its greatest concentration of forces and resources, of political and military means of deception, of coercion, and provocation, i.e., the flowering of its class strategy, at the moment when it is most immediately threatened by social ruin. The war and its terrible consequences. And the war sprang precisely from the fact that the productive forces had no room to develop further within the framework of bourgeois society. The war and its consequences, I say, have confronted the bourgeoisie with the terrible threat of destruction. This has rendered its instinct of class self-preservation sensitive, and the extreme. The greater the danger, all the more does the class, like the individual, exert its vital forces in the struggle for self-preservation. Let us not forget also that the bourgeoisie finds itself face to face with mortal danger, after having accumulated colossal political experience. The bourgeoisie has created and destroyed all sorts of regimes. Its development occurred under pure absolutism, under constitutional monarchy, under parliamentary monarchy, under a democratic republic, under a Bonapartist dictatorship, under a state bound up with the Catholic Church, under a state bound up with the Reformation, under a state separated from the Church, under a state persecuting the Church, etc., etc. All this varied and rich experience which has entered into the blood and marrow of bourgeois ruling circles has now been mobilized by them in order to maintain themselves in power at any cost. And they act the more resourcefully, cunningly, ruthlessly, all the more clearly their leaders take cognizance of the threatening danger. From a superficial standpoint there appears to be some sort of contradiction here. We have brought the bourgeoisie for judgment before the court of Marxism, i.e., the court of scientific knowledge of the historical process, and found it obsolete, and yet at the same time the bourgeoisie discloses a colossal vitality. In reality there is no contradiction here at all. This is what Marxism calls the dialectic. The gist of the matter lies in this, that the different aspects of the historical process, economics, politics, the state, the growth of the working class, do not develop simultaneously along parallel lines. The working class does not grow parallel, point for point, with the growth of the productive forces, while the bourgeoisie does not decay nor wither away parallel with the growth and strengthening of the proletariat. No, history proceeds in a different way. Productive forces develop by leaps, now whirling forwards, now dropping back. The bourgeoisie, in its turn, developed through a series of shocks and impulses. So, too, has the working class. In a period when the productive forces of capitalism have run up against a blank wall and can go no further, we see the bourgeoisie gathering in its own hands the army, the police, science, schools, church, parliament, the press, the White Guard gangs, tightening the reins and mentally saying to the proletariat, "Yes, my position is dangerous. I see an abyss yawning under my feet. But we'll wait and see who plunges first into this abyss. Perhaps before I perish, even if such is to be my fate, I'll succeed in casting you, the working class, into the abyss." What would this signify? This would signify the collapse of European civilization as a whole. If the bourgeoisie, which is doomed historically, were to find sufficient strength, energy and power to defeat the working class in the impending terrible combat, it would signify that Europe is condemned to economic and cultural decomposition, as happened in the past to many countries, nations and civilizations. In other words, history has brought matters to such a pass that the proletarian revolution has become unconditionally necessary for the salvation of Europe and the whole world. History has provided the basic premise for the success of this revolution, in the sense that society cannot any longer develop its productive forces on bourgeois foundations. But history does not at all assume upon itself, in place of the working class, in place of the politicians of the working class, in place of the communists, the solution of this entire task. No, history seems to say to the proletarian vanguard, let us imagine for a moment that history is a figure looming above us. History says to the working class, you must know that unless you cast down the bourgeoisie, you will perish beneath the ruins of civilization. Try solve this task. Such is the state of affairs today. We see that in Europe, after the war, the working class is trying semi-spontaneously, semi-consciously to solve the task set before it by history. And the practical conclusion which all the thinking elements of the working class in Europe and the whole world had to draw after the 3 years following the termination of the World War, reads as follows: overthrowing the bourgeoisie, even though it has been condemned by history, is neither so simple nor so easy as it might have seemed. Europe and the whole world are passing through a period which is, on the one side, an epoch of the disintegration of the productive forces of bourgeois society, and on the other side, an epoch of the highest flowering of the counter-revolutionary strategy of the bourgeoisie. We must understand this clearly and precisely. Counter-revolutionary strategy, i.e., the art of waging a combined struggle against the proletariat by every method from saccharine, professorial clerical preachments to machine gunning of strikers, has never attained such heights as it does today. Lansing, the former U.S. Secretary of State, in his book on the Versailles Peace remarks that Lloyd George is ignorant of geography, economics, etc. We readily incline to believe him. But for us it is absolutely incontestable that this same Lloyd George has stored in his head all the usages of duping and coercing the toilers, from the most cunning and subtle tricks to the bloodiest. He has assimilated the entire experience provided by English history on this score, and has developed and perfected all this in the experience of the last 3 stormy years. Lloyd George is in his own way a superb strategist of the bourgeoisie, threatened with historical ruin. And we must say, nowise minimizing thereby either the present, or all the less so the future of the English Communist Party, which is still very young, we must say that the English proletariat possesses no such strategists as yet. In France, the President of the Republic, Millerand, formerly a member of a working-class party, and Briand, the head of the government, who once used to propagate the idea of general strike among the workers, both of them have used the French bourgeoisie's entire rich political experience plus the experience which they themselves had gained in the camp of the proletariat, used it in the service of the cause of the bourgeoisie, as its skilled counter-revolutionary strategists. In Italy, in Germany, we see how carefully the bourgeoisie promotes from its ranks individuals and groups that concentrate the entire experience of the bourgeoisie's class struggle for its own development, enrichment, consolidation, and self-preservation. The School of Revolutionary Strategy. The task of the working class, in Europe and throughout the world, consists in counterposing to the thoroughly thought-out counter-revolutionary strategy of the bourgeoisie its own revolutionary strategy, likewise thought out to the end. For this it is first of all necessary to understand that it will not be possible to overthrow the bourgeoisie automatically, mechanically, merely because it is condemned by history. On the highly complex field of political struggle we find, on the one side, the bourgeoisie with its forces and resources, and, on the opposing side, the working class with its various layers, moods, levels of development, with its Communist Party struggling against other parties and organizations for influence over the working masses. In this struggle the Communist Party, which is actually moving steadily to the head of the European working class, has to maneuver, now attacking, now retreating, always consolidating its influence, conquering new positions until the favorable moment arrives for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie. Let me repeat, this is a complex strategical task, and the last World Congress posed this task in its full scope. From this standpoint, one may say that the Third Congress of the Communist International was the highest school of revolutionary strategy. The First Congress convened after the war at a time when communism was just being born as a European movement, and when there was a certain justification for reckoning and hoping that the semi-spontaneous onset of the working class might overthrow the bourgeoisie before the latter succeeded in finding a new orientation and new post-war points of support. Such moods and expectations were by and large justified by the objective situation at the time. The bourgeoisie was terribly frightened by the consequence of its own war policy which, in its turn, had been imposed upon the bourgeoisie by the objective conditions. I dealt with this in my report on the world situation and will not repeat it here. In any case, it is unquestionable that in the era of the First Congress, 1919, many of us reckoned, some more, others less, that the spontaneous onset of the workers and in part of the peasant masses would overthrow the bourgeoisie in the near future. And, as a matter of fact, this onset was truly colossal. The number of casualties was very large. But the bourgeoisie was able to withstand this initial onset, and precisely for this reason regained its class self-confidence. The Second Congress in 1920 convened at the breaking point. It could already be sensed that by the onset alone the bourgeoisie would not be overthrown in a few weeks or in 1, 2 or 3 months. That needed was a more serious organizational and political preparation. But at the same time the situation remained very acute. You will recall, the Red Army was then advancing on Warsaw, and it was possible to calculate that because of the revolutionary situation in Germany, Italy and other countries, the military impulse, without, of course, any independent significance of its own but as an auxiliary force introduced into the struggle of the European forces, might bring down the landslide of revolution, then temporarily at a dead point. This did not happen. We were beaten back. After the Second Congress of the Communist International, it became increasingly clear that the working class was in need of a more complex revolutionary strategy. We see the working masses, after acquiring a serious post-war experience, themselves moving in this direction, and as a primary result of this the communist parties everywhere experience growth. During the initial period, millions of workers in Germany threw themselves into frontal assaults upon the old order, almost without paying attention to the Spartacus League. What did this mean? After the war, it seemed to the working masses that now was the time to make demands, to press forward, to deal a blow, and there would be a change in many things, if not in everything. That is why millions of workers deemed it unnecessary to expend their energy on building the Communist Party. Meanwhile, last year saw the Communist parties in Germany and France, two of the most important countries on the European continent, transformed from circle groups into organizations embracing workers by the hundreds of thousands. In Germany there are about 400,000, in France, between 120,000 and 130,000, which is a very high figure under the French conditions. The art of tactics and strategy, the art of revolutionary struggle can be mastered only through experience, through criticism and self-criticism. At the Third World Congress we told the young communists, "Comrades, we desire not only heroic struggle, we desire first of all victory." During the last few years, we have seen no few heroic struggles in Europe, especially in Germany. We have seen in Italy large-scale revolutionary struggles, a civil war with its unavoidable sacrifices. Of course, every struggle does not lead to victory. Defeats are inescapable. But these defeats must not come through the fault of our party. Yet we have seen many manifestations and methods of struggle which do not, and cannot lead to victory, for they are dictated time and time again by revolutionary impatience, and not by political sagacity. This was the axis of the ideological struggle that took place at the Third World Congress. I must, comrades, make a reservation here to the effect that this struggle was not at all embittered or factional in character. On the contrary, the atmosphere at the Congress was deeply comradely, serious and businesslike, and the ideological struggle was of a rigidly principled character, and there was at the same time a businesslike interchange of opinions. The Congress was a big revolutionary political Soviet of the working class. And there, at this Soviet, we, the representatives of various countries, on the basis of experience in these countries, on the one hand, verified, once again reaffirmed in practice and rendered more precise our theses concerning the need of purging the working class of all elements who do not want to struggle and who are incapable of struggle, and, on the other hand, we for the first time posed bluntly, and in its full scope, the following issue: the revolutionary struggle for power has its own laws, its own usages, its own tactics, its own strategy. Those who do not master this art will never taste victory. Centrist tendencies in Italian socialism. The tasks of struggle with centrist or semi-centrist elements were delineated most clearly in the case of the Italian Socialist Party. You are acquainted with the history of this question. The Italian Socialist Party passed through an important internal struggle and a split even prior to the imperialist war. This cleansed the party of the worst chauvinists. Besides, Italy entered the war 9 months later than other countries. This made it easier for the Italian party to conduct its anti-war policy. The party did not fall into patriotism but preserved a critical attitude toward the war and toward the government. This impelled it to participate in the anti-militarist Zimmerwald Conference, although its internationalism was rather formless. Later, the vanguard of the Italian working class pushed the leading party circles still farther to the left, and the party found itself inside the Third International, along with Turati, who contends in his speeches and articles that the Third International is nothing except a diplomatic tool in the hands of the Soviet power, which, under the guise of internationalism, is waging a struggle for the national interests of the Russian people. Isn't it monstrous to hear such pronouncements on the lips, with your indulgence, of a comrade in the Third International? The abnormality of the Italian Socialist Party's adhering in its old form to the Communist International was most glaringly revealed during the large-scale mass action of last September. One must say that in the course of this movement this party betrayed the working class. If one were to ask how and why did this party retreat and capitulate in the autumn of last year, during the mass strike, during the seizure of factories, plants, estates, etc., by the workers? If one were to ask what was the dominant element in this betrayal? Was it malignant reformism, or indecision, political light-mindedness, or something else? To such questions it would be difficult to give an exact answer. The Italian Socialist Party came, after the war, under the influence of the Communist International, which enabled its left wing to express itself more vociferously than the right wing. This fully corresponded to the moods of the masses. But the organizational apparatus remained for the most part in the hands of the center and the right wing. The party carried on agitation in favor of the dictatorship of the proletariat, in favor of the Soviet power, in favor of the hammer and sickle, in favor of Soviet Russia, etc. The Italian working class en masse took all this seriously and entered the road of open revolutionary struggle. In September of last year matters reached the point of seizure of factories, plants, mines, large estates, etc. But precisely at the moment when the party should have drawn all the political, organizational, and practical conclusions from its own agitation, it became scared of the responsibility and shied away, leaving the rear of the proletariat unprotected. The working masses were left exposed to the blows of fascist gangs. The working class thought and hoped that the party which had summoned it to struggle would consolidate the success of its assault. And this success could have been sealed. Such hope was fully justified, inasmuch as the bourgeois power was at that time demoralized and paralyzed, unable to depend either on the army or on the police apparatus. It was only natural, I repeat, for the working class to think that the party standing at its head would lead to its conclusion the struggle that had commenced. But at the most critical moment the party, on the contrary, beat a retreat, beheading the working class and rendering it powerless. It then became definitely and absolutely clear that politicians of this sort had no place in the ranks of the Third International. The ECCI acted perfectly correctly in recognizing, after the split which presently occurred in the Italian party, that only the left communist wing constituted a section of the Communist International. Therewith the party of Cerati, i.e., the leading section of the old Italian Socialist Party, found itself outside the Third International. Unfortunately, it might have been owing to exceptionally unfavorable conditions, or perhaps also owing to mistakes on our part. Unfortunately, the Communist Party of Italy when it was formed drew into its ranks less than 50,000 members, while Cerati's party kept about 100,000, among them 14,000 transparent reformists, constituting an organized faction. They held their own conference at Reggio Emilia. Naturally, 100,000 workers, belonging to a socialist party, are under no circumstances our adversaries. If we have been unable up to now to draw them completely into our ranks, then we are not entirely blameless here. The correctness of this thought is evidenced by the fact that the Socialist Party of Italy, which had been expelled from the Third International, sent 3 of its representatives to our Congress. What does this mean? The ruling circles of the party had, by their policy, placed themselves outside the International, but the working masses compelled them again and again to knock on the doors of the International. The workers' socialists have thereby shown that their mood is revolutionary and that they want to be with us. But they sent people who have by their conduct revealed that they failed to assimilate the ideas and methods of communism. By this the Italian workers belonging to Serrati's party showed that while being in their majority revolutionary in their moods, they had not yet attained the necessary political clarity. There came to our Congress the aged Lazzari. Personally, he is very likable, unquestionably an honest man, an old fighter, an irreproachable individual, but in no case a communist. He is completely under the sway of democratic, humanitarian and pacifist views. He argued at the Congress, "You exaggerate Turati's importance. You generally incline to exaggerate the importance of our reformists. You demand of us that we expel them. But how can we expel them when they submit to party discipline? If they provided us," said Lazzari, "with a fact of openly opposing the party, if they joined the government against our decision, if they voted for the military budget against our instructions, then we could expel them. But not otherwise." We called his attention to Turati's articles, which are directed wholly against the ABC of revolutionary socialism. Lazzari objected that these articles did not constitute facts, that they have freedom of opinion in the Italian party, and so on. To this we again answered him, "By your leave, if to expel Turati you need an accomplished fact, i.e., his accepting a portfolio from Giolitti, then it is unquestionable that Turati, who is a clever politician, will never take this step. For Turati is not at all a shoddy careerist whose sole concern is to obtain a portfolio. Turati is a case-hardened conciliator, an irreconcilable enemy of the revolution, but in his own way, an ideological politician. He wants to save at any cost the bourgeois democratic civilization, and therefore to defeat the revolutionary tendency in the working class. When Giolitti offers him a portfolio, and this probably happened more than once in secluded places, Turati makes approximately the following reply: "My acceptance of the portfolio would constitute the very fact referred to by Lazzari. The moment I accept the portfolio I would be caught up on this fact and driven out of the party. But the moment I am driven out of the party, I won't be of much use to you either, my dear godfather Giolitti. For you need me only so long as I am connected with a large workers' party. It follows therefore that after I am expelled from the party you would boot me out of the ministry." That is approximately how Turati reasons, and he is correct. He is much more far-sighted than the idealistic and pacifistic Lazzari. "You overestimate Turati's group," said Lazzari. "It is a small group. As the French say, a negligible quantity." To this we replied, "And do you know that while you take the floor at the Moscow International with the demand that you be admitted into our ranks, Giolitti is calling Turati on the phone and asking, 'Are you aware, dear friend, that Lazzari has gone to Moscow and that he might make there in the name of your party some dangerous commitments to the Russian Bolsheviks?' Do you know what Turati answers to this? In all likelihood he says, 'Don't worry, my bosom friend Giolitti, our Lazzari is a quantite negligible, a negligible quantity.' And he is infinitely more correct than Lazzari." Such was the dialogue between us and the vacillating representatives of a considerable section of the Italian workers. It was finally decided to put an ultimatum to the Italian socialists. They must convene within 3 months a party conference, expel at this conference all the reformists whose roll call was taken by themselves at their Reggio Emilia conference, and unite with the communists on the basis of the decisions of the Third Congress. What the immediate practical results of this decision will be, it is impossible to say exactly. Will all the followers of Serrati come over to us? I doubt it. But this is hardly desirable. Among them there are some we have no use for at all. But the step taken by the Congress was correct. Its aim is to win over the workers to us, by effecting a split in the ranks of the vacillating leaders. Italian communism, its difficulties, its tasks? Among the delegates of the Italian Communist Party and also among the representatives of the youth there were to be found, however, some very incensed critics of this step. The Italian Communists, most of whom deviated to the left, criticized the Congress most sharply for having opened the doors to the Saradiites, opportunists, and centrists. This expression, "You opened the doors of the Communist International," was repeated scores of times. We pointed out to them, "Comrades, you have as yet about 50,000 workers while the Saradiites have about 100,000. After all, it is impermissible to rest contented with such a result." They disputed the figures a little, pointing out that there had been mass departures from the Socialist Party, which is quite possible. But their chief argument ran as follows. The Socialist Party as a whole, and not its leaders alone, is reformist, opportunist. We asked, how and why, then, did they send Lazzari, Maffei, and Riboldi to Moscow? The young Italian communists gave me an answer that was quite vague. You see, the whole point is that the Italian working class as a whole is gravitating toward Moscow and is pushing the opportunists in this direction. This is an obviously forced explanation. If the situation were such that the Italian working class as a whole was surging toward Moscow, it had a widely open door to get to Moscow, namely, the Italian Communist Party, adhering to the International. Why then did the Italian working class choose such a roundabout way to Moscow, keep pushing Saradi's party instead of simply joining the Communist Party of Italy? It is quite obvious that all these objections of the left communists were spurious, arising from an insufficient understanding of the basic task, the need of winning over the vanguard of the working class and first of all, those workers, by no means the worst types, who remained in the ranks of the Socialist Party of Italy. It was precisely these workers who brought Lazzari to Moscow. The mistake of the lefts stems from a special kind of revolutionary impatience which causes one to lose sight of the most important preparatory and preliminary tasks, and which invariably brings the greatest harm to the interests of our cause. It seems to some lefts that since the immediate task is to overthrow the bourgeoisie, therefore is it really worthwhile pausing along the road in order to engage in negotiations with the Saradiites, open the doors for workers who follow Saradi, etc., etc.? And yet that is the chief task today. And it is not at all a simple task. Needed here are negotiations as well as struggle as well as exhortations, involved here are new unifications and in all likelihood new splits. But some impatient comrades wanted simply to turn their backs upon this problem and consequently also upon the worker socialists. Let those who are in favor of the Third International come right into our Communist Party. On the surface this seems to be the simplest solution of the problem, but in reality it skirts the question, for the latter precisely consists in knowing how, and through what methods to attract the worker socialists into the Communist Party. This task cannot be solved automatically by shutting the doors of the International. After all, the Italian workers know that the Socialist Party, too, belonged to the Third International. Its leaders made revolutionary speeches, summoned to struggle, called for the Soviet power and precipitated the September strike, the seizure of factories and plants. Then they capitulated, failing to join the battle when the workers were engaged in fighting. Today the vanguard of the Italian proletariat is mentally digesting this fact. The workers see that a communist minority has separated from the Socialist Party and has addressed itself to them with the same, or virtually the same, speeches which they heard yesterday from Saradi's party. The workers say to themselves, "We must wait, we must see what this means, we must examine." In other words, they are demanding, perhaps not very articulately or consciously, but in the nature of things very persistently, that the new Communist Party prove itself in action, that the leaders demonstrate in practice that they are made of different stuff from the leaders of the old party, and that they are inseparably bound up with the masses in their struggle, no matter how harsh may be the conditions of this struggle. It is necessary by word and deed, by deed and word, to conquer the confidence of tens of thousands worker socialists who still remain at the crossroads, but who would like to be in our ranks. If we were simply to turn our backs on them, allegedly in the name of immediately overthrowing the bourgeoisie, then we could cause no little harm thereby to the revolution. And meanwhile, precisely in Italy the conditions are very favorable for the triumph of the proletarian revolution in the rather near future. Let us imagine for a moment, this is only by way of example, that the Italian communists, say, in May of this year were to summon the Italian working class to a new general strike and an insurrection. Suppose they said, since the Socialist Party, whose ranks we have left, proved itself bankrupt in September, it therefore follows that we, communists, must now erase this blot at any cost and lead the working class immediately into the decisive battle. From a superficial standpoint, this might actually seem to be the duty of the communists. But that is really not the case at all. According to elementary revolutionary strategy, such a summons would be a piece of insanity and a crime, in the given conditions, because the working class which had, under the leadership of the Socialist Party, cruelly burned its fingers in September, would not believe it possible to successfully repeat this experience in May under the leadership of the Communist Party with which it had not yet had the opportunity to become really acquainted. The Socialist Party was guilty in the main of calling for a revolution without first drawing all the necessary conclusions, that is, it really made no preparations for the revolution, failed to explain to the advanced workers the questions bound up with the conquest of power, failed to purge its ranks of those who did not want the conquest of power, failed to select and train reliable cadres of fighters, failed to create assault groups capable of handling weapons and capable of seizing weapons at the necessary moment. In brief, the Socialist Party called for the revolution but did not prepare for it. If the Italian communists were now simply to call for revolution, they would be repeating the mistake of the socialists, only under far more difficult conditions. The task of our sister party in Italy is to prepare for the revolution. That is to say, first of all conquer the majority of the working class and organize its vanguard in a proper way. Anyone who curbed the impatient section of the Italian communists and said to them, before calling for the uprising you must first win over the worker socialists, cleanse the trade unions, elect communists there in place of opportunists to responsible posts, conquer the masses. He who said this might superficially appear to be dragging the communists back, but in reality he would thereby be pointing out the real road to the victory of the revolution. The fears and suspicions of the extreme left. All of the foregoing, comrades, is ABC from the standpoint of serious revolutionary experience. But there were some, left, elements in the Congress who saw in this tactic a shift to the right. And some young revolutionary comrades, lacking in experience, but brimful of energy and readiness to struggle and self-sacrifice, literally felt their hair stand up on their heads when they heard the first critical and admonitory speeches of the Russian comrades. Among these young revolutionists there were some, who, I am told, kissed the Soviet soil upon crossing the frontier. And although we still work our soil far too poorly to make it worthy of such kisses, we nevertheless appreciate the revolutionary enthusiasm of our young foreign friends. They think it a shame and a disgrace that they have been so laggard and haven't as yet accomplished their revolution. They came with these feelings into the hall of the Nikolaevsk Palace, and what happened? Russian communists took the floor there and not only failed to demand an immediate summons to insurrection but, on the contrary, issued all sorts of warnings against adventures and insisted upon attracting the worker socialists, upon conquering the majority of the toilers on the basis of careful preparation. Certain extreme lefts even decided that not everything was above board here. Semi-hostile elements like delegates from the so-called Communist Workers' Party of Germany, this group has a consultative vote in the International, began reasoning to the effect that up to recently the Russian Soviet power did actually entertain hopes of a revolution in Europe and did shape its policies accordingly. But that later its patience became exhausted, and it began concluding trade agreements, and developed through its People's Commissariat of Foreign Trade a large-scale world commerce. Commerce, on the other hand, is a serious business requiring tranquil and peaceful relations. It has long been known that revolutionary convulsions are harmful to commerce, and from the standpoint of Comrade Krassen's commissariat we are, you see, interested in postponing and retarding the revolution as long as possible. General laughter. Comrades, I am very sorry that your friendly laughter cannot be transmitted by radio to certain extremely leftist comrades in Germany and Italy. The hypothesis concerning the opposition of our Commissariat of Foreign Trade to revolutionary disturbances is rendered all the more curious by the fact that as recently as March of this year, when tragic battles broke out in Germany, with which I shall presently deal, battles which terminated in a cruel defeat of a section of the German working class, the German bourgeois and social democratic newspapers, and in their wake the press throughout the world began howling that the March uprising had been provoked by orders from Moscow, that the Soviet power, in difficult straits at that time, peasant mutinies, Kronstadt, etc., had issued, to save itself, you see, an order to stage uprisings regardless of the situation in every given country. It is impossible to invent anything sillier than this. But no sooner had the comrade delegates from Rome, Berlin, and Paris arrived in Moscow than a new theory arose, but this time at the opposite and extreme left pole. According to this theory, we not only failed to order uprisings to be staged immediately and independently of the objective situation, but, on the contrary, we are infatuated with our beautiful trade turnover and are interested in postponing the revolution. Which of these two diametrically opposed stupidities is sillier, it is not easy to decide. If we were to blame for the March mistakes, insofar as it is possible to speak here of blame, then it was only in the sense that the International as a whole, including our own party, has up to now failed to carry on enough educational work in the sphere of revolutionary tactics, and for this reason failed to eliminate the possibility of such mistaken actions and methods. But to dream of completely eliminating mistakes would be the height of innocence. The March events in Germany. In a certain sense, the question of the March events occupied at the Congress the central place. And this was not accidental. Among all the communist parties, our German party is one of the most powerful and best prepared theoretically. And as regards the order of revolution, if it is permissible to express oneself in this manner, Germany stands in any case in the front rank. As a defeated country, Germany's internal conditions are the most favorable for revolution. The numerical strength and the economic role of the German proletariat are entirely adequate to assure victory to this revolution. It is only natural for the methods of struggle applied by the German Communist Party to assume an international significance. Beginning with 1918, major events in the revolutionary struggle have transpired on Germany's soil, and the positive and negative aspects can be analyzed here from living experience. What was the content of the March events? The proletarians of central Germany, the workers in the mining regions, represented in recent times, even during the war, one of the most retarded sections of the German working class. In their majority they followed not the social democrats, but the patriotic, bourgeois and clerical cliques, remained devoted to the emperor, and so on and so forth. Their living and working conditions were exceptionally harsh. In relation to the workers of Berlin, they occupied the same place, as, say, did the backward Euro provinces in our country in relation to the Petersburg workers. During a revolutionary epoch it happens not infrequently that a most oppressed and backward section of the working class, awakened for the first time by the thunder of events, swings into the struggle with the greatest energy and evinces a readiness to fight under any and all conditions, far from always taking into consideration the circumstances and the chances of victory, that is, the requirements of revolutionary strategy. For example, at a time when the workers of Berlin or Saxony had become, after the experience of 1919-20, far more cautious, which has its minuses and its pluses too, the workers of central Germany continued to engage in stormy actions, strikes and demonstrations, carting out their foremen on wheelbarrows, holding meetings during working hours, and so on. Naturally, this is incompatible with the sacred tasks of Ebert's Republic. It is hardly surprising that this conservative police republic, in the person of its police agent, the Social Democrat Horsing, should have decided to do a little purging there, i.e., drive out the most revolutionary elements, arrest several communists, etc. Precisely during this period, the middle of March, the Central Committee of the German Communist Party arrived firmly at the idea that there was need of conducting a more actively revolutionary policy. The German Party, you will recall, had been created a short while before by the merger of the old Spartacus League and the majority of the Independent Party, and thereby became confronted in practice with the question of mass actions. The idea that it was necessary to pass over to a more active policy was absolutely correct. But how did this express itself in practice? When the social democratic policeman Horsing issued his order, demanding of the workers what Kerensky's government had more than once vainly demanded in our country, namely, that no meetings be held during working hours, that factory property be treated as a sacred trust, etc. At this moment, the Central Committee of the Communist Party issued a call for a general strike in order to aid the workers of Central Germany. A general strike is not something to which the working class responds easily, at the party's very first call, especially if the workers have recently suffered a number of defeats, and all the less so in a country where alongside the Communist Party there exist two mass social democratic parties and where the trade union apparatus is opposed to us. Yet, if we examine the issues of Rot van, central publication of the Communist Party, throughout this period, day by day, we will see that the call for the general strike came completely unprepared. During the period of revolution there were not a few bloodlettings in Germany, and the police offensive against Central Germany could not in and of itself have immediately raised the entire working class to its feet. Every serious mass action must obviously be preceded by large-scale energetic agitation, centering around action slogans, all hitting on one and the same point. Such agitation can lead to more decisive calls for action only if it reveals, after probing, that the masses have already been touched to the quick and are ready to march forward on the path of revolutionary action. This is the ABC of revolutionary strategy, but precisely this ABC was completely violated during the March events. Before the police battalions had even succeeded in reaching the factories and mines of Central Germany, a general strike did actually break out there. I already said that in Central Germany there existed the readiness to engage in immediate struggle, and the call of the Central Committee met with an immediate response. But an entirely different situation prevailed in the rest of the country. There was nothing either in the international or the domestic situation of Germany to justify such a sudden transition to activity. The masses simply failed to understand the summons. Nevertheless, certain very influential theoreticians of the German Communist Party, instead of acknowledging that this summons was a mistake, proceeded to explain it away by propounding a theory that in a revolutionary epoch we are obliged to conduct exclusively an aggressive policy, that is, the policy of revolutionary offensive. The march action is thus served up to the masses in the guise of an offensive. You can now evaluate the situation as a whole. The offensive was in reality launched by the social democratic policeman Horsing. This should have been utilized in order to unite all the workers for defense, for self-protection, even if, to begin with, a very modest resistance. Had the soil proved favorable, had the agitation met with a favorable response, it would then have been possible to pass over to the general strike. If the events continue to unfold further, if the masses rise, if the ties among the workers grow stronger, if their temper lifts, while indecision and demoralization seize the camp of the foe, then comes the time for issuing the slogan to pass over to the offensive. But should the soil prove unfavorable, should the conditions and the moods of the masses fail to correspond with the more resolute slogans, then it is necessary to sound a retreat, and to fall back to previously prepared positions in as orderly a manner as possible. Therewith we have gained this, that we proved our ability to probe the working masses, we strengthened their internal ties, and, what is most important, we have raised the party's authority for giving wise leadership under all circumstances. But what does the leading body of the German party do? It gives the appearance of pouncing upon the very first pretext, and even before this pretext has become known to workers or assimilated by them, the Central Committee hurls the slogan of the general strike. And before the party had a chance to rally the workers of Berlin, Dresden and Munich to the aid of the workers of Central Germany, and this could perhaps have been accomplished in the space of a few days, provided there was no leaping over the events, and the masses were led forward systematically and firmly. Before the party succeeded in accomplishing this work, it is proclaimed that our action is an offensive. This was already tantamount to ruining everything and paralyzing the movement in advance. It is quite self-evident that at this stage the offensive came exclusively from the enemy side. It was necessary to utilize the moral element of defense. It was necessary to summon the proletariat of the whole country to hasten to the aid of the workers of central Germany. In the initial stages, this support might have assumed varied forms, until the party found itself in a position to issue a generalized slogan of action. The task of agitation consisted in raising the masses to their feet, focusing their attention upon the events in central Germany, smashing politically the resistance of the labor bureaucracy, and thus assuring a genuinely general character of the strike action as a possible base for the further development of the revolutionary struggle. But what happened instead? The revolutionary and dynamic minority of the proletariat found itself counterposed in action to the majority of the proletariat, before this majority had a chance to grasp the meaning of events. When the party ran up against the passivity and dilatoriness of the working class, the impatient communist elements sought here and there to drive the majority of the workers into the streets, no longer by means of agitation, but by mechanical measures. If the majority of workers favor a strike, they can of course always compel the minority by forcibly shutting down the factories, and thus achieving the general strike in action. This has happened more than once, it will happen in the future, and only simpletons can raise objections to it. But when the crushing majority of the working class has no clear conception of the movement, or is unsympathetic to it, or does not believe it can succeed, but a minority rushes ahead and seeks to drive workers to strike by mechanical measures, then such an impatient minority can, in the person of the party, come into a hostile clash with the working class and break its own neck. The strategy of the German counter-revolution and the leftist adventuristic elements. Let us review from this point of view the entire history of the German Revolution. In November 1918, the monarchy fell and the proletarian revolution was placed on the order of the day. In January 1919, there occurred the sanguinary revolutionary battles of the proletarian vanguard against the regime of bourgeois democracy. These battles recurred in March 1919. The bourgeoisie quickly oriented itself and elaborated its own strategy. It proceeded to crush the proletariat, section by section. There with the best leaders of the working class perished, Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. In March 1920, after the Kaplotwitz attempt at a counter-revolutionary overturn had been swept away by the general strike, there was a new partial uprising, the armed struggle of the workers in the Ruhr coal basin. The movement terminated in a new defeat and countless fresh victims. Finally, in March 1921, there came a new civil war, once again partial in character, and a new defeat. When in January and March 1919, the German workers engaged in a partial uprising, suffered defeat and lost their best leaders, we said, recalling our own experience, that these were the July days of the German Communist Party. All of you remember the July days in Petersburg in the year 1917. Petersburg at that time outdistanced the rest of the country, and rushed ahead by itself. It did not have sufficient support in the provinces, while in Kerensky's army there still remained backward regiments that could be employed to crush the movement. But in Petersburg itself the crushing majority of the proletariat was already with us. The July days in Petersburg became the premise for October. It is true that we, too, did some foolish things during July. But we did not elevate them into a system. The January and March battles of 1919 were viewed by us as the German July. But in Germany what came next was not October, but March 1920, a new defeat, let alone other and smaller partial defeats, and the systematic massacre of the best local leaders of the German working class. I say, when we observed the March movement of 1920 and later the March movement of 1921, we could not help but say, no, there are too many July days in Germany. What we want is October. Yes, it is necessary to prepare the German October, the victory of the German working class. And it is here that the questions of revolutionary strategy rise before us in their full scope. It is perfectly clear and obvious that the German bourgeoisie, i.e., its leading clique, has completely unfolded its counter-revolutionary strategy. It provokes separate sections of the working class into action. It isolates them in each province. It lies in ambush with rifles cocked and always aims at the head, at the best representatives of the working class. In the streets or in the police cells, in an open battle or during alleged attempts to escape, at the hands of courts martial, or in the clutches of an illegal gang, there perish by ones and twos, by the score, by the hundred and by the thousand those communists in whom the best experience of the proletariat is embodied. This strategy is rigidly calculated, cold-bloodedly executed, and it encompasses the entire experience of the ruling class. And under these conditions, at a time when the German working class as a whole instinctively senses that one cannot cope with such an enemy with bare hands, that needed here is not merely enthusiasm but cool calculation, lucid appraisal, serious preparation, and while the working class expects this from its party, it is instead informed from above that it is our duty to pursue only the strategy of the offensive, i.e., attack under all conditions because, you see, we have entered the epoch of revolution. This is approximately the same thing as an army commander's saying, "Since we are at war, it is therefore our duty to assume the offensive everywhere and at all times." Such a commander would be unfailingly smashed even with a preponderance of forces on his side. But that is not all. There are to be found theoreticians, like the German communist Maslow, who in connection with the March events talk themselves into something really egregious. Maslow says, "Our opponents indict our March action for something which we consider to be to our credit, namely, that the party upon entering the struggle did not ask itself whether the working class would follow it or not." This is a verbatim quotation. From the standpoint of subjective revolutionism or of left-Freism, this is superb, but from the standpoint of Marxism, this is monstrous. Adventuristic tendencies. Revolutionary duty demands that we launch an offensive against the Germans, proclaimed the left SRs in July 1918. We'll be crushed? But it is our duty to march forward. Do the working masses object? Very well. In that case, it is possible to throw a bomb at Mirbach so as to compel the Russian workers to engage in a struggle in which they must unfailingly perish. Moods of this sort are very strong within the so-called Communist Workers' Party of Germany, KPD. This is a small group of proletarian left-Freism. Our native left SRs have, more accurately they had, their deepest roots among the intellectuals and peasants. But apart from this social distinction, the political methods remain identical. This is an hysterical revolutionism capable of applying at any moment the most extreme means and methods without taking either the masses or the general situation into account. It is impatience in place of cool calculation. It is intoxication with revolutionary phrases. All this wholly characterizes the Communist Workers' Party of Germany. At the Congress, one of the speakers, talking in the name of this party, said approximately the following: "What can you expect? The working class of Germany is permeated through and through," he even said, "versucht, diseased, with Philistinism, with middle-class ideology, petty bourgeois spirit. What then can you do about it? Without economic sabotage, you will not get them out into the streets." And when asked what he meant by this, he explained that no sooner did the workers begin living a little better than they become contented and do not want a revolution. If, however, the mechanical operation of production is interrupted, if factories, plants and railroads, etc., are blown up, this acts to worsen the condition of the working class and consequently renders it more capable of revolution. This is indeed absolute skepticism. It thus turns out, if we draw the corresponding conclusions for the village, that the advanced peasants of Germany ought to set villages on fire, let loose the red cocks throughout the country, and in this way revolutionize the rural population. Here one cannot help but recall that during the very first period of the revolutionary movement in Russia, in the 60s, when the revolutionary intellectuals were completely powerless to express themselves in action, when they were squeezed in by their circle existence and continuously ran up against the passivity of the peasant masses, precisely at that time, certain groups, the so-called Nechayevites, came to the conclusion that fires and arson constituted the real revolutionary factor of Russia's political development. It is perfectly obvious that this sort of sabotage directed essentially against the majority of the working class is an anti-revolutionary measure which brings the working class into a hostile clash with a workers' party, whose numbers are hard to estimate. But in any case, this workers' party counts no more than 30 to 40,000, while the United Communist Party has, as you all know, about 400,000 members. The Congress raised the question of the KPD quite bluntly, presenting this organization with the demand that it hold a convention within the next 3 months and either merge with the Unified Communist Party or definitely take its place outside the Communist International. From many indications, the KPD in the person of its present anarcho-adventuristic leadership will not submit to the decision of the International, and thus finding itself outside our ranks will probably try to form a Fourth International, together with some other extreme left elements. A few notes on the same little pipe were blown at the Congress by our own Kollontai. It is no secret that our party remains for the time being the core of the Communist International. Meanwhile, Comrade Kollontai painted the situation in our party in such colors as to make it appear that, give or take a month, the working masses, with Comrade Kollontai at the head, will have to make a third revolution in order to establish a genuine Soviet system. But why only a third revolution and not a fourth? After all, the third revolution in the name of a genuine Soviet system occurred last February in Kronstadt. There are extreme leftists in Holland, too. Perhaps in other countries as well. I do not know whether all of them have been accounted for. But in any case, their number is not excessive, and a Fourth International, should it arise, runs the least danger of becoming very large numerically. Naturally, it would be sad to lose even a small group, because there undoubtedly are good worker militants in its ranks. But if this sectarian split is ordained to occur, then we shall have in the next period not only the 2.5 International on our right but also International number 4 on our left, where subjectivity, hysteria, adventurism and revolutionary phrasemongering will find expression in a completely finished form. We will thus obtain a left scarecrow of which we shall make use in order to teach strategy to the working class. Everything, as you see, has two sides, positive and negative. Leftist blunders and the Russian experience. But within the United Communist Party, too, there were anti-Marxist tendencies which revealed themselves quite crassly in March and afterwards. I have already cited the astonishing article of Maslow. But Maslow is not alone. In Vienna there is published a magazine, Kommunismus, an organ of the Communist International in the German language. In the July issue of this magazine, an article devoted to the situation in the international states approximately the following. The principal characteristic of the present period of the revolution lies in this, that we are now compelled to conduct even partial battles, including economic ones, i.e. strikes, with the instrumentalities of the final battle, i.e., with arms in hand. Here, comrades, is strategy turned topsy-turvy. At a time when the bourgeoisie is provoking us into partial sanguinary battles, some of our strategists want to elevate battles of this sort into a guiding rule. Isn't this monstrous? The objective situation in Europe is profoundly revolutionary. The working class senses it, and throughout the post-war period it rushed impetuously into the struggle against the bourgeoisie. But it gained victory nowhere except in Russia. The working class then began to understand that it faces a difficult task and started to build the apparatus for victory, the Communist Party. Along this path it has marched with 7 league boots during the last year. We now have genuine mass communist parties in Germany, France, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Bulgaria. The growth has been enormous. What is the next task? It is for these parties to conquer as quickly as possible the majority of industrial workers and the decisive section of rural workers and even of the poor peasantry, just as we had conquered them before October. Otherwise there would have been no October. Certain unhappy strategists say instead that since the epoch today is revolutionary, therefore we are duty-bound, at every opportunity, to wage the struggle, even a partial one, with the methods of armed insurrection. The bourgeoisie couldn't ask for anything better. At a time when the Communist Party is growing at a splendid rate, and its wings are becoming extended more and more over the entire working class. It is the aim of the bourgeoisie to provoke the most impatient and combative section of the workers to plunge prematurely into battle, without the support of the basic mass of the workers, in order, by defeating the working class piecemeal, to undermine the proletariat's faith in its own ability to conquer the bourgeoisie. Under these conditions, the theory of always taking the offensive and waging partial battles with the methods of armed uprising is so much grist to the mill of the counter-revolution. That is why the Russian party, supported by all the mature elements at the Third Congress, firmly told the comrades of the left wing, "You are superb revolutionists, and you will fight and die for the cause of communism, but that is not enough for us. We must not only fight, but conquer. And for this it is necessary to master more fully the art of revolutionary strategy." In my considered opinion, comrades, one of the most important reasons why there is an underestimation of the difficulties of the revolutionary struggle and revolutionary victory in Europe is to be found in the actual course of the proletarian revolution in Russia and partly also in Hungary. We had in Russia a bourgeoisie, belated historically and weak politically, a bourgeoisie greatly dependent upon European capital and with weak political roots in Russian soil. On the other hand, we had a revolutionary party with a great tradition and heritage of underground struggle, trained and tempered in combat, consciously utilizing the entire past experience of revolutionary struggles in Europe and throughout the world. The position of the Russian peasantry vis-a-vis the bourgeoisie and vis-a-vis the proletariat, the character and mood of the Russian army after the military debacle of Tsarism, all this made the October Revolution unavoidable and greatly facilitated the victory of the revolution. Although this did not at all eliminate future difficulties but, on the contrary, prepared them on a colossal scale. Because of the relative ease with which the October Revolution was accomplished, the victory of the Russian proletariat did not present itself commensurately to the leading circles of European workers as a political strategic task, and this aspect of it was not adequately assimilated by them. The next experience in the conquest of power by the proletariat occurred on a smaller scale, but nearer Europe, in Hungary. The circumstances there unfolded in such a way that the communists gained power almost without any revolutionary struggle. Thereby the questions of revolutionary strategy in the epoch of the struggle for power were naturally reduced to a minimum. From the experience of Russia and Hungary, not alone the working masses but also the communist parties of other countries acquired first of all the knowledge that the victory of the proletariat was inevitable, and then they directly passed over to acquiring knowledge concerning the difficulties which flow from the victory of the working class. As touches the strategy of revolutionary struggle for the conquest of power, it presented itself to them as something exceedingly simple, as something that could almost be taken for granted. It is not at all accidental that certain prominent Hungarian comrades, who have rendered big services to the International, reveal a tendency to simplify in the extreme the tactical questions facing the proletariat in a revolutionary epoch, and to replace tactics with the slogan of waging an offensive. The Third World Congress said to the communists of all countries, "The course of the Russian Revolution is a very important historical example, but it is by no means the political rule." And furthermore, only a traitor could deny the need of a revolutionary offensive, but only a simpleton would reduce all of revolutionary strategy to an offensive. The positive and negative sides of the French Communist Party. Over the policy of the French Communist Party we had a less stormy discussion, at any rate during the sessions of the Congress itself, than took place over the German policy. But during sessions of the ECCI there once occurred a rather heated dispute among us over questions of the French labor movement. The French Communist Party was formed without the external and internal paroxysms that gripped the German party. In consequence, there still remain within the French party unquestionably strong centrist moods and old methods of parliamentary socialism. In its recent past, the French proletariat has experienced no revolutionary struggle, a struggle that would have revived its old revolutionary traditions. The French bourgeoisie emerged victorious from the war, and was thus enabled until recently to throw, at pillaged Germany's expense, isolated sops to privileged sections of the French working class. Revolutionary class struggle in France is just beginning to take shape. Prior to the first serious battles, the French Communist Party gained the possibility of utilizing and assimilating the revolutionary experience of Russia and Germany. Suffice it to recall that in Germany the civil war was already blazing when the Communists still comprised only a handful of Spartacists. But in France, on the contrary, there has been no open post-war revolutionary struggle, and in the meantime the Communist Party of France already embraces in its ranks 120,000 workers. If we take into consideration that there are in France revolutionary syndicalists who do not recognize parties although they do support the struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat, if we take into consideration that the organization in France was never as strong as in Germany, then it becomes apparent that these 120,000 organized communists carry not less but probably more weight in France than do 400,000 members in Germany. This is shown most clearly by the fact that in Germany there are to be found to the right of these 400,000, the parties of independents and of social democrats who possess jointly many more members and sympathizers than do the communists, while in France to the right of the communists there is only the insignificant split-off group of the followers of Longuet and Renaudel. In the trade union movement of France the relationship of forces is on the whole likewise undoubtedly more favorable for the left wing. But on the other hand, the general relationship of class forces in Germany is undoubtedly more favorable for the victory of the revolution. In other words, in France the bourgeoisie still continues to depend mainly upon its own apparatus, the army, the police, etc. In Germany the bourgeoisie depends primarily upon the social democracy and the trade union bureaucracy. The French Communist Party has every opportunity of gaining the complete and indivisible leadership of the labor movement before the decisive events occur. But to do so, French communism must divest itself once and for all of the ancient husk of political conventionalities and equivocations, more rigid in France than anywhere else. The French party stands in need of a more resolute approach toward events. Its agitation must be more energetic and irreconcilable in its character and in its very tone. It must take a severer attitude to any and all manifestations of democratic parliamentarian ideology, intellectual egotism and careerism. During the discussion of the French party's policy by the ECCI, it was brought out that the party had committed such and such mistakes, that the communist deputies in parliament not infrequently engaged in excessive discussions with their bourgeois enemies instead of appealing to the masses over the heads of these enemies, that the party papers must speak a great deal more in a simpler and sharper revolutionary language so that the most oppressed and downtrodden French workers would here feel a response to their sufferings, their demands and their aspirations. In the course of this discussion a young French comrade took the floor and in an impassioned speech, which met with the approbation of a part of the assembly, shifted the criticism of the party's policy to a totally different plane. This representative of the youth said, "When the French government entertained designs early this year to seize the Ruhr province from the Germans, and announced the mobilization of 19-year-olds, the party did not summon the draftees to resist, and thereby revealed its utter bankruptcy." We wanted to know what sort of resistance he had in mind. "The party did not summon the 19-year-olds to refuse to submit to the mobilization order." We asked what he meant by this refusal to submit. Did it mean not to appear voluntarily until a gendarme or a policeman came to the flat? Or did it mean actively resisting a gendarme or a policeman, arms in hand? This young comrade, who made a very good impression upon all of us, immediately exclaimed, "Of course, we must go through to the very end, we must resist arms in hands." This answer revealed how hazy and confused still are the conceptions of revolutionary tactics in the minds of some elements. We then engaged in a discussion with our young opponent. "Among you in France under the tricolor of the imperialist army there are today, as the French say, several classes, that is, draft ages. Your government deems it is necessary to call up one more class, the 19-year-olds. This class, or draft age, numbers in the country, let us say, 200,000 youths, among whom there are, let us suppose, from 3,000 to 5,000 communists. They are dispersed, unorganized, some are in the villages, others in cities. Let us grant for a moment that the party does actually summon them to resist, arms in hand. I don't know how many agents of the bourgeoisie will be killed in the process, but it is a certainty that all the communists will be plucked out of the class of 19-year-olds and exterminated. Why don't you summon those draft ages who are already in the army to stage an insurrection? After all, they possess arms and are assembled in the army's ranks. You don't do it because you evidently understand that the army will not fire against the counter-revolution until the working class in its majority demonstrates in action its readiness to struggle for power. In other words, until the proletarian revolution begins. How then can you demand that the revolution be made not by the working class as a whole but by the class of 19-year-olds? If the Communist Party, let us also grant this for a moment, were to issue such an order, it would be the best possible gift for Milleran, for Bryant, for Barrow, and all other candidates for the role of hangman of the proletarian revolution. Because it is perfectly self-evident that once the most daring section of the youth is destroyed, the more backward section of the working class would be terror-stricken, the party would find itself isolated, and its influence would be impaired for months, if not for years. Through such methods, that is, through an impatient application of the most drastic forms of revolutionary struggle, at a time when conditions have not yet matured for a decisive collision, one can obtain only negative results, and even bring about a revolutionary abortion instead of a mighty revolutionary birth. We have a classic example of a completely unprepared call for mass action in the attempted general strike of May 1920. As you all know, the idea of this strike was treacherously supported by the syndicalists and the reformists. Their aim was not to allow the movement to slip out of their hands, and thereby make it all the easier for them to wreck it at the first opportunity. They succeeded completely. But in behaving so treacherously, these people remained true to themselves. One couldn't expect anything else from them. Yet the opposing side, the revolutionary syndicalists and the communists, failed completely to prepare the movement. The initiative came from the railway unions, which had been won over for the first time by the left-wingers, with Monmouth at the head. Before the left-wingers had succeeded in any way consolidating and securing the most important positions, before they had even properly surveyed the situation, they hastened to summon the masses to a decisive action under slogans that were muddled and ambiguous, and with the treacherous support from the right. In every respect, this was an unprepared attack. The results are well known. Only a small minority took part in the action. The conciliators blocked any further extension of the strike. The counter-revolution took full advantage of the manifest weakness of the lefts and was enabled to extraordinarily strengthen its own positions. Light-minded improvisations of this sort are impermissible in the movement. The situation must be appraised far more seriously. The movement must be prepared and coordinated persistently, energetically, in all spheres, in order later, when the signal is given, to lead it firmly and resolutely. But for this, it is necessary to have a communist party which unifies the experience of the proletariat in all its fields of struggle. Naturally, the mere presence of a party does not eliminate mistakes. But the absence of a party, as the directing vanguard, makes mistakes unavoidable, converting the struggle as a whole into a series of improvisations, experiments, and adventures. Communism and syndicalism in France. The relationship between the Communist Party and the working class in France is, as I stated, more favorable than in Germany. But the party's political influence over the working class, which has greatly increased thanks to the radicalization of the party, still remains in an inadequate form in France, especially with respect to the organizational side. This is to be seen most clearly in the question of the trade unions. In France, the syndicates, trade unions, are to a lesser extent multi-million organizations than they are in Germany or the Anglo-American countries. But in France, too, the numerical strength of the trade unions has greatly increased in recent years. The relationship between the party and the class assumes, first of all, the form of the party's relations to the trade unions. This alone, this simple formulation of the question already shows how incorrect and how anti-revolutionary and how dangerous is the so-called theory of neutrality, the theory of complete independence of the trade unions from the party, and so on. If trade unions are, by their tendency, the organization of the working class as a whole, then how can this working class remain neutral toward the party or independent from it? After all, this would signify the neutrality of the class, that is, its complete indifference toward the revolution itself. Yet, on this basic question, to this day, there is still lacking necessary clarity in the French labor movement, and, above all, this clarity is lacking within the party itself. The theory that there is a complete and unconditional division of labor between the party and the trade unions and that they must practice mutual and absolute non-intervention is precisely a product of French political development. It is the most extreme expression of it. This theory is based on unadulterated opportunism. So long as the labor bureaucracy, organized in the trade unions, concludes wage agreements, while the Socialist Party defends reforms in Parliament, the division of labor and mutual non-intervention remain more or less possible. But no sooner are the real proletarian masses drawn into the struggle, and no sooner does the movement assume a genuinely revolutionary character, than the principle of non-intervention degenerates into reactionary scholasticism. The working class can gain victory only if there stands at its head an organization which represents its living historical experience, and is capable of generalizing theoretically and directing the entire struggle in practice. On account of the very meaning of its historic task, the party can include only the most conscious and active minority of the working class. The trade unions, on the other hand, seek to embrace the working class as a whole. Those who recognize that the proletariat urgently needs the ideological and political leadership of its vanguard, united in the Communist Party, thereby recognize that the party must become the leading force inside the trade unions as well, that is, inside the mass working class organizations. Yet there are comrades in the French party who haven't assimilated this elementary truth and who, like Verdier, for example, wage an irreconcilable struggle to keep the trade unions, inviolate, from the influence of the party. Clearly these comrades have joined the party only through a misunderstanding, because a communist who denies the tasks and duties of the Communist Party in relation to the trade unions is no communist at all. Naturally, this does not mean that the trade unions become subject to the party organizationally, or from the outside. The trade unions are organizationally independent. Within the trade unions, the party wields the influence it gains by its activity, by its ideological intervention, by its authority. But to say this is to say that the party must strive in every way to increase its influence over the trade unions. It must deal with all the questions arising in the trade union movement. It must give clear answers to them, and carry out its views through the communists functioning in the trade unions, without in the least violating the organizational autonomy of the unions. You all know that the so-called revolutionary syndicalist tendency used to wield considerable influence over the trade unions in France. Revolutionary syndicalism, despite its denial of the party, was essentially nothing but an anti-parliamentary party of the working class. The syndicalist party always waged an energetic struggle for its influence over the trade unions, and never recognized the neutrality or independence of the trade unions in relation to the theory and practice of the syndicalist party. If we leave aside the theoretical mistakes and excesses of French syndicalism and consider its revolutionary essence, then it is unquestionable that this essence found its full development precisely in communism. The core of revolutionary syndicalism in France was constituted by the group around the newspaper La Vie ouvrière, Workers' Life. I came in close contact with this group during the war. At the center of this group stood Manat and Rosmer. Adhering to it from the right were Merriam and Dumoulin. Both of them later became renegades. Rosmer made the natural transition from revolutionary syndicalism to communism. Up to now, Manat holds an ambiguous position, but after the Third World Congress and the Red Trade Union Congress, Manat took a step which fills me with serious misgivings. Together with Monmusso, secretary of the Railway Workers' Union, Manat has published a protest against the Comintern resolution on the trade union movement, and refused to join the Red Trade Union International. It must be said that the very text of this protest by Manat and Monmusso provides the best possible argument against their middle-of-the-road position. Manat announces that he has left the Amsterdam Trade Union International because of its close ties with the Second International. Absolutely correct. But the fact that the overwhelming majority of trade unions are affiliated either with the Second or with the Third Internationals is the best possible proof that neutral or apolitical trade unions do not exist and generally cannot exist, all the less so in a revolutionary epoch. Whoever breaks with Amsterdam and refuses to join Moscow runs the risk of creating a 2.5 trade union international. I firmly expect that this unfortunate misunderstanding will be cleared up and that Manat will take his rightful place inside the French Communist Party and the Third International where he belongs by virtue of his entire past. Perfectly understandable and correct is the discreet and lenient attitude of the French CP toward the revolutionary syndicalists, in an attempt to draw them closer. But completely incomprehensible is the indulgence shown by the party in its toleration of the obstruction of Comintern's policy by its own members, such as Verdier. Manat represents the tradition of revolutionary syndicalism. All that Verdier represents is muddleheadedness. But above the questions of personalities and groups there stands the question of the party's guiding influence over the trade unions. Without in the least infringing upon their autonomy, which is wholly determined by the day-to-day needs of practical work, the party must nevertheless put an end to all disputes and vacillations in this important field and demonstrate in action to the French working class that it possesses at long last a revolutionary party, capable of giving leadership in all spheres of the class struggle. In this connection, the decisions of the Third Congress, despite the temporary confusion and conflicts that may be evoked in the next few months, will exercise a great and most highly beneficial influence over the entire future course of the French labor movement. Only on the basis of these resolutions will a correct interrelationship between the party and the working class be established, and failing this, there is not and there cannot be a victorious proletarian revolution. Not a right turn but a serious preparation for the conquest of power. I will not deal with the communist parties of other countries because my report is by no means intended to include the characterization of all the organizations adhering to the Communist International. It is my purpose simply to present to you, comrades, the basic lines of its policy as unfolded and fixed by the last World Congress. For this reason I have characterized those parties which provided the maximum material for elaborating the tactical line of the International for the period ahead. Needless to say, the Congress did not propose to suspend the struggle against centrists and semi-centrists, as some leftist comrades groundlessly feared. The entire struggle of the Communist International against the capitalist regime runs up against, in the first instance, its reformist, conciliationist entrenchments. These are the first positions that must be captured. On the other hand, it is impossible to wage a struggle against the Second and 2.5 Internationals without purging our own communist ranks of centrist tendencies and moods. No one disputes this. But this struggle against the right, an integral part of our basic struggle against bourgeois society, can be conducted successfully by us only provided we are able to overcome within a minimum time those leftist blunders which arise from inexperience and impatience, and which betimes assume the shape of dangerous adventures. In this respect the Third World Congress accomplished a great work of education which turned it, as I said, into the highest school, the University of Revolutionary Strategy. Apropos of our resolutions, Martov, Bauer, and other armchair strategists of the Little Citizens have started talking about the decomposition of communism, the foundering of the Third International, and so on. From the standpoint of theory, this chatter merits only contempt. Communism is not and never was a dogmatic, time-setting program of the revolution. Communism is the living, dynamic, growing and maneuvering army of the proletariat which in the course of its activity takes into consideration the changing conditions of struggle, inspects its own weapons, gives the blade a new edge, if it has become blunted, and subordinates all its activities to the need of preparing the revolutionary abolition of the bourgeois order. That we took up the tactical questions so carefully, so painstakingly, and so concretely at the Third Congress represents by itself a tremendous step forward. It attests that the Third International has emerged from the phase of ideological and organizational self-determination and has come, as a living, guiding mass organization, face to face with the questions of direct revolutionary action. If among the younger and less experienced comrades in this hall, anyone were to draw a pessimistic conclusion from my report to the effect that the International is in an unfavorable position and that it is hard to defeat the bourgeoisie because of the prevalence of so many mistaken views and methods among the communist parties, then this would be a completely false conclusion. In the epoch of abrupt changes in world politics, in the epoch of profound social shocks and convulsions, in brief, in the revolutionary epoch in which we live, the training of revolutionary parties takes place at an extraordinary speed, especially if there is a mutual exchange of experience, reciprocal control, and a common centralized leadership, all of which is expressed in and by our International. Let us not forget that the strongest communist parties of Europe are, literally, only a few months old. In our epoch, a month is equivalent to a year, and some months are equivalent to as much as a decade. Although at the Congress I was a member of the so-called right wing, and took part in criticizing the pseudo-revolutionary leftism, which, as I tried to show you, is extremely dangerous to a genuine growth of the proletarian revolution, I left the Congress in a far more optimistic mood than I came to it. My impressions, derived from an exchange of opinions with delegations from our sister parties of Europe and throughout the world, might be summed up as follows. During the last year, the Communist International has taken a giant stride forward both ideologically and organizationally. The Congress did not, and could not issue a signal for a general offensive. It formulated the task of the Communist parties as the task of preparing an offensive, and in the first instance, as the task of winning over ideologically the majority of the toilers of city and countryside. This does not at all mean that the revolution has been postponed for an indefinite number of years. Nothing of the sort. We speed up the revolution, and, what is more important, we assure its victory through a deep-going, all-sided and careful preparation of the revolution. Naturally, it is impossible in any sense whatever to reduce the revolutionary policy of the working class and the military work of the Red Army to a common denominator. I am fully aware of this. And it is especially risky for me even to attempt comparisons in this field, because of the almost traditional danger of being suspected of a militaristic bent of mind. The German Kunos and the Russian Martovs have already long ago proclaimed that I am seeking to replace working-class politics and economics by commands, transmitted through a military machine. Nevertheless, having secured my rear by these prefatory remarks, I shall chance making a certain military comparison which seems to me not unfruitful for the purpose of clarifying both the revolutionary policy of the proletariat and the functioning of the Red Army. Whenever it became necessary for us on any one of our many fronts to prepare for decisive operations, we would begin by sending there fresh regiments, communists assigned by the party, supplies of munitions, and so on. Without adequate material means there naturally could not even be talk of launching a decisive struggle against Kolchak, Denikin, Wrangel, and the rest. And so, the material conditions for decisive actions are more or less at hand. Upon arriving at the front, we learn that the High Command of the front has fixed the date of a general offensive, say, for May 5th, which is, let us suppose, 3 days hence. In the sessions of the Revolutionary Military Council, at the front, in the staff, in the political department, we proceed to discuss the conditions under which the decisive battles will take place. We learn that on our side there is a certain preponderance of bayonets, swords, and artillery, while the enemy has considerable superiority in aviation. But on the whole, the material superiority is on our side. Our soldiers are more or less adequately clothed and booted. The communications are secure. In this respect, the situation is therefore quite favorable. And how was your agitation conducted prior to the offensive? How long did you carry it on? In what ways and under what slogans? How many communists were detailed to the divisions to lead the agitation? Let us take a look at proclamations, circulars, articles in your army newspapers, your placards, and your cartoons. Does every soldier in your army at your front know who Wrangel is? Does he know with whom Wrangel is tied up? Who is backing Wrangel and from whom his artillery and planes come? The answers we get are not definite enough. Agitation had, of course, been carried on. Explanations concerning Wrangel had, of course, been made. But some regiments had arrived only a day or 2 days ago, from the center or from the other fronts, and precise information is still lacking concerning their political moods and their morale. In what manner were several thousand communists mobilized by the party assigned to divisions and regiments? Were the character and composition of each particular section taken into account in assigning the communist elements? Were the communists themselves sufficiently prepared in advance? Was it made clear to each group to just what section it had been assigned and what the peculiarities of this section were? Or what the special conditions of political work there were? Finally, has each company been assured of the presence of a communist cell which is itself ready to fight to the bitter end and which is capable of leading the others forward? We learn that this work had been carried out only in rough outlines, without paying the necessary attention to the concrete conditions and special requirements of political agitation in the army as a whole, and in each regiment in particular. The agitation was not of a concentrated and intense character, meeting the actual needs of the direct preparation for battle. This was likewise apparent from the newspaper articles and the appeals to the troops. Finally, what measures have been taken to check the commanding staff and the commissar personnel? Many commissars had been killed in previous battles and accidental replacements for them had at first been made. Have the necessary replacements of commissar personnel been made? How do matters stand in relation to the commanders? Do they enjoy sufficient confidence? Have authoritative and energetic commissars been attached to those commanders who have as yet been little tested? And lastly, are there perhaps among the commanders, recruited from among former Tsarist officers, those whose families are either abroad or in territories occupied by Wrangel? It would be quite in the nature of things for such commanders to try to be captured, and this could have fatal consequences for the outcome of separate operations. Has the commanding staff been checked from this standpoint? Has the commanding staff been replenished? Has it been strengthened? No? In that case, sound retreat. It is necessary to cancel the offensive. So far as the material aspects are concerned, the moment is propitious, the superiority of forces is on our side, the enemy has not succeeded in completing his concentration. This is beyond dispute. But preparations in the sphere of morale are of no less importance than material preparations. Yet this morale preparation has been carried out superficially and carelessly. Under these conditions, it is preferable even to surrender part of the territory to the enemy, to retreat 20 or 30 versts, to gain time, to postpone the offensive for 2 or 3 weeks in order to carry the preparatory political and organizational campaign through to the end. If that is done, success is assured. Those among you, comrades, who have worked in the Red Army, and there are many in this hall, know that this illustration is no invention of mine. We made more than one strategic retreat solely because the army had been inadequately prepared in moral and political respects for decisive battles. Yet the army is a coercive organization. Once orders are issued, everyone is obliged to go into battle. Those who resist are subject to harsh military penalties. Failing this, there is no army and there can't be one. But in the Revolutionary Army, the chief motor force is political consciousness, revolutionary enthusiasm, the undertaking on the part of the army's majority of the military task it faces, and a readiness to solve this task. How much more does this apply to the decisive revolutionary battles of the working class? There cannot even be talk here of coercing workers into revolution. There is no apparatus of repression here. Success can rest only upon the readiness of the majority of the toilers to take a direct or indirect part in the struggle, and help bring it to a happy conclusion. In its character, the Third Congress was this. It was as if the Communist International, in the person of its leading representatives, had arrived at the front of the world labor movement, preparing to engage in the decisive battle for power. And the Congress asked, "Comrade Communists of Germany, Italy, France, and elsewhere, have you won the majority of the working class? What have you done to make every worker understand what is at stake in the struggle? Have you explained this in clear, simple, and precise language to the toiling masses, including the most backward ones? What did you do to verify whether these backward layers understood you? Show us your newspapers, pamphlets, proclamations. No, comrades, this is still not enough. This is still not the language which attests to genuine ties with millions of toilers. What measures did you take to correctly apportion communist forces among the trade unions? Have you reliable cells in all the important organizations of the working class? What did you do to check the commanding personnel in the trade unions? What did you do to effectively cleanse the workers' organizations of all dubious, unreliable, and, all the more so, obviously treacherous leaders? Have you organized a far-reaching intelligence network in the enemy's camp? No, comrades, your preparations are inadequate, and in some respects you haven't even posed properly the task of preparation. Does this mean that the decisive struggle is postponed for decades or even for a number of years? Nothing of the sort. In the case of a military offensive, the necessary preparations can sometimes be completed in the space of 2 or 3 weeks, and even less. Disjointed divisions, shaky in their moods and with unstable commanding and commissar staffs, can be, through a correspondingly intense preparatory work, transformed in 10 to 15 days into a mighty army, firmly welded by unity of consciousness and will. It is far more difficult to unite the proletarian millions for the decisive struggle. But our entire epoch facilitates this work in the extreme, provided we do not swerve aside to the right or stumble to the left. It would not be wise to speculate how long this preparatory work will take, whether only a few months or a year or 2, or even more. This depends upon many circumstances. But it is unquestionable that in the present situation our preparatory work is one of the most important conditions for bringing closer the revolution and its victorious consummation. To all its parties the Communist International says, to the masses, embrace them more extensively and more intensively. Forge an impervious bond between them and yourselves. Assign communists to the most responsible and dangerous posts in all the strata of the working class. Let them conquer the confidence of the masses. Let the masses together with them drive out of their ranks the opportunist leaders, leaders who vacillate, leaders who are careerists. Employ every minute for revolutionary preparation. The epoch is working in our favor. Have no fear that the revolution will slip out of your hands. Organize and consolidate, and you will thereby speed the hour which will become the hour of the truly decisive offensive, and the party will not only issue the command, "Forward march!" but will actually lead the offensive to its victorious conclusion. 7. From the Third to the Fourth World Congress. From the ECCI to the Central Committee of the French Communist Party. June 25, 1921. Dear comrades, we find it necessary to draw certain conclusions from the decisions of the last Congress and applying them to the communist parties of various countries. 1. It is urgently necessary to establish more regular and frequent connections between you and the Executive Committee of the Communist International. It is necessary to assign certain comrades to transmit to us all the communist literature published by you in France. It is indispensable for us to receive periodic reports about the life of the party and about the French labor movement as a whole. Finally, it is necessary to supply our magazine, The Communist International, with articles illuminating the current problems of French communism. The basic directives for the French Communist Party in the tactical field are contained in a corresponding World Congress resolution. Here we merely wish to express our views primarily with respect to the party's parliamentary policy with greater clarity and frankness than is possible in theses intended for publication. Naturally, parliamentary activity is not decisive in character, but it is nevertheless of enormous symptomatic significance. It enables one to appraise the degree of precision and clarity of a party's revolutionary line, its capacity for resisting bourgeois influences, and its ability to speak to the proletarian masses over the head of the parliamentary majority. In France, revolutionary precision in parliamentary tactics is more urgently required than anywhere else because the anarchistically inclined elements among the working class judge the party first of all by its parliamentary activity. The prejudices of those who deny the need and usefulness of the party can be surmounted only by converting the parliamentary fraction into an instrument for a genuinely revolutionary working-class policy. This does not, unfortunately, obtain in your country as yet. Thus, the parliamentary policy of our faction during the recent tension in Franco-German relations was absolutely inadequate. The speech of Comrade Cashin could have been interpreted to the effect that the French Communist Party is backing the Anglo-French alliance as the mainstay of European peace as against the adventuristic policy of Briand. Yet it is perfectly obvious that in exposing the adventurism of the ruling clique there is no need whatever of suppressing the fact that the Anglo-French alliance is not a factor of peace but, on the contrary, a factor of pillage, robbery and new wars. A break between Britain and France would simply bring forth another combination for the selfsame purpose. After Briand made his reassuring declarations, the Communist faction introduced a resolution limiting itself to a demand that draftees of the class of 1919 be released. In the given conditions, this meant that the faction took its stand on the ground of governmental policy, approving its dilatory course and demanding only that a purely practical conclusion be drawn from the general premises. No greater tactical blunder in principle could have been committed by the party under these conditions. The duty of the faction was to expose in its resolution the new phase of the Anglo-French brigandage, and to point out that the dilatory character of Briand's policy is only a prelude to new sanguinary depredations. In such a context, the demand to release the 1919 draftees would have appeared in an entirely different light. 2. On a number of other questions the faction disclosed its identity either too sketchily or failed to do so altogether, and in the eyes of the outside public it became dissolved in the with respect to parliamentary maneuvering, adapting oneself to an audience, and achieving superficial oratorical effects, the superiority will invariably be on the side of the dissidents, because they are a party par excellence of lawyers and deputies. All the more important, therefore, is it for us to pose questions flatly, to counterpose ourselves on every suitable occasion to the followers of Longwet, exposing them openly and directly from the parliamentary tribune and formulating sharp, precise slogans which are comprehensible to the broadest layers of the labor movement. Concurrently, we must see to it that the parliamentary reports and Alhumanite supplement, illuminate, and render more precise the speeches of our deputies. It would do no harm but, on the contrary, would prove only beneficial if Alhumanite were, in specific cases, to point out directly a mistake in this or that speech by a communist deputy. The bourgeois press will pounce upon this with malicious glee, but the working mass will see that our deputies are not divinities, that they are subject to the party's control. This would have only an educational value. The present parliamentary reports of Alhumanite are completely permeated with the spirit of parliamentary lobbies and therefore are positively inaccessible to the working masses. 3. The sharp declarations of Comrades Manat and Monmusso against the Moscow Congress resolution on the interrelations between the party and the trade unions arise by and large from the fact that the French syndicalists have never heard an open criticism of their views from the French communists. A tacit agreement reigns by virtue of which all questions of the trade union movement seem to have become something in the nature of an ideological monopoly of revolutionary syndicalism. As if by way of compensation, the syndicalists on their part have absolutely refrained from concerning themselves with the passivity of the party, and especially its parliamentary activity. Such a mechanical cleavage can prove fatal to the revolutionary movement of France. The working class represents a unity. The proletarian revolution becomes the more possible all the more this unity manifests itself in all fields of the proletariat's class struggle. We must, before the eyes of the working mass, demand of the syndicalists that they openly express their views on the party's policy, and the negative aspect of the party. We must force them to explain why they refuse to join the Communist Party at a time when the Communist Party makes it obligatory for all its members to join the trade unions. We must listen with utmost attention to the criticism of syndicalists, because, as the entire past shows, they express by and large the moods and views of rather large revolutionary sections of the proletariat. At the same time, however, it is necessary to criticize openly the narrowness of the revolutionary syndicalist position. Constant references to the Charter of Amiens, refusals to join the Red Trade Union International, appeals for a new trade union congress for the purpose of setting up a broader, international. All this represents a repetition of the tactics employed by the Longuedists, who likewise began by solidarizing with Moscow, then set themselves the task of reconstructing the past, refused to join the International, proposed to create a broader International, and ended up by creating the tiny 2N, a half-international. If Manat and Monmouth were to persist stubbornly on their present position, the end result would undoubtedly be the formation of a tiny 2.5 trade union international, midway between Amsterdam and Moscow. All these dangers must be openly pointed out today. It is necessary to explain, through the spoken and written word, to broad working masses the meaning of the resolutions on trade union work adopted by the Moscow Congresses. It is possible and obligatory to permit in the columns of the party press a discussion on the question of the interrelationship between the party and the trade unions. It is especially important to draw the revolutionary syndicalists into this discussion. But it is in no case permissible to leave the masses without leadership. The viewpoint of the Communist International must be counterposed without fail from one issue to the next to the declarations, articles and resolutions of revolutionary syndicalists insofar as these resolutions diverge from the decisions of the International. For the basic task is the conquest of the working masses. The advanced section of the working mass is concentrated in the trade unions. For this reason the trade unions must become in the immediate period ahead the most important arena for a coordinated and organized activity of the party. A close check must be kept on the communists and the trade unions. They must be kept in touch with one another and brought under the control and guidance of the closest party organization. The Central Committee must give constant leadership to local party organizations on questions of trade union tactics. In view of this, it appears expedient to create a special and permanent functioning commission attached to the Central Committee and devoting itself to questions of the trade union movement. This commission might be composed of several members of the Central Committee, intimately acquainted with trade union questions, plus several worker communists who work primarily or exclusively in the trade unions. All questions of the trade union movement must come before this commission. Especially important questions, or those over which differences arise inside the commission, must be referred to the Central Committee. This commission shall organize in Paris a number of gatherings and conferences of those communists who work in the trade unions for the purpose of clarifying the internal life of the trade unions, the ideological groupings there, the ways and means of conducting agitation, organization, and so on. To such conferences it would be desirable to invite the revolutionary syndicalists, giving them a consultative vote to enable them to gain an understanding in practice that the Communist Party is an organization of the proletarian vanguard, setting itself the task of conquering the leadership in all spheres of proletarian life and struggle. We must at all costs educate and imbue the communists, working in the trade unions, with the conviction that within the trade unions, too, they remain party members and carry out its basic directives. Communists who stubbornly persist in a blunder that in their trade union work they are independent of the party are subject, as a general rule, to expulsion from the party. 5. It is necessary right now to select worker communists who are capable of holding responsible posts in the trade unions when the latter have been partially or completely won over. These designated comrades must devote their main efforts to training themselves practically for trade union work. 6. In line with the resolutions of the last World Congress, it is necessary to introduce serious and deep-going changes in the party's organizational apparatus and its methods of functioning. We proceed on the assumption that this reorganization should begin with the Central Committee itself, devoting the interval up to the coming party convention to prepare carefully for this reorganization. The Central Committee must be brought as closely as possible to the rank and file, be composed of comrades who devote their efforts chiefly to party work. Roughly speaking, not less than 1/3 of the members of the Central Committee should be professional party workers, kept on the party payroll and completely at the party's disposal. Next to them, it is necessary to place in the Central Committee those who work primarily as functionaries in the trade unions. In view of the exceptional importance of the trade union question, the aim should be to constitute approximately 1/3 of the Central Committee from among these workers. Under such conditions, there would not be in the Central Committee more than 1/3 from among those comrades who devote the greater part of their time to parliamentary activity or to private work. It is our firm conviction that only a central committee composed in this way and with a large proportion of workers can assure this central party body genuine leadership of the movement. It is necessary right now to proceed to a selection of qualified comrades and a designation of the necessary candidates, because in the absence of such careful preparatory work the convention will not produce the necessary results in this connection. 7. Under the existing setup of federations, the party is deprived of direct leadership. The Central Committee cannot direct, in all its concrete aspects, local work from Paris. There do not exist local committees, as elected and permanently functioning bodies. It is perfectly obvious that without permanent functioning local committees, the party is rendered incapable of action. The personnel of each local committee, too, must contain a number of comrades, all of whose energies are at the party's disposal. Unquestionably, in the person of party secretaries and treasurers, we have inherited from the old party a considerable number of individuals who became communists only because the majority of the party members came out in favor of the Third International. These old-type functionaries all too frequently prove incapable of grasping the character and the tasks of the new epoch and of the new work. Indispensable is a new selection from among the workers, including the ranks of the communist youth. In each committee there must be comrades capable of sacrificing their personal interests for the sake of party work, and equipped to set an example in this respect to others. In the cause of spreading literature, conducting agitation, propaganda, etc., it is necessary for party members to display the selflessness and energy that are required for the preparation of decisive battles facing us in the more or less immediate future. 8. The party's internal life must be mirrored far more distinctly, effectively, and efficiently in the columns of El Humanite. It is necessary to openly criticize the shortcomings of local work, to severely castigate those party members who, under the cover of the communist banner, show the greatest opportunism in local work and are ready to engage in any horse trade with the powers that be. Only the vigilant strictness of the party toward its parliamentary deputies, municipal councillors, and others can assure it the confidence and respect of the working class. 9. An end must be put once and for all to a situation which makes it possible for party members, out of personal material consideration or because of their political views, to publish newspapers and periodicals over which the party has no control and which are, time after time, hostile to the party. Consciously or semi-consciously, covering themselves up by their proximity to communism, publishers, editors and journalists of this type use their connections with communism as a cover in order to exploit the authority of the party and the revolutionary enthusiasm of the working masses for the benefit of their own private enterprise, in order later on at the most critical moment of the struggle to turn all the influence they wield against the Communist Party. In this field, considerations of political expediency dictate to the party a firm and resolute line of conduct. 10. The considerable success of La Vague, one of these obviously pernicious publications, is evidence, by the way, of how strong is the urge among broad circles of workers, soldiers and peasants to find in a newspaper or periodical some reflection of their own lives, their own experiences, thoughts, etc. We must at all costs bring the party press, including El Humanite, closer to the life of the toiling masses. It is necessary to establish a far-flung network of correspondence in factories, shops, neighborhoods, etc. The reports of these correspondents should be condensed, cut, supplemented with a commentary. But it is indispensable for the working masses to find themselves mirrored in their own newspaper. 11. Complete mutual understanding and the establishment of close ties between the new ECCI and the Central Committee of the French Communist Party we consider to be a most important condition for the success of future work. For this reason we insist on requesting that Comrade Frossard, as Secretary of the Party, and Comrade Cashin, as Chairman of the Parliamentarian Fraction, come to Moscow as soon as possible, together, or if this proves too difficult, separately, in order to discuss a number of questions most intimately connected with the forthcoming convention of the French Communist Party. Having freely expressed our views on the tasks of the French Communist Party, we do not for a moment doubt that you, on your part, will take our criticism only as an expression of what it really is, namely, our profound and sincere attempt to render every possible assistance to the French Communist Party, one of the most important sections of the Communist International. Please accept our fraternal greetings and our wishes for your success. Executive Committee of the Communist International. June 25, 1921. 7. From the 3rd to the 4th World Congress. From the ECCI to the Marseilles Convention of the French Communist Party. December 1921. Dear comrades, the Communist International sends fraternal greetings to its French section assembled in this convention. A year has elapsed since the Tours Convention, where you took the necessary steps to liquidate the socialism of the war epoch and to free yourselves from the embraces of reformism by joining the Comintern. Those comrades who parted company with you, and whose defection was perhaps regretted by many in the beginning, have likewise put an end to all ambiguity. They had vowed that despite their leaving the party they would remain revolutionists, steadfast friends and defenders of the Russian Revolution. But their hostility to communist principles, which drove them out of the ranks of the unified party, did not fail quickly to convert them into out-and-out counter-revolutionists, mouthing the slanders which the capitalist press heaps upon the Russian Revolution. They have become the defenders of the counter-revolutionary Social Democrats, who are among the bitterest enemies of the workers' and peasants' revolution. The party of the dissidents is falling more and more under the influence and political leadership of Renaudel, Grumbach and Blum, that is, of those who betrayed the French working class and international socialism during the war. Those who have not renounced by an iota the policy of collaborating with the bourgeoisie, and those who constrain their French party to function as a connecting link between the Vienna International and Their Majesties' Ministers' Second International. The Tours Convention, the resulting split and energetic purge were the necessary and ineluctable products of working-class reaction to and anger against war socialism and reformism which betrayed the class interests of the workers. But Tours, because it gave birth to the Communist Party, marked at the same time the point of departure for a new epoch in the history of the French revolutionary movement. A year has elapsed since the Tours Convention. Among the French revolutionists there is no longer to be found anyone who regrets the split that occurred and the purge that followed. It is necessary, however, not only to survey the road traversed by the enemies of communism but also to review what the Communist Party has accomplished during its first year's activity. The Comintern hails with joy the results of your efforts directed toward regrouping and reorganizing your federations into a large party numbering 130,000 members, with a widely circulated and flourishing press. Only the Communist Party and its press is capable of organizing resistance against imperialism and reaction, whose strongest citadel in the world is manned by the French bourgeoisie. Last year the party succeeded in effectively increasing its influence over the mass of the French proletariat and small peasantry. Rejoicing over the achieved results, we nevertheless do not shut our eyes to those weaknesses and shortcomings which became manifest during this first year. Unlike the Second International, the Comintern does not rest content with offering congratulations and greetings to its sections. Being guided solely by the interests of the world revolution, it has the duty to fraternally point out to them their respective weaknesses and to try, in the process of intimate joint and harmonious collaboration, to eliminate these weaknesses. As regards the French party, the Comintern has always taken into consideration the specific peculiarities of its evolution and of the milieu in which it is compelled to struggle. In appraising the work accomplished during this first year, we are likewise not unmindful of the condition in which the party found itself following the split at Tours. We are aware that a party subjected to such deviations as the French party was during the war cannot suddenly turn communist, by virtue of a resolution adopted by a convention. The vote at Tours was evidence of the party's will to become communist. This first year was bound to signalize uninterrupted efforts and unremitting work directed toward investing the party with a communist character. The party's efforts were enormous, but they were still inadequate. It is our desire to uncover together with you the reasons for this weakness. We are convinced that the Marseilles Convention sincerely wishes to pursue the work begun so energetically at Tours, and that your convention will pay the closest attention to the directives of the International in order to strengthen the party's communist character and policy. The party has suffered from a weak leadership. The Central Committee immersed itself in a whole number of current administrative duties and failed to give firm political leadership to the party, failed to give day-to-day direction to the party's thought and diversified activities, failed to create a collective consciousness. The party has suffered from a lack of policy. It has lacked an agrarian policy, a trade union policy, an electoral policy. Fearful lest the federations accuse the Central Committee of dictatorial practices if it undertook to solve these questions itself, the Central Committee tabled the review and decision on all these questions until the Marseilles Convention. Yet, as every revolutionist clearly understands, the Central Committee of the Communist Party is an elected body, elected by the convention and invested with confidence, and therefore vested with the broadest powers to direct the party's policy in accordance with the line of the theses and resolutions adopted by the national and international congresses. Beginning with the Marseilles Convention, the Central Committee must steer a much firmer course and become a genuine leading political body, controlling and inspiring the press, guiding the parliamentary work, taking definite positions, day by day, on all the political questions, domestic and foreign. We consider it expedient to effect the transfer of all minor administrative duties to an administrative secretariat, and to select from among the Central Committee a bureau composed of at least 5 members whose main duty is to give continuous leadership to the thought and activity of the party. Parallel with the installation of a firmer leadership, it is necessary to promote the spirit of firmer discipline in the party. Communists must feel themselves to be, first and foremost, party members and to act as such in their entire social and private life. The question of the party's trade union policy is undoubtedly the most important and touchy question on the agenda of the Marseilles Convention. The party has been unable to solve it during the first year of its existence. A communist party that seeks to become the vanguard and creator of the social revolution cannot ignore the trade union question. There is not a single labor question that falls outside the party's purview. And so the party must sketch out its line of conduct on questions pertaining to the trade unions. It must loudly proclaim to the working class its right and its duty to concern itself with these questions. It must demand of its members that they remain communists inside the trade unions as well as in the party. A communist party cannot tolerate the fact that its members support the policy of Joh and of the Amsterdam International. It must tell those who agree with Joh that their place is in the party of Renaudel, Albert Thomas, and Longwet. Similarly, the party must wage an energetic struggle against the ideas of anarchists and ordinary trade unionists who deny the role of the party in the revolution. It must say in clear and precise language that the aim of both the party and the Comintern is not to subordinate the trade unions to the party but to get all party members to participate in the work and struggle of the trade union minority. Keeping itself constantly informed about the development of the trade union movement in France, the party must seek ways and means of establishing the closest collaboration with those syndicalists who have subjected their revolutionary ideas to a profound review on the basis of what has happened in history in recent years. While discussing fraternally all revolutionary problems with them, the party must try to make them render more precise their current conceptions and help them overcome the obsolete vestiges of anarcho-syndicalist thought. We do not doubt that the party, by showing itself to be a genuine, revolutionary communist party, will attract not only the sympathy and confidence of broad proletarian masses in France, but also those syndico-communist comrades who still have an attitude of mistrust toward it. The party will win them over by its resolute policy, entirely alien to opportunism. The draft theses on the trade union question elaborated by the Central Committee signify only the first step toward clarity on this fundamental issue. Those who maintain that the economic struggle is of no concern to the party are either complete ignoramuses or individuals seeking to make a mockery of communism. The party must draw into its ranks all the best elements of the working class, and as touches the ideological aspect, it must become the inspirer of all forms of proletarian struggle, including of course the economic struggle as well. The trade union as such is not subordinate to the party as such. In this sense the trade unions remain independent. But the communists who work in the trade unions must invariably function as disciplined communists. Owing to a whole number of circumstances, many valuable revolutionary elements who deemed themselves syndicalists still remain outside the ranks of the Communist Party of France. Sooner or later we must reach an agreement with them, and unite in the ranks of a single Communist Party. But we cannot and ought not foster syndicalist prejudices on questions relating to the party and to political actions. During the French delegation's stay in Moscow on the occasion of the Third World Congress, the ECCI called the attention of the delegates to the need of placing the unofficial party press under the control of the Central Committee. The ECCI had primarily in mind the newspaper La Vague published by Brizon, and Journal du Peuple by Fabre. Both Brizon and Fabre were advocating a policy incompatible with the policy of the party and the Communist International. The Second World Congress adopted the principal position that no party member could use the freedom of the press as a flimsy pretext for publishing periodicals not subject to the party's absolute political control. With the unanimous agreement of the French delegation in Moscow, the ECCI adopted in this connection a resolution which was transmitted to the Central Committee of the French Communist Party. But up to this day the ECCI has not received an official reply on this question from the party's Central Committee. The ECCI requests the Marseilles Convention to give, in the name of the party, a reply on this question, which we consider to be one of the most rudimentary questions of communist discipline, subject to enforcement by the party's Central Committee. Any delay in solving this problem would be all the more unfortunate in view of the fact that since the adoption of this ECCI resolution, an opportunist tendency has crystallized around Journal du Peuple, a tendency which bemoans the split that occurred at Tours, and which to this day sheds tears over the departure of the dissidents and of Serrati, and which even advocates open collaboration with bourgeois parties in the form of a left bloc. It is hardly surprising that those comrades who support a policy hostile to communist principles should feel hurt by our resolution, and should try to unload responsibility upon the French representatives in the ECCI. We trust the party convention assembled at Marseilles will express unambiguously its disapproval of such a policy, and will call upon this group of comrades to abide by communist discipline. We deem it necessary for the French party to make an effort toward establishing more intimate and stable ties with workers in factories and shops. All too frequently the party press conveys the spirit of contending cliques and of dilettantism rather than genuinely revolutionary and proletarian spirit. Moreover, in the Central Committee there are far too few factory workers. In our opinion, the worker elements must be given greater representation in the election of the Central Committee. We also wish to point out that somehow the French party seems to have always remained on the sidelines, apart from the life of the International. We trust that in the future more intimate ties and more frequent communications will enable the French party to participate more actively and fruitfully in the life of the Comintern as a whole. We consider that all French questions are the concern of the entire International. Just so do we trust that the French proletariat will consider as its own all questions pertaining to the proletariat of Germany, Russia, America and elsewhere, and that in the course of discussing these questions the French proletariat will take an active part in the work and struggle of all the sections of the International. All these vital questions, most of which should have been, in our opinion, already decided by the Central Committee in the course of last year, will come up for discussion at the Marseilles Convention. It is our hope that the work of your convention will, inspired by the single overpowering desire for and fervent hope in the victory of the social revolution, provide a new and great impulse to your party, placing it on a solid ideological foundation and outlining a clear tactic for it. Following the initial year of stabilization and organization, the Marseilles Convention must mark a new major stage and become the starting point for intense and fruitful work of large-scale communist education and propaganda of our ideas among the working class and the peasantry. Work directed toward a bold penetration of the capitalist army and particularly the army of occupation, which may perhaps be destined to play the part of a connecting link between the German proletarian revolution and the French proletariat, which is ready to support and follow this revolution. The Marseilles Convention must become the starting point for internal work directed toward the creation of a firm party leadership and the establishment of discipline, cheerfully and voluntarily accepted by all, as well as of external work directed toward attracting broad masses to our ideals. The current year is likewise destined to be a year of fierce struggle against the reformism of Amsterdam, London, Vienna, Geneva, a struggle against every variety of blocs with the bourgeoisie, whether it be a national bloc or a left bloc, a struggle designed to weaken and overthrow the most brazen and the most criminal of imperialist powers. At your convention you must forge the weapons and instruments for the battles and labors that await you. The Comintern trusts that Marseilles will become an even more famous state than Tours in the history of your party. With liveliest interest the Comintern follows your work, convinced that the French party will fulfill its duty in the cause of working-class emancipation. Long live the French Communist Party! Long live the Communist International! Long live the World Revolution! Executive Committee of the Communist International. 7. From the 3rd to the 4th World Congress. Speech on Comrade Zinovьev's report. The Tactics of the Communist International. At the 11th Party Conference. December 1921. Comrades, according to today's newspapers, official recognition has virtually been extended to us after 4 years of the existence of our state. A conference will take place in the spring in which we, the Soviet Republic, will participate. This is unquestionably a fact of utmost importance. Nevertheless, I believe that the entire European situation and the state of the world labor movement, and this bears directly upon the subject of Comrade Zinovьev's report, are such as to lead us to conclude that the path to our recognition will be far from smooth and easy. The existing political situation, which exerts its influence both upon the working class as well as upon the different governments, and the economic situation in Europe and throughout the world, is complex in the extreme. On the one side, we have a profound economic crisis which is just beginning to pass away. On the other side, we have an influx of political self-confidence among the bourgeoisie and its respective governments. On the one side, there still obtain the greatest economic difficulties. Commercial and industrial life remains in the grip of an unprecedented crisis. But on the other side, there are the positions already conquered by the reorganized state apparatus and the resulting confidence among the bourgeoisies that they have already surmounted their most critical moments. If the bourgeoisie of England and the bourgeoisie of France are, in the person of their ruling circles, considering now the question of our recognition from the standpoint of a trade balance, from the standpoint of commercial and industrial advantages, then the explanation for this is to be found in the above-mentioned 2 causes. The bourgeoisie is in a difficult economic position. It is looking for a way out that would exclude Russia from the world economic circuit, but it feels so self-confident politically as to deem it feasible to maneuver with so weighty a body as Soviet Russia. This is the basic condition, determined by the entire post-war situation in Europe and the whole world. The economic crisis is now expending itself. Both in Europe and throughout the world there are unmistakably clear and weighty symptoms of economic revival. And this is of utmost importance for understanding the situation as a whole and the perspectives immediately ahead. Those comrades who attended the last World Congress and followed the ideological struggle are aware that these questions came up for discussion at the World Congress, especially at the Commission sessions. These questions were discussed from the standpoint of the destinies of the labor movement in the period ahead. There was a rather indefinite grouping whose contention it was that the commercial and industrial crisis, and it was extremely acute, through which we were passing on the eve of the last Congress constituted the final crisis of capitalist society, and that this final crisis of capitalist society would inexorably worsen right up to the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This conception of the revolution is completely non-Marxist, non-scientific, mechanistic. There are some who reason as follows: since we are living in a revolutionary epoch, and since the crisis must unfailingly worsen until the complete victory of the proletariat, it therefore follows that our party must attack on the international arena, and the heavy proletarian reserves, lashed by this worsening crisis, will sooner or later come to our party's support in the final proletarian assault. At the World Congress our delegation fought against this line of reasoning, pointing out that such conceptions were neither correct nor scientific. There is no equilibrium between Europe and America. Europe remains dismembered, the devastation of Central and Eastern Europe is still unrepaired, and the blockade of Russia still persists in essence. The tensions in international affairs, the lack of confidence, the depreciated currencies, the huge indebtedness, and the financial chaos. These are the facts and factors bequeathed by the war. And the elemental forces of capitalism seek to surmount all this. Can this be done? Or is it impossible? Abstractly speaking, one could say that if these elemental forces were allowed to keep on operating while the proletariat remained passive and while the Communist Party continued to be an organization committing one blunder after another, then this would give rise to a situation in which the blind interplay of the economic forces would, availing themselves of the passivity of the working class and the mistakes of the Communist Party, restore in the long run some sort of new capitalist equilibrium upon the bones of millions upon millions of European proletarians, and through the devastation of a whole number of countries. In 2 or 3 decades a new capitalist equilibrium would be established, but this would at the same time mean the extinction of entire generations, the decline of Europe's culture, and so forth. This is a purely abstract approach, which leaves out of consideration the most important and fundamental factors, namely, the working class, under the leadership and guidance of the Communist Party. We proceed from the postulate that side by side with economics, which provides the basis for the conscious maneuvering of a bourgeois state, there exists another factor which likewise rests upon this economic life, which takes the latter into account, appraising all its breaking points and zigzags, and which also takes into account the maneuvering of the bourgeois state, and translates all this into the language of revolutionary tactics. The postulate of an automatic offensive movement, which some comrades tried to promote in the conviction that the current commercial-industrial crisis must needs continue until the complete victory of the proletariat, runs completely counter to the economic theory of Marx. In the era of capitalist ascent as well as the epoch of capitalist stagnation as well as in the epoch of capitalist decay and economic disintegration, the crises occur through cycles. First comes a boom, then a depression followed by another boom and another depression, with intermediate stages in between. Furthermore, as historical observations for the last 150 years attest, these cycles span on the average an interval of 9 years. These oscillations have a profound internal lawfulness of their own, and one can state with confidence that unless a victorious revolution takes place in 1920-21 in Europe, then in the course of 1920 or 1921 or 1922, the current acute crisis must ineluctably give way first to symptoms and signs and then to more obvious manifestations of a commercial-industrial boom. To a query concerning the character of this boom, its scope and depth, we might in answer employ an analogy with the breathing of a human organism. A man keeps drawing breath until he dies, but a youth, an adult, and a dying man each breathe in a different way, and the body's health may be judged by the breathing. But nonetheless a human being keeps breathing until death. Similarly with capitalism. The oscillation of these waves, these ups and downs, are inevitable so long as capitalism is not snuffed out by the victorious proletariat. But it is possible to judge from the oscillating waves of boom and crisis whether capitalism is ascending, stagnating, or declining. Today we can say positively that the crisis, which erupted in the spring of 1920, attained the peak of its acuteness in May 1921, after lasting, with various fluctuations, on the average some 15 to 16, or from 17 to 18 months, has succeeded in accomplishing the work of every crisis, that is, it got rid of surplus commodities and surplus productive forces, and has thereby provided capitalism with some supplementary room for growth. There are the beginnings of a revival, expressed by this, that prices are beginning to climb, while unemployment has started to drop. Those who are interested in pursuing this question further should read Pavlovsky's article in the last issue of the Communist International. There is also the series of articles by Smith in Ekonomikeski Izn, not to mention the articles in special economic periodicals. Today it is superfluous to debate whether or not the crisis is continuing to deepen. If we are to appraise the mounting wave now observable in the labor movement, then we are obliged to acknowledge that it is bound up most intimately with the incipient commercial-industrial revival. This commercial and industrial revival and its depth will of course depend on the condition of capitalism as a whole. After the commercial and industrial crisis has surmounted and leveled the first line of trenches, the monstrous prices, the paralyzed and racked productive forces shall have gained to one degree or another the possibility of moving forward. We are now witnessing this. Tomorrow, or the day after, next year or 2 years from now, it is hard to guess dates, the productive forces will run up against the devastation of Eastern Europe, against the frightful condition of Western Europe, against the very same currency systems which are a long way from recovery. The boom will not be as colossal as the prosperity to which we became accustomed prior to 1914. In all likelihood, this prosperity will be quite anemic, zigzagging not only upward, but downward, too. This is beyond dispute. But nevertheless, this boom marks a new phase, a new period in the evolution of economic life and of the labor movement's policy on the basis of the boom. Whence comes this boom? Let me briefly give you its chronology. In 1914, a crisis was about to erupt. The imperialist war came instead. It intersected the curve of economic development, and there ensued a frenzied war prosperity based on pillaging, burning, destroying material forces and resources, based on piling up debts, on disorganizing the economy, on aggravating the shortage of housing and of capital construction, disorganizing all the foundations, issuing huge currency emissions, and so on. The war came to an end. It was the year 1918. Demobilization. This was the most critical moment. The workers and peasants left the army in order to come home to their broken troughs. War contracts were cancelled. The crisis deepened. Had the Communist Party been half as strong in this period as it is today in Germany or France, the proletariat could have taken power into its own hands. In 1919, we can say this with complete assurance, there was no such Communist Party. The governments profited by its absence and, fearful of demobilization, continued their wartime economic policy throughout 1919. Emissions of paper currency were continued. Old war contracts were extended or replaced by new ones solely for the purpose of averting the crisis. And the whole of 1919 passed under the sign of billions upon billions in huge subsidies granted by the bourgeois state, at the expense, of course, of the self-same popular masses. This was a sort of moratorium, preservation through artificial and fictitious means. Capitalism granted political concessions and introduced the 8-hour day. A spontaneous wave of offensives by the workers unrolled without the leadership of the Communist Party, virtually non-existent at the time. The time for settling accounts came in 1919, the crisis erupted. The bourgeoisie and its states reckoned with the crisis, but it was beyond their powers to alter the laws of capitalist mechanics. The first revolutionary movements suffered failure owing to lack of experience and the absence of the Communist Party. This was followed by the outbreak of an internal struggle, splits and disillusionment among those broad working-class circles, who had book learning and a much simpler conception of the state of affairs in 1918. The bourgeoisie attacked, wage scales were slashed, these were the symptoms of the hour. The lack of confidence was universal, strikes were smashed, the army of unemployed became enormous. In these conditions, the crisis was bound to engender reformist illusions on one pole and anarchist illusions on the other. The Communist Party began therewith to feel itself isolated from the masses for a while. And to the extent that the Communist Party missed the critical moment of the liquidation of the war, to the extent that the bourgeoisie was able to survive this critical period, to the extent that the crisis later scourged the masses who had already suffered their first political disillusionment, to that extent only the loosening of the tentacles of this crisis could provide a new and serious impetus to the revolutionary energy of the working masses. And this is what is happening now. This crisis was, naturally, not 1/10 big enough to enable the bourgeoisie to solve 100th part of its contradictions or its difficulties. But this crisis is already powerful enough to enable the working class once again to feel that it is the bearer of production, that everything hinges upon it, that the bourgeoisie and capitalism are becoming more and more dependent upon it. And what is most important is that this time the working class already possesses a guide in the Communist Party, which is experienced in struggle, in mistakes, and the experience of mistakes is the most valuable of all experiences, and experienced in successes gained by us by utilizing the lessons of the mistakes. Such is the situation facing us at the present time. We can say with complete assurance that the phase of internal differentiation among the working masses which became acute early in 1920 and grew sharply defined toward the end of 1920, differentiation amid dispersion, the phase of isolation for the communists, of their being converted into a pronounced minority which occasionally pretended to act as if it were the majority. We saw examples of it in Germany. This phase, as a whole and in part, lies behind us. And this is the absolutely correct basis for the tactics which were proposed by the Communist International, and which Comrade Zinoviev defended here. It is hard to say, comrades, how long this economic revival will last, or what forms it may assume. Most likely the form will be anemic. These ups and downs will resemble paroxysms, and for this reason they guarantee revolutionary impulses. Given the leadership of a communist party, one can say positively that the mounting wave of the revolutionary movement, this flood tide, will raise up all the groupings inside the working class, i.e., it will lift to the top the opportunists, the centrists, and the communists alike. The requirements of this flood tide impel and oblige us to seek practical agreements. But at the same time, precisely because it lifts up everybody, this flood tide is beginning to stir the working masses into action and will submit all the groupings to test in action. Everything that has previously been the subject of theoretical polemics, of discussions among minority political parties now become a test of methods by the majority. We will ride the crest of this upswing to the very end, while others drown in this flood tide. And precisely all these circumstances completely determine the international situation. The bourgeoisie is very self-confident, the economic difficulties are very great, the industrial boom likewise opens up prospects for the bourgeoisie, its top circles will of course skim the golden cream from this boom, the apparatus is in their hands. Backed by the experience of the International, of its leading parties and elements, we are probing into and formulating the symptoms of this boom, but the bourgeoisie is not at all able to appraise its full historical meaning. The bourgeoisie's self-confidence is very great. And so, at this turning point, the bourgeoisie convenes its Washington Conference and begins talking about inviting us to a new conference next spring. The self-confidence of the bourgeoisie, the famine in our country, our devilishly difficult economic situation, all these are indications that the bourgeoisie imagines that its negotiations with us will be far easier and simpler than they will actually prove. America is the most far-sighted. It has concluded an agreement with Japan. Permission to Japan to plunder us is synchronized beautifully with philanthropic activities in our famine-stricken areas. The first is a perfect supplement to the second. A major maneuver is being executed there, in the Far East. There are other maneuvers in the West, much closer home. The preparations of a Karelian drill ground for future Karelian events are on a far larger scale than is commonly believed among U.S. Along our western frontiers there are armed bands. At the Soviet Congress I will have a map showing the disposition of these bands, and there has been an increased concentration of Polish troops. All this means that there is, on the one hand, a wing of the European bourgeoisie, the Polish which, among other things, is closest to us and which wants to fight us at any cost. On the other hand, among the bourgeoisie there are some, perhaps even among the highest circles, who entertain a somewhat simplified conception of what is involved in recognizing us and coming to an agreement with us. They think somewhat along the following lines. Well, we shall call in Krasin or Shishirin. We shall add a little to the proposed loan of $20 million, and then suggest to the Comintern that the thing to do is to carry out an internal purge. Let them give us some political guarantees. We shall properly clip the claws of this devil communism, and then there will be smooth sailing. There is little doubt that Lloyd George and a number of others have some such picture in mind. If negotiations over our recognition ever get started, there will be quite a number of zigzags akin to paroxysms and spasms. Both Lloyd George and Bryant and many others will in the course of such negotiations require means of bringing pressure upon us. They have Poland, they have Romania, they have Finland. The situation is very grave. And the historical perspective, internationally and for Russia alike, is that of a rising curve, but it will not be an evenly rising curve, but rather one with many ups and downs, and the next break may occur precisely by next spring. Suppose, however, that the negotiations are started. In that case we are, of course, bound to do everything possible to reach an agreement. I underscore this, on the one side, as a member of the Communist Party and also as the man who is most directly connected with certain aspects of this danger. But the unquestionable fact remains that the closer we come, on the international arena, to obtaining recognition, to being accredited by the bourgeois world, all the closer draws the moment when the bourgeois world will seek to gain our submissiveness in negotiations by supplementary blows and kicks and by direct military actions. From this standpoint, the moves in the Far East and our nearby western borders are profoundly symptomatic. While the European and the world proletariat will, by resting upon the incipient economic revival, straighten out the united front of the revolutionary working masses, and will facilitate a gradual shift of the masses to our side, we must at the same time bear in mind and call the attention of the world proletariat to the fact that it is necessary to straighten out our own front too, in the fun sense of the term. If this were to happen, and if by spring the revolutionary events were to assume a stormy character, this is of course hard to guess, but it is by no means excluded, then precisely this revolutionary upsurge coming at a time when the bourgeoisie is engaged in decisive negotiations with us could alter the situation drastically. Coming at such a moment in the midst of a political maneuver, these very first revolutionary developments might cancel out the plans for Soviet recognition and could impel our enemies to launch an open struggle against us through the medium of those who serve as the military agents of France and of all the other capitalist countries, that is, through the medium of our closest neighbors. That is why the Red Army must be in perfect order for that moment. Applause. 7. From the 3rd to the 4th World Congress. Summary speech at the 11th Party Conference. December 1921. Comrades, the discussion on this question has assumed a somewhat academic character, in the worst sense of the word. It did not even enter my mind when I took the floor on Comrade Zinovьev's report that there would be any dispute over it. I found valuable material on this question in the last issue of the Communist International and Pavlovsky's article, which was published without any commentaries. And I think that the facts I cited are positively beyond dispute. This graph, which I have sketched out roughly for the sake of illustration, this graph. I believe, Comrade Ryazanov, that you and I will get far enough with this one. I say that although from 1920 up to May or June 1921, the curve of industrial development kept dropping, there then followed a movement which I called convulsive and spasmodic, and which marks a certain upswing. The curve then drops again, starts climbing again, and it may once drop again. But this line, pointing at the graph, sharply diverges from this line. Here we observe a decline in the course of 12, 13, or 14 months. How does this decline express itself? Today there are, for example, 1,000 workers, the next day are 999 or 998 or 997, and this decline continues systematically for 15 months. The 996th worker says to himself, "Tomorrow will come my turn." Since there has been a decline, a certain number of workers have been laid off in the factory. A mood of complete uncertainty prevails among the workers. The capitalist is not dependent upon them, while they are completely at his mercy. This depressed mood did prevail among broad circles of workers. Now let us instead suppose that one more worker has been added to the factory. There are now 1,001 workers, then there are 1,002 workers, and so on. From the statistical standpoint, this is an insignificant increase. From the standpoint of how the workers feel, it is of enormous importance. They originally number 1,000. Then there are 1,001 of them, and then 1,002, and so on. This means the factory is booming, and the worker begins feeling some solid ground under his feet. Of importance is thus the very fact that a change in the conjuncture has occurred in the autumn of this year, because of the harvest, or because the strikes ended, or for any other reason you care to mention. If I had no statistics at my disposal, if I were confined in a solitary cell, but political and economic reports nevertheless reached me to the effect that the mood of the workers was such and such, the news was such and such, and then that there had been some increase in the number of workers, I would deduce that some things did change, that some sort of economic shift had taken place. Right now it is possible to dispute what will happen to this curve in the future. Certain fluctuations are observable here. These fluctuations prove that capitalist development either remains stagnant or is declining. My reference was solely to the fact that this is an uneven or downward line, that in it there are fluctuations, and that to fail to take them into account means to disregard those living impulses amid which the working class lives and fights. Let me repeat, if I had no statistics at my disposal, I could even in that case have told what has happened. But statistics are available. I refer you to Pavlovsky's article. Major changes have occurred in the textile industry. 9/10 of the spindles are or were in operation during August and September. In the spring only half of them were in operation. This is tremendous change. In America the blast furnaces, the coal industry, the metallurgical industry underwent most important changes in August and September. We are now living through a political reflection of these changes. Involved here is an impulse which may bring down the landslide of the labor movement. Will there be another crisis? I will give my answer after the impulse comes. Another crisis may not exert a demoralizing influence because the need of fusing ranks has made itself felt, because the need of unifying the political energy of the working class has made itself felt. Within certain limits, the working class acquires an independent significance. It is impermissible not to take these impulses into account. Some comrades argue that this means the establishment of an equilibrium. What sort of equilibrium? If the present boom were 10 times greater than is indicated at present, it would not reduce by 100th part those obstacles which bar the road to prosperity. Sokolnikov is not logical. He says that capitalism will not reach an equilibrium. I explained the conditions under which an equilibrium could be reached. If 1 million Europeans were to die from cold and hunger, if Germany were converted into a colony, if the Soviet power were to fall in Russia and the latter also converted into a colony, if Europe were to become a vassal state of America and Japan, then a new capitalist equilibrium would be restored. This would require, say, 50 years of incessant struggle, in the course of which we would be hammered, choked, mangled, and finally strangled to death. Then a new capitalist equilibrium would arise. This is the perspective I painted. A revival is now in progress. Prior to the war to which I made reference, this revival has to run up against new trenches. The first line of these trenches is constituted by the fantastically high prices. Within 2 or 3 months this revival will run up against new barricades, the violent disruption of equilibrium between Europe and America, the dismemberment of Europe, the devastation and isolation of Central and Eastern Europe, the state of siege, and so on. When capitalism, after attaining a certain semi-fictitious prosperity and after giving an impetus to the labor movement, runs head-on against the barricades erected by the war, it turns toward the Soviet Union. It will turn 10 times at the very first sign of deterioration. And in November there was an unquestionable lag of some sort, which Varga has cautiously characterized. This is a warning. In December there will be a new upward swing. The feverish decline which lasted for 15 months since May of last year, or even since April or March and up to June of this year, this feverish decline which came as a reaction to the entire war will not recur. Will the boom be gradual and systematic? No. Will there be a general upswing, punctuated by leaps? Quite possibly, but in no case will it be a rapid one. How long will it endure? It is impossible to foretell. But the change alone, the fact that from the cataracts we have passed over to the narrows, where the waters of economic development still swirl from side to side but there are no longer cataracts and the waters do not fall, this already constitutes a change, a colossal change. I was told that there is no lack of poverty, misery, unemployment, and so on. I will not deal with unemployment in England. These comments of Comrade Sokolnikov evoked the following train of thought in my mind. Suppose I had said that in Moscow under Comrade Kamenev the streets this year are cleaner than they were in 1918, and then suppose somebody else were to get up and say that Trotsky claimed that Moscow is a picture of perfect luxury, and then proceeded to adduce all the statistics pertaining to Moscow's filth and muck. My statement that the streets are cleaner than in 1918 would nevertheless remain a fact, and it would be unfair to a Soviet municipality to disregard it. Another fact is adduced, namely, that the currencies are whirling in a mad dance, the financial structure is disorganized, and this, naturally, provides a basis for the revolution. But this development has its own zigzags, its own changes. Sokolnikov says that the conclusion from my speech is such as to lead to speculations on war. If it were my view that all indications point to the establishment of harmony and of equilibrium, then war would be sheer suicide. What means one chooses for doing away with oneself is a matter of indifference. Sokolnikov has labeled this as my logic. If capitalism is establishing equilibrium and I say that the entire policy should be directed toward war, then it simply means that I wish to cut my own throat with a razor, that I prefer to end matters in a bloody way. This is the philosophy of Comrade Sokolnikov. But I said nothing of the sort. I pointed out that the trend toward extending us recognition is a significant fact in and by itself. It is not yet of historical significance, but it is of some symptomatic importance. If we gain recognition, then it will have a historic significance, but there is only talk about it as yet, and no one knows what the conditions for recognition are. When negotiations begin, I will vote to send Sokolnikov to the conference. He is an excellent diplomat. When it comes to selecting a delegation to negotiate our recognition, I would cast my vote for including in this delegation Comrade Sokolnikov, who is in an anti-war mood and peaceably inclined, but at the same time I would warn that in a week or two Comrade Sokolnikov might inform us that Lloyd George and Bryant are demanding nothing more nor less than that we banish the Comintern from Russia. To Riga or to Revel, that's unimportant. That's the first minor demand. Secondly, that we yield the oil-bearing regions in the Caucasus and the industry in Petrograd to an English cartel, another trifle. England entrenched in Petrograd, and as mistress of the Caucasus, too. In the third place, that we dismantle the Red Army in view of universal disarmament proclaimed at Washington. 3 minor demands, and therewith we might be told, in so many words, or by hints supplemented by deeds along our western frontiers, that if we find these conditions for agreement unacceptable, why then the French troops are ready to move into action. There is an excellent drill ground in Karelia, a blow against Petrograd is being prepared from the north. Hence I draw the conclusion that while conducting these negotiations and utilizing to the utmost the supremely difficult position of capitalism, we ought to be on guard. Because the final phase of negotiations will be the most acute, when in order to make us more accommodating the threat of military intervention may be employed. And if this fails to have its effects, they may then employ intervention itself. Comrade Sokolnikov says that, "My whole perspective is calculated for war, to wit, an offensive war. You have hit the bull's-eye with your, to wit." In the party I am in complete agreement with the Central Committee, in whose opinion it is the height of folly to make a slogan today out of the idea of offensive war. At the Congress of the Soviets, at each gathering of Red Army men, and at an authoritative party conference, I have repeatedly declared that our policy is the policy of fighting for peace. But the fight for peace implies under the present conditions a strong Red Army. The approach of negotiations for recognition does not weaken this necessity but renders it all the more imperative. And the revival of the revolutionary movement in Europe, which places the bourgeoisie in an even more acute position, aggravates the possibility of the war danger. Comrades, we have no political differences of any sort here. An attempt was made to transform into an ideal economic doctrine the propositions and arguments of an economic character which I had adduced. This attempt was made by Comrade Sokolnikov. None among us talks about any kind of equilibrium. On the contrary, if anything may be charged against me, it is this, that in the spring of this year, when the crisis was still very profound and unquestionable, I took a rather long-term view of the revolutionary perspectives. I maintained that there were no grounds for expecting an early revolutionary development. But today, on the contrary, I am wholly convinced that a turning point has come, and especially that an impulse has resulted precisely from the economic revival. The cessation of the crisis and the incipient economic revival in the most important industrial countries will bring us politically closer to the possibility of a revolutionary mass movement. Should the deterioration continue in the future along the same course as in the last year and a half, which I consider improbable, impossible, and economically unfounded, in that case, in my opinion, revolutionary development would be retarded. Should developments proceed, as they are now doing, that would suit us perfectly. The bourgeoisie stands to gain economically 100 times less than we shall gain politically. This is the gist of the matter. To come back to Xenophon's theses, I consider that they should be approved wholeheartedly and unanimously. This action of approval will become known to the entire communist movement in Europe. There may be doubts among some elements here and there, along with prejudices, spurious, irrational objections, and so on. Having weighed them, it is necessary to overcome them by our unanimous adoption of the theses. The conference will thus aid the genuine communist elements in the world working class movement to shift their policy to an absolutely correct track. 7. From the Third to the Fourth World Congress. Flood tide. December 25, 1921. The economic conjuncture and the world labor movement. The capitalist world enters a period of industrial upswing. Booms alternate with depressions, an organic law of capitalist society. The current boom nowise indicates the establishment of equilibrium in the class structure. A crisis frequently helps the growth of anarchist and reformist moods among the workers. The boom will help fuse the working masses. Symptoms of a new revolutionary flood tide are becoming apparent in the European labor movement. It is impossible to foretell whether it will bring with it the gigantic, all-engulfing waves. But there is no question that the curve of revolutionary development is obviously swinging upward. The most critical period in the life of European capitalism came in the first post-war year, 1919. The highest manifestations of revolutionary struggle in Italy, September days of 1920, occurred at a time when the acutest moments of the political crisis in Germany, England, France seemed to be already surmounted. This year's March events in Germany were a belated echo of a revolutionary epoch that had passed, and not the beginning of a new one. Early in 1920, capitalism and its state, having consolidated their first positions, already passed over to the offensive. The movement of the working masses assumed a defensive character. The communist parties became convinced that they were in the minority, and at certain times they seemed to be isolated from the overwhelming majority of the working class. Hence the so-called crisis in the Third International. At the present time, as I have stated, a turning point is clearly indicated. The revolutionary offensive of the working masses is mounting. The perspectives of struggle are becoming more and more extensive. This succession of stages is the product of complex causes of different orders, but at bottom it stems from the sharp zigzags in the economic conjuncture which mirror the capitalist development of the post-war era. The most dangerous hours for the European bourgeoisie came during the period of demobilization, with the return of the deceived soldiers to their homes and with their reallocation in the beehives of production. The first post-war months engendered great difficulties which helped aggravate the revolutionary struggle. But the ruling bourgeois cliques corrected themselves in time and carried through a large-scale financial and governmental policy designed to mitigate the crisis of demobilization. The state budget continued to retain the monstrous proportions of the war epoch. Many enterprises were artificially kept in operation, many contracts were prolonged to avert unemployment, apartments were rented at prices prohibiting the repair of buildings, the government subsidized out of its budget the import of bread and meat. In other words, the national debt piled up, the currency was debased, the foundations of economy were undermined, all for the political purpose of prolonging the fictitious commercial-industrial prosperity of the war years. This gave the leading industrial circles the opportunity to renovate the technical equipment of the biggest enterprises and reconvert them to peacetime production. But this fictitious boom very quickly ran up against universal impoverishment. The consumer goods industry was the first to come to a standstill because of the extremely reduced capacity of the market, and it threw up the first barricades of overproduction which later obstructed the expansion of heavy industry. The crisis assumed unprecedented proportions and unparalleled forms. Starting in early spring across the Atlantic, the crisis spread to Europe by the middle of 1920, and reached its lowest depths in May 1921, the year now drawing to its close. Thus, by the time the open and unmistakable post-war commercial-industrial crisis set in, after a year of fictitious prosperity, the first elemental assault of the working class upon bourgeois society was already in its final stages. The bourgeoisie was able to hold out by dodging and veering, by making concessions, and in part by offering military resistance. This first proletarian assault was chaotic, without any definite political goals and ideas, without any plan, without any leading apparatus. The course and outcome of this initial assault demonstrated to the workers that changing their lot and reconstructing bourgeois society was a far more complicated business than they might have thought during the first manifestations of the post-war protest. Relatively homogeneous with respect to the inchoateness of their revolutionary mood, the working masses thereupon began quickly to lose their homogeneity, and internal differentiation set in among them. The most dynamic section of the working class, and the one least bound by past traditions, after learning through experience the need of ideological clarity and organizational fusion, cohered in the Communist Party. After the failures, the more conservative or less conscious elements temporarily recoiled from revolutionary aims and methods. The labor bureaucracy profited by this division in order to restore its positions. The commercial-industrial crisis of 1920 broke out in the spring and summer, as has been said, at a time when the foregoing political and psychological reaction had already set in inside the working class. The crisis unquestionably increased the dissatisfaction among considerable working-class groups, provoking here and there stormy manifestations of dissatisfaction. But after the failure of the 1919 offensive, and with the resulting differentiation that took place, the economic crisis could not by itself any longer restore the necessary unity to the movement, nor cause it to assume the character of a new and more resolute revolutionary assault. This circumstance reinforces our conviction that the effects of a crisis upon the course of the labor movement are not all so unilateral in character as some simplifiers imagine. The political effects of a crisis, not only the extent of its influence but also its direction, are determined by the entire existing political situation and by those events which precede and accompany the crisis, especially the battles, successes, or failures of the working class itself prior to the crisis. Under one set of conditions, the crisis may give a mighty impulse to the revolutionary activity of the working masses. Under a different set of circumstances, it may completely paralyze the offensive of the proletariat, and should the crisis endure too long and the workers suffer too many losses, it might weaken extremely not only the offensive but also the defensive potential of the working class. Today, in retrospect, in order to illustrate this thought, one might formulate the following proposition: had the economic crisis with its manifestations of mass unemployment and insecurity followed directly upon the termination of the war, the revolutionary crisis of bourgeois society would have been far sharper and deeper in character. Precisely in order to avert this, the bourgeois states took the edge off the revolutionary crisis by means of a speculative financial prosperity, that is, by postponing the unavoidable commercial-industrial crisis for 12 to 18 months, at the cost of further disorganizing their respective financial and economic apparatuses. By reason of this, the crisis became still deeper and sharper. In point of time, however, it no longer coincided with the turbulent wave of demobilization, but came instead at the moment when the latter had already receded, at a moment when one camp was drawing up the balance sheet and re-educating itself while the other camp was going through disillusionment and the resulting splits. The revolutionary energy of the working class turned inward and found its clearest expression in the strenuous efforts to build the Communist Party. The latter immediately expanded into the biggest single force in Germany and in France. With the passing of the immediate danger, capitalism, having artificially created a speculative boom in the course of 1919, took advantage of the incipient crisis in order to dislodge the workers from those positions, the 8-hour day, wage increases, which the capitalists had previously surrendered to them as measures of self-preservation. Fighting rearguard battles, the workers retreated. The ideas of conquering power, of establishing Soviet republics, of carrying through the socialist revolution, naturally grew dim in their minds at a time when they found themselves compelled to fight, not always successfully, to keep down the rate at which their wages were being slashed. Wherever the economic crisis did not assume the shape of overproduction and acute unemployment, but retained instead the profounder form, as in Germany, of the countries being auctioned off and the living standard of the toilers being degraded, there the energy of the working class, directed toward raising wages to compensate for the declining purchasing power of the mark, resembled the efforts of a man chasing his own shadow. As in other countries, German capitalism went over to the offensive. The working masses, while resisting, retreated in disorder. It was precisely in such a general situation that this year's March events occurred in Germany. Their gist comes down to this, that the young Communist Party, taking fright at the obvious revolutionary ebb of the labor movement, made a desperate bid to exploit the action of one of the dynamically inclined detachments of the proletariat for the purpose of electrifying the working class and of doing everything possible to bring matters to a head, to precipitate the decisive battle. The Third World Congress of the Comintern convened under the fresh impressions of the March events in Germany. After a careful analysis, the Congress fully essayed the danger inherent in the lack of correspondence between the tactic of the offensive, the tactic of revolutionary, electrification, etc., and those far more profound processes which were taking place within the entire working class in accordance with the changes and shifts in the economic and political situation. Had there been in Germany in 1918 and 1919 a Communist Party comparable in strength to that which existed in March 1921, it is quite probable that the proletariat would have assumed power as early as January or March 1919. But there was no such party. The proletariat suffered defeat. Out of the experience of this defeat the Communist Party grew up. Once arisen, if it tried in 1921 to act in the manner that the Communist Party should have acted in 1919, it would have been battered to pieces. This is exactly what the last World Congress made clear. The dispute over the theory of the offensive became closely interwoven with the question of appraising the economic conjuncture and its future evolution. The more consistent adherents of the theory of the offensive developed the following line of reasoning. The whole world is in the grip of a crisis which is the crisis of a decomposing economic order. This crisis must ineluctably deepen and thereby revolutionize the working class more and more. In view of this, it was superfluous for the Communist Party to keep a watchful eye on its rear, on its main reserves. Its task was to take the offensive against capitalist society. Sooner or later the proletariat, under the lash of economic decay, would come to its support. This standpoint did not reach the floor of the Congress in such a finished form because the sharpest edges had been blunted during the sessions of the commission that took up the economic situation. The mere idea that the commercial-industrial crisis could give way to a relative boom was regarded by the conscious and semi-conscious adherents of the theory of the offensive almost as centrism. As for the idea that the new commercial-industrial revival might not only fail to act as a brake upon the revolution, but on the contrary gave promise of imparting new vigor to it, this idea already seemed nothing short of Menshevism. The pseudo-radicalism of the lefts found a belated and rather innocent expression at the last convention of the German Communist Party, where a resolution was adopted in which, let me note in passing, I was singled out for a personal polemic, although I expressed only the views of our party's Central Committee. I reconcile myself all the more readily with this tiny and harmless revenge of the lefts, because, on the whole, the lesson of the Third World Congress did not fail to leave its mark on anyone, least of all, our German comrades. 2. There are incontestable signs today of a break in the economic conjuncture. Commonplaces to the effect that the present crisis is the final crisis of decay, that it constitutes the basis of the revolutionary epoch, that it can terminate only in the victory of the proletariat. Such commonplaces cannot, obviously, replace a concrete analysis of economic development together with all the tactical consequences flowing therefrom. As a matter of fact, the world crisis came to a halt, as has been said, in May of this year. Symptoms of improvement in the conjuncture became revealed first in the consumer goods industry. Thereupon heavy industry too got under way. Today these are incontrovertible facts which are mirrored by statistics. I shall not adduce these statistics so as not to make it harder for the reader to follow the general line of thought. Does this mean that the decay of capitalist economic life has halted? That this economy has regained its equilibrium? That the revolutionary epoch is drawing to a close? Not at all. The break in the industrial conjuncture signifies that the decay of capitalist economy and the course of the revolutionary epoch are far more complex than certain simplifiers imagine. The movement of economic development is characterized by two curves of a different order. The first and basic curve denotes the general growth of the productive forces, circulation of commodities, foreign trade, banking operations, and so on. On the whole, this curve moves upward through the entire development of capitalism. It expresses the fact that society's productive forces and mankind's wealth have grown under capitalism. This basic curve, however, rises upward unevenly. There are decades when it rises only by a hairbreadth, then follow other decades when it swings steeply upward, only in order later, during a new epoch, to remain for a long time on one and the same level. In other words, history knows of epochs of swift as well as more gradual growth of the productive forces under capitalism. Thus, by taking the graph of English foreign trade, we can establish without difficulty that it shows only a very slow rise from the end of the 18th century up to the middle of the 19th century. Then in a space of 20-odd years, 1851 to 1873, it climbs very swiftly. In the ensuing epoch, 1873 to 1894, it remains virtually unchanged, and then resumes the swift upward climb until the war. If we draw this graph, its uneven upward curvature will give us a schematic picture of the course of capitalist development as a whole, or in one of its aspects. But we know that capitalist development occurs through the so-called industrial cycles, which comprise a set of consecutive phases of the economic conjuncture: boom, lag, crisis, cessation of crisis, improvement, boom, lag, and so on. Historical survey shows that these cycles follow one another every 8 to 10 years. If they were placed on the graph, we would get, superimposed on the basic curve which characterizes the general direction of capitalist development, a set of periodic waves moving up and down. Cyclical fluctuations of the conjuncture are inherent in capitalist economy, just as hard beats are inherent in a living organism. Boom follows crisis, crisis follows boom, but on the whole the curve of capitalism has climbed upward in the course of centuries. Clearly the sum total of booms must have been greater than the sum total of crises. However, the curve of development assumed a different aspect in different epochs. There were epochs of stagnation. The cyclical oscillations did not cease. But since capitalist development as a whole kept climbing, it therefore follows that the crises just about balanced off the booms. During epochs in which the productive forces climbed upward swiftly, the cyclical oscillations continued to alternate. But each boom obviously moved economy a greater distance forward than it was thrown back by each succeeding crisis. The cyclical waves might be compared to the vibrations of a wire string, assuming that the line of economic development bears a resemblance to a string of wire under tension. In reality, of course, this line is not straight but of a complex curvature. This internal mechanics of capitalist development through the incessant alternation of crisis and boom suffices to show how incorrect, one-sided and unscientific is the idea that the current crisis must, while becoming increasingly graver, endure until the proletarian dictatorship is established, independently of whether this happens next year, or 3 years or more from now. Cyclical oscillations, we said in refutation in our report and resolution at the Third World Congress, accompany capitalist society in its youth, in its maturity, and its decay, just as the beatings of a heart accompany a man even on his deathbed. No matter what the general conditions may be, however profound might be the economic decay, the commercial-industrial crisis acts to sweep away surplus commodities and productive forces, and to establish a closer correspondence between production and the market, and for these very reasons opens up the possibility of industrial revival. The tempo, scope, intensity and duration of the revival depend upon the totality of conditions that characterizes the viability of capitalism. Today it can be stated positively, we stated it back in the days of the Third World Congress, that after the crisis has leveled the first barricade, in the shape of exorbitant prices, the incipient industrial revival will, under present world conditions, run up quickly against a number of other barricades, the profoundest disruption of the economic equilibrium between America and Europe, the impoverishment of Central and Eastern Europe, the protracted and profound disorganization of the financial systems, and so forth. In other words, the next industrial boom will in no case be able to restore the conditions for future development in any way comparable to pre-war conditions. On the contrary, it is quite probable that after its very first conquests this boom will collide against the economic trenches dug by the war. But a boom is a boom. It means a growing demand for goods, expanded production, shrinking unemployment, rising prices and the possibility of higher wages. And in the given historical circumstances, the boom will not dampen but sharpen the revolutionary struggle of the working class. This flows from all of the foregoing. In all capitalist countries the working class movement after the war reached its peak and then ended, as we have seen, in a more or less pronounced failure and retreat, and in disunity within the working class itself. With such political and psychological premises, a prolonged crisis, although it would doubtless act to heighten the embitterment of the working masses, especially the unemployed and semi-employed, would nevertheless simultaneously tend to weaken their activity because this activity is intimately bound up with the workers' consciousness of their irreplaceable role in production. Prolonged unemployment following an epoch of revolutionary political assaults and retreats does not at all work in favor of the Communist Party. On the contrary, the longer the crisis lasts, the more it threatens to nourish anarchist moods on one wing and reformist moods on the other. This fact found its expression in the split of the anarcho-syndicalist groupings from the Third International, in a certain consolidation of the Amsterdam International and the 2.5 International, in the temporary conglomeration of the Sarratiites, the split of Levi's group, and so on. In contrast, the industrial revival is bound, first of all, to raise the self-confidence of the working class, undermined by failures and by the disunity in its own ranks. It is bound to fuse the working class together in the factories and plants and heighten the desire for unanimity in militant actions. We are already observing the beginnings of this process. The working masses feel firmer ground under their feet. They are seeking to fuse their ranks. They keenly sense the split to be an obstacle to action. They are striving not only toward a more unanimous resistance to the offensive of capital resulting from the crisis but also toward preparing a counter-offensive, based on the conditions of industrial revival. The crisis was a period of frustrated hopes and of embitterment, not infrequently impotent embitterment. The boom as it unfolds will provide an outlet and action for these feelings. This is precisely what the resolution of the Third Congress, which we defended, states. But should the tempo of development slacken, and the current commercial-industrial crisis be superseded by a period of prosperity in a greater or lesser number of countries, this would in no case signify the beginning of an organic epoch. So long as capitalism exists, cyclical oscillations are inevitable. These will accompany capitalism in its death agony, just as they accompanied it in its youth and maturity. In case the proletariat should be forced to retire under the onslaught of capitalism in the course of the present crisis, it will immediately resume the offensive as soon as any amelioration in the conjuncture sets in. Its economic offensive, which would in that case inevitably be carried on under the slogan of revenge for all the deceptions of the war period and for all the plunder and abuses of the crisis, will tend to turn into an open civil war, just as the present offensive struggle does. 3. The capitalist press is beating the drums over the successes of economic rehabilitation and the perspectives of a new epoch of capitalist stability. These ecstasies are just as groundless as the complementary fears of the lefts, who believe that the revolution must grow out of the uninterrupted aggravation of the crisis. In reality, while the coming commercial and industrial prosperity implies economically new riches for the top circles of the bourgeoisie, all the political advantages will accrue to us. The tendencies toward unification within the working class are only an expression of the growing will to action. If the workers are today demanding that for the sake of the struggle against the bourgeoisie the communists reach an agreement with the independents and with the social democrats, then on the morrow, to the extent that the movement grows in its mass scope, these same workers will become convinced that only the Communist Party offers them leadership in the revolutionary struggle. The first wave of the flood tide lifts up all the labor organizations, impelling them to arrive at an agreement. But the self-same fate awaits the Social Democrats and the Independents. They will be engulfed one after the other in the next waves of the revolutionary flood tide. Does this mean, in contrast to partisans of the theory of the offensive, that it is not the crisis but the coming economic revival which is bound to lead directly to the victory of the proletariat? Such a categorical assertion would be unfounded. We have already shown above that there exists not a mechanical but a complex dialectical interdependence between the economic conjuncture and the character of the class struggle. It suffices for understanding the future that we are entering the period of revival far better armed than we entered the period of crisis. In the most important countries on the European continent we possess powerful communist parties. The break in the conjuncture undoubtedly opens up before us the possibility of an offensive, not only in the economic field, but also in politics. It is a fruitless occupation to engage now in speculations as to where this offensive will end. It is just beginning, just coming into sight. A sophist may raise the objection that if we grant that the further industrial revival need not necessarily lead us directly to victory, then a new industrial cycle will obviously take place, signifying another step toward the restoration of capitalist equilibrium. In that case, wouldn't there actually arise the danger of a new epoch of capitalist restoration? To this one might reply as follows: if the Communist Party fails to grow, if the proletariat fails to gain experience, if the proletariat fails to resist in a more and more far-reaching and irreconcilable revolutionary way, if it fails to pass over at the first opportunity from defense to offense, then the mechanics of capitalist development, supplemented by the maneuvers of the bourgeois state, would doubtless accomplish their work in the long run. Entire countries would be hurled back economically into barbarism, tens of millions of human beings would perish from hunger, with despair in their hearts, and upon their bones some new sort of equilibrium of the capitalist world would be restored. But such a perspective is sheer abstraction. On the way toward this speculative capitalist equilibrium there are many gigantic obstacles: the chaos of the world market, the disruption of currency systems, the sway of militarism, the threat of war, the lack of confidence in the future. The elemental forces of capitalism are seeking avenues of escape amid heaps of obstacles. But these same elemental forces lash the working class and impel it forward. The development of the working class does not cease even when it retreats. For, while losing positions, it accumulates experience and consolidates its party. It marches forward. The working class is one of the conditions of social development, one of the factors of this development, and moreover its most important factor because it embodies the future. The basic curve of industrial development is searching for upward avenues. Movement is rendered complex by cyclical fluctuations, which in the post-war conditions resemble spasms. It is naturally impossible to foretell at which point of development there will occur such a combination of objective and subjective conditions as will produce a revolutionary overturn. Nor is it possible to foretell whether this will occur in the course of the impending revival, at its beginning, or toward its end, or with the coming of a new cycle. Suffice it for us that the tempo of development does to a considerable measure depend upon us, upon our party, upon its tactics. It is of utmost importance to take into account the new economic turn which can open a new stage of fusing the ranks and in preparing a victorious offensive. For the Revolutionary Party to understand that which is, already implies in and of itself an abridgment of all time intervals and the moving up of dates. 7. From the Third to the Fourth World Congress. Paul Levi and Some Lefts. January 6, 1922. Dear Comrade, you asked me to express my views on the policy of the so-called Communist League of Germany, KG, and in passing you referred to the fact that Paul Levi, the leader of the Communist League, is abusing my name by claiming me as virtually his co-thinker. I must candidly confess that following the Third World Congress I have not read a single article by Levi, just as I have not read, to my sincere regret, many other far more important things. To be sure, I have seen in periodicals published by Levi, which I happened to run across by chance, extracts from my report at the World Congress. Some comrades informed me that I had been almost enrolled as a member of Levi's group. And if these happened to be very leftist and very young comrades, they mentioned it with holy horror, while those who were somewhat more serious confined themselves to a joke. Inasmuch as I am utterly unable to enroll myself either among the very young, to my sorrow, or among the very leftist, for which I am not at all sorry, my reaction to this news was not at all tragic. Let me confess I still see no reason for changing my attitude. From the nature of the case it seemed to me, as it still does, that the decision concerning Levi adopted by the Congress at Moscow is perfectly clear and requires no extended commentaries. By the decision of the Congress, Levi was placed outside the Communist International. This decision was not at all adopted against the wishes of the Russian delegation, but on the contrary with its rather conspicuous participation, inasmuch as it was none other than the Russian delegation that drafted the resolution on tactics. The Russian delegation acted, as usual, under the direction of our party's Central Committee. And as member of the Central Committee and member of the Russian delegation, I voted for the resolution confirming Levi's expulsion from the International. Together with our Central Committee I could see no other course. By virtue of his egocentric attitude, Levi had invested his struggle against the crude theoretical and practical mistakes connected with the March events with a character so pernicious that nothing was left for the slanderers among the independents to do except to support him and chime in with him. Levi opposed himself not only to the March mistakes but also to the German party and the workers who had committed these mistakes. In his fright lest the party train suffer a wreck in rounding a dangerous curve, Levi fell, because of fear and malice, into such a frenzy and devised such a tactic of salvation as sent him flying out of the window and down the embankment. The train, on the other hand, although heavily shaken and damaged, rounded the curve without being derailed. Thereupon Levi decided that the Communist International was unworthy of its name unless it forced the German Communist Party to accept Levi once again as its leader. Levi's letter to the Congress was written in exactly that spirit. There was nothing left for us to do except shrug our shoulders. An individual who talks so heatedly about Moscow's dictatorial rule demanded that Moscow by a formal decision impose him upon the Communist Party out of whose ranks he had propelled himself with such remarkable energy. I do not mean to say by this that I considered Levi irretrievably lost to the Communist International as far back as the Congress. I was too little acquainted with him to draw any categorical conclusions one way or the other. I did, however, entertain the hope that a cruel lesson wouldn't pass for naught, and that Levi would sooner or later find his way back to the party. When on the second day after the Congress a comrade who was departing abroad asked me what there remained now for Levi and his friends to do, I gave approximately the following reply. I do not at all feel myself called upon to offer any advice to Levi because Comrade Lenin's letter to the Jena Convention of Advice I would suggest his trying to understand that an expulsion of the party's former chairman, approved by a World Congress, is not something subject to correction by fits of hysteria. Unless Levi is prepared to drown himself in the swamp of the independents, he must silently submit to a decision which is harsh but which he himself has provoked, and while remaining outside the party, to continue working as a rank-and-file soldier for the party until the latter once again opens its doors to him. I had all the less reason for issuing any special declarations with regard to Levi because Comrade Lenin's letter to the Jena Convention of the German Communist Party expressed exactly and completely the point of view which I together with Comrade Lenin defended at the World Congress not only during the plenary sessions but especially in commission sessions and during conferences with various delegations. The German delegation is quite aware of this. But when I learned, and this happened 2 or 3 weeks after the Congress, that Levi, instead of patiently climbing up the embankment, began noisily proclaiming that the track of the party and the entire international must be switched over to the precise place where he, Paul Levi, had tumbled, and that therewith Levi began building a whole party on the basis of this egocentric philosophy of history, I was obliged to say to myself that the communist movement had no other recourse, deplorable as it may be, except to definitely place a cross over Levi. Incidentally, I ought to mention that I was on one occasion about to make an attempt to untangle certain alleged misunderstandings concerning my position, concocted not only by the followers of Levi but also by some lefts. This was at the time of the Jena Convention. It was not without astonishment that I learned that this party convention had differentiated itself with maximum vagueness from certain unspecified views of mine, while at the same time it completely solidarized itself with the resolutions of the Third Congress. But between this Congress and myself, however, there had been no misunderstandings at all. However, on reflection, I dismissed the matter. During the Congress itself a group of lefts, whom the International had pulled back sharply, tried to camouflage the extent of their retreat. While we are indeed retreating to the right, we shall never go, heaven forbid, as far to the right as Trotsky. To this end the left strategists, on whose toes I, in the line of party duty, had to step several times at the Congress, tried to represent matters as if my position were in some respects, which they alone comprehended, to the right of the position of the Third Congress as expressed, among other things, in the resolution on the economic and international situation which Comrade Varga and I had written. This was not an easy thing to prove, and no one actually tried to prove it. The Central Committee of our own party, even before the opening of the Congress, had to correct certain leftist deviations in our own midst. The resolution on the international situation and tactics was painstakingly edited by our Central Committee. On the eve of the World Congress and after its adjournment, I made 2 reports before our Moscow party organization, the strongest both in the ideological and organizational sense, in which I defended the position of the Central Committee on the questions in dispute at the Congress. The Moscow organization approved our point of view wholeheartedly and completely. Both of my Moscow reports have since been published in the German language as a book, Die neue Etappe, The New Stage. If some leftists continue to chatter that I either recognize or incline to recognize that capitalism has restored its equilibrium and that thereby the proletarian revolution is relegated to the dim future, then I can only shrug my shoulders once again. After all, it is necessary to think and to express oneself a little more coherently. For all these reasons I regarded the above-mentioned Jena resolution merely as the last echo of the March confusion and the harmless revenge of the lefts for the severe lesson taught them by the Third Congress. 2 or 3 times during this period I have had the occasion to acquaint myself, true, very cursorily, with the writings of Comrade Maslow and his closest co-thinkers. I do not know whether a cross must likewise be placed over them, that is, whether one should renounce all hope of these comrades being able sometime to learn something, but it must be affirmed in any case that they failed to learn anything at the Congress. It is out of the question to consider them as Marxists. They convert Marx's historic theory into automatism, and for good measure they add to it. Elements of this sort easily pass into their opposite at the very first turn of events. Today they preach that the economic crisis must unfailingly and uninterruptedly worsen up to the dictatorship of the proletariat. But tomorrow, should some improvement of the economic conjuncture give them a fillip on the nose, many of them will become transformed into reformists. The Communist Party of Germany has paid far too dearly for its March lesson to permit a repetition of it, even in a diluted form. It occurs to me, by the way, that it is very doubtful that the left still retain the same moods as those with which they entered the March battles and summoned others to follow. They have retained primarily their prejudices and deem themselves honor-bound to defend the March phraseology and theoretical confusion. By this stubbornness they hinder the German workers from learning. It is impermissible to allow this. After everything that has happened since the World Congress, I had no reason to be surprised at Levi's conduct in making public the documents relating to the March battles. The false tactical views that manifested themselves in the March events led naturally to specific practical consequences. The erroneousness of the tactic found its expression in blunders and stupidities committed by a whole number of splendid party workers. The Congress condemned the mistakes and pointed out the correct road. The most important and valuable section of those comrades who in their day had made mistakes or approved of them submitted to the Congress not out of fear but out of conviction. After the accomplishment of this curative and educational work, to pull documents out of one's own pocket or someone else's, it amounts to the same thing. Documents which can no longer teach anyone anything new but can only provide great moral satisfaction to the bourgeois and social democratic scum. To do so is to add a personal transgression to a political sin. Equally blind in its vengefulness is the belated publication by Paul Levi of Luxembourg's critical article against Bolshevism. In the course of these last few years, all of us have had to clear up many things in our own minds and to learn a great deal under the direct blows of events. Rosa Luxemburg accomplished this ideological work more slowly than others because she had to observe events from the sidelines, from the pits of German prisons. Her recently published manuscript characterizes only a particular stage in her spiritual development, and is therefore of importance biographically but not theoretically. In his day, Levi was adamantly opposed to the publication of this booklet. During 4 years of the Soviet Revolution, this manuscript was kept under lock and key. But when Levi, miscalculating the forces of motion, fell out of the party train and down the embankment, he decided to make the same use of the old manuscript as he has of revealing documents filched from the pockets of others. Thereby he has merely once again demonstrated that all things, positive and negative alike, acquire meaning for him solely depending upon how they happen to relate personally to Paul Levi. He is the measure of all things. What a monstrous intellectualistic egocentrism! The person of Levi is Levi's psychological premise for his political attitude toward the German Communist Party and toward the entire International. The organization created by Levi is bound, in the very nature of things, to attract all those who accidentally fell into the ranks of the Communist Party and who require, especially after the March upheaval, the first convenient pretext for betaking themselves to the hills. It would be far too awkward for them to return straight away to the Independents. For these tired pilgrims, Levi has arranged something in the nature of a sanatorium or rest home for critics. Its name is the KG. The German working class has no earthly use for this institution. The German working class already possesses its own revolutionary party. The latter has still far from overcome all its growing pains. In store for it still lie heavy trials and tribulations, both external and internal. But it is the genuine party of the German working class. It will grow and develop. It will conquer. First published in Pravda, issue number 4, January 6, 1922. Trotsky's footnotes. 1 star. This letter is in reply to a communication sent me by one of the oldest comrades in Germany in connection with the split of Levi's opportunist group. LT. 2 star. These leftist deviations consisted in the failure of certain comrades to consider in advance how dangerous for the development of the proletarian revolution adventuristic putschistic tendencies in the Comintern itself might prove. LT. 7. From the 3rd to the 4th World Congress. On the United Front. Material for a report on the question of French communism. March 2, 1922. 1. General considerations on the United Front. 1. The task of the Communist Party is to lead the proletarian revolution. In order to summon the proletariat for the direct conquest of power, and to achieve it the Communist Party must base itself on the overwhelming majority of the working class. So long as it does not hold this majority, the party must fight to win it. The party can achieve this only by remaining an absolutely independent organization with a clear program and strict internal discipline. That is the reason why the party was bound to break ideologically and organizationally with the reformists and the centrists who do not strive for the proletarian revolution, who possess neither the capacity nor the desire to prepare the masses for revolution, and who by their entire conduct thwart this work. Any members of the Communist Party who bemoan the split with the centrists in the name of unity of forces, or unity of front, thereby demonstrate that they do not understand the ABC of communism and that they themselves happen to be in the Communist Party only by accident. 2. After assuring itself of the complete independence and ideological homogeneity of its ranks, the Communist Party fights for influence over the majority of the working class. This struggle can be accelerated or retarded depending upon objective circumstances and the expediency of the tactics employed. But it is perfectly self-evident that the class life of the proletariat is not suspended during this period preparatory to the revolution. Clashes with industrialists, with the bourgeoisie, with the state power, on the initiative of one side or the other, run their due course. In these clashes, insofar as they involve the vital interests of the entire working class, or its majority, or this or that section, the working masses sense the need of unity in action, of unity in resisting the onslaught of capitalism, or unity in taking the offensive against it. Any party which mechanically counterposes itself to this need of the working class for unity in action will unfailingly be condemned in the minds of the workers. Consequently, the question of the united front is not at all, either in point of origin or substance, a question of the reciprocal relations between the Communist parliamentary fraction and that of the Socialists, or between the Central Committee of the two parties, or between El Humanite and Le Populaire. The problem of the united front, despite the fact that a split is inevitable in this epoch between the various political organizations basing themselves on the working class, grows out of the urgent need to secure for the working class the possibility of a united front in the struggle against capitalism. For those who do not understand this task, the party is only a propaganda society and not an organization for mass action. 3. In cases where the Communist Party still remains an organization of a numerically insignificant minority, the question of its conduct on the mass struggle front does not assume a decisive practical and organizational significance. In such conditions, mass actions remain under the leadership of the old organizations which by reason of their still powerful traditions continue to play the decisive role. Similarly, the problem of the united front does not arise in countries where, as in Bulgaria, for example, the Communist Party is the sole leading organization of the toiling masses. But wherever the Communist Party already constitutes a big, organized, political force, but not the decisive magnitude, wherever the party embraces organizationally, let us say, 1/4, 1/3, or even a larger proportion of the organized proletarian vanguard, it is confronted with the question of the united front in all its acuteness. If the party embraces 1/3 or 1/2 of the proletarian vanguard, then the remaining half or 2/3 are organized by the reformists or centrists. It is perfectly obvious, however, that even those workers who still support the reformists and the centrists are vitally interested in maintaining the highest material standards of living and the greatest possible freedom for struggle. We must consequently so devise our tactic as to prevent the Communist Party, which will on the morrow embrace the entire 3/3 of the working class, from turning into, and all the more so, from actually being, an organizational obstacle in the way of the current struggle of the proletariat. Still more, the party must assume the initiative in securing unity in these current struggles. Only in this way will the party draw closer to those 2/3 who do not as yet follow its leadership, who do not as yet trust the party because they do not understand it. Only in this way can the party win them over. For, if the Communist Party had not broken drastically and irrevocably with the Social Democrats, it would not have become the party of the proletarian revolution. It could not have taken the first serious steps on the road to revolution. It would have forever remained a parliamentary safety valve attached to the bourgeois state. Whoever does not understand this does not know the first letter of the ABC of communism. If the Communist Party did not seek for organizational avenues to the end that at every given moment joint, coordinated action between the communists and the non-communists, including the social democratic, working masses were made possible, it would have thereby laid bare its own incapacity to win over, on the basis of mass action, the majority of the working class. It would degenerate into a communist propaganda society but never develop into a party for the conquest of power. It is not enough to possess the sword, one must give it an edge. It is not enough to give the sword an edge, one must know how to wield it. After separating the communists from the reformists, it is not enough to fuse the communists together by means of organizational discipline. It is necessary that this organization should learn how to guide all the collective activities of the proletariat in all spheres of its living struggle. This is the second letter of the alphabet of communism. 5. Does the United Front extend only to the working masses, or does it also include the opportunist leaders? The very posing of this question is a product of misunderstanding. If we were able simply to unite the working masses around our own banner or around our practical immediate slogans, and skip over reformist organizations, whether party or trade union, that would of course be the best thing in the world. But then the very question of the United Front would not exist in its present form. The question arises from this, that certain very important sections of the working class belong to reformist organizations or support them. Their present experience is still insufficient to enable them to break with the reformist organizations and join us. It may be precisely after engaging in those mass activities, which are on the order of the day, that a major change will take place in this connection. That is just what we are striving for. But that is not how matters stand at present. Today, the organized portion of the working class is broken up into three formations. One of them, the communist, strives toward the social revolution, and precisely because of this supports concurrently every movement, however partial, of the toilers against the exploiters and against the bourgeois state. Another grouping, the reformists, strives toward conciliation with the bourgeoisie. But in order not to lose their influence over the workers, reformists are compelled, against the innermost desires of their own leaders, to support the partial movements of the exploited against the exploiters. Finally, there is a third grouping, the centrist, which constantly vacillates between the other two, and which has no independent significance. The circumstances thus make wholly possible joint action on a whole number of vital issues between the workers united in these three respective organizations and the unorganized masses adhering to them. The communists, as has been said, must not oppose such actions, but on the contrary must also assume the initiative for them, precisely for the reason that the greater is the mass drawn into the movement, the higher its self-confidence rises, all the more self-confident will that mass movement be, and all the more resolutely will it be capable of marching forward, however modest may be the initial slogans of struggle. And this means that the growth of the mass aspects of the movement tends to radicalize it, and creates much more favorable conditions for the slogans, methods of struggle, and, in general, the leading role of the Communist Party. The reformists dread the revolutionary potential of the mass movement. Their beloved arena is the parliamentary tribune, the trade union bureaus, the arbitration boards, the ministerial antechambers. On the contrary, we are, apart from all other considerations, interested in dragging the reformists from their asylums and placing them alongside ourselves before the eyes of the struggling masses. With a correct tactic we stand only to gain from this. A communist who doubts or fears this resembles a swimmer who has approved the theses on the best method of swimming but dares not plunge into the water. 6. Unity of front consequently presupposes our readiness, within certain limits and on specific issues, to correlate in practice our actions with those of reformist organizations, to the extent to which the latter still express today the will of important sections of the embattled proletariat. But after all, didn't we split with them? Yes, because we disagree with them on fundamental questions of the working class movement. And yet we seek agreement with them? Yes, in all those cases where the masses that follow them are ready to engage in joint struggle together with the masses that follow us, and when they, the reformists, are to a lesser or greater degree compelled to become an instrument of this struggle. But won't they say that after splitting with them we still need them? Yes, their blabbermouths may say this. Here and there somebody in our own ranks may take fright at it. But as regards the broad working masses, even those who do not follow us and who do not as yet understand our goals but who do see 2 or 3 labor organizations leading a parallel existence, these masses will draw from our conduct this conclusion, that despite the split we are doing everything in our power to facilitate unity in action for the masses. 7. A policy aimed to secure the united front does not of course contain automatic guarantees that unity in action will actually be attained in all instances. On the contrary, in many cases and perhaps even the majority of cases, organizational agreements will be only half attained or perhaps not at all. But it is necessary that the struggling masses should always be given the opportunity of convincing themselves that the non-achievement of unity in action was not due to our formalistic irreconcilability but to the lack of real will to struggle on the part of the reformists. In entering into agreements with other organizations, we naturally obligate ourselves to a certain discipline in action. But this discipline cannot be absolute in character. In the event that the reformists begin putting brakes on the struggle to the obvious detriment of the movement, and act counter to the situation and the moods of the masses, we as an independent organization always reserve the right to lead the struggle to the end, and this without our temporary semi-allies. This may give rise to a new sharpening of the struggle between us and the reformists. But it will no longer involve a simple repetition of one and the same set of ideas within a shut-in circle but will signify, provided our tactic is correct, the extension of our influence over new, fresh groups of the proletariat. 8. It is possible to see in this policy a rapprochement with the reformists only from the standpoint of a journalist who believes that he rids himself of reformism by ritualistically criticizing it without ever leaving his editorial office but who is fearful of clashing with the reformists before the eyes of the working masses and giving the latter an opportunity to appraise the communist and the reformist on the equal plane of the mass struggle. Behind this seeming revolutionary fear of rapprochement, there really lurks a political passivity which seeks to perpetuate an order of things wherein the communists and reformists each retain their own rigidly demarcated spheres of influence, their own audiences at meetings, their own press, and all this together creates an illusion of serious political struggle. 9. We broke with the reformists and centrists in order to obtain complete freedom in criticizing perfidy, betrayal, indecision, and the halfway spirit in the labor movement. For this reason, any sort of organizational agreement which restricts our freedom of criticism and agitation is absolutely unacceptable to us. We participate in a united front but do not for a single moment become dissolved in it. We function in the united front as an independent detachment. It is precisely in the course of struggle that broad masses must learn from experience that we fight better than the others, that we see more clearly than the others, that we are more audacious and resolute. In this way, we shall bring closer the hour of the united revolutionary front under the undisputed communist leadership. 2. Groupings in the French labor movement. 10. If we propose to analyze the question of the united front as it applies to France, without leaving the ground of the foregoing theses which flow from the entire policy of the Communist International, then we must ask ourselves, do we have in France a situation in which the Communists represent, from the standpoint of practical actions, an insignificant magnitude, quantité négligeable? Or do they, on the contrary, encompass the overwhelming majority of organized workers? Or do they perhaps occupy an in-between position? Are they sufficiently strong to make their participation in the mass movement of major importance, but not strong enough to concentrate the undisputed leadership in their own hands? It is quite incontestable that we have before us precisely the latter case in France. 11. In the party sphere, the predominance of the communists over the reformists is overwhelming. The communist organization and the communist press surpass by far in numbers, richness, and vitality the organization and press of the so-called socialists. This overwhelming preponderance, however, far from secures to the French Communist Party the complete and unchallenged leadership of the French proletariat, inasmuch as the latter is still strongly under the influence of anti-political and anti-party tendencies and prejudices, the arena for whose operation is primarily provided by the trade unions. 12. The outstanding peculiarity of the French labor movement consists in this, that the trade unions have long served as an integument, or cover for a peculiar anti-parliamentary political party which bears the name of syndicalism. Because, however the revolutionary syndicalists may try to demarcate themselves from politics or from the party, they can never refute the fact that they themselves constitute a political party which seeks to base itself on trade union organizations of the working class. This party has its own positive, revolutionary, proletarian tendencies, but it also has its own extremely negative features, namely, the lack of a genuinely definitive program and a rounded organization. The organization of the trade unions by no means corresponds with the organization of syndicalism. In the organizational sense, the syndicalists represent amorphous political nuclei, grafted upon the trade unions. The question is further complicated by the fact that the syndicalists, like all other political groupings in the working class, have split, after the war, into two sections: the reformists who support bourgeois society and are thereby compelled to work hand in hand with parliamentary reformists, and the revolutionary section which is seeking ways to overthrow bourgeois society and is thereby, in the person of its best elements, moving toward communism. It was just this urge to preserve the unity of the class front which inspired not only the communists but also the revolutionary syndicalists with the absolutely correct tactic of fighting for the unity of the trade union organization of the French proletariat. On the other hand, with the instinct of bankrupts who sense that before the eyes of the working masses they cannot, in action, in struggle, meet the competition of the revolutionary wing, Joe, Merriam and company have taken the path of split. The colossally important struggle now unfolding throughout the entire trade union movement of France, the struggle between the reformists and the revolutionists, is for us at the same time a struggle for the unity of the trade union organization and the trade union front. 3. The trade union movement and the united front. 13. French communism finds itself in an extremely favorable position precisely with regard to the idea of the united front. In the framework of political organization, French communism has succeeded in conquering the majority of the old Socialist Party, whereupon the opportunists added to all their other political credentials the quality of dissidents, that is, splitters. Our French party has made use of this in the sense that it has branded the social reformist organization with the label of dissidents, splitters, thus singling out the fact that the reformists are disruptors of unity in action and unity of organization alike. 14. In the field of the trade union movement, the revolutionary wing and above all the communists cannot hide either from themselves or their adversaries how profound are the differences between Moscow and Amsterdam, differences which are by no means simple shadings within the ranks of the labor movement, but a reflection of the profoundest contradiction which is tearing modern society apart, namely, the contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. But at the same time the revolutionary wing, i.e., first and foremost the conscious communist elements, never sponsored, as has been said, the tactic of leaving the trade unions or of splitting the trade union organization. Such slogans are characteristic only of sectarian groupings of localists, of the KPD, of certain libertarian, anarchist grouplets in France, which never wielded any influence among broad working masses, which neither aspire nor strive to gain this influence but are content with small churches of their own, each with its rigidly demarcated congregation. The truly revolutionary elements among the French syndicalists have felt instinctively that the French working class can be won on the arena of the trade union movement only by counterposing the revolutionary viewpoint and the revolutionary methods to those of the reformists on the arena of mass action, while preserving at the same time the highest possible degree of unity in action. 15. The system of cells in the trade union organizations adopted by the revolutionary wing signifies nothing else but the most natural form of struggle for ideological influence, and for unity of front without disrupting the unity of organization. 16. Like the reformists of the Socialist Party, the reformists of the trade union movement took the initiative for the split. But it was precisely the experience of the Socialist Party that largely inspired them with the conclusion that time worked in favor of communism, and that it was possible to counteract the influence of experience and time only by forcing a split. On the part of the ruling CGT, the French Confederation of Labor, clique, we see a whole system of measures designed to disorganize the left wing, to deprive it of those rights which the trade union statutes afford it, and finally, through open expulsion, counter to all statutes and regulations, to formally place it outside the trade union organization. On the other hand, we see the revolutionary wing fighting to preserve its rights on the grounds of the democratic norms of workers' organizations and resisting with all its might the split implanted from above by appealing to the rank and file for unity of the trade union organization. 17. Every thinking French worker must be aware that when the Communists comprised 1/6 or 1/3 of the Socialist Party, they did not attempt to split, being absolutely certain that the majority of the party would follow them in the near future. When the reformists found themselves reduced to 1/3, they split away, nursing no hopes to again win the majority of the proletarian vanguard. Every thinking French worker must be aware that when the revolutionary elements were confronted with the problem of the trade union movement, they, still an insignificant minority at the time, decided it in the sense of working in common organizations. Being certain that the experience of the struggle in the conditions of the revolutionary epoch would quickly impel the majority of the unionized workers to the side of the revolutionary program. When the reformists, however, perceived the growth of the revolutionary wing in the trade unions, they, nursing no hopes of coping with it on a competitive basis, resorted immediately to the methods of expulsion and split. Hence flow conclusions of greatest importance. First, the full depth of the differences which reflect, as has been said, the contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, becomes clarified. Secondly, the hypocritical democratism of the opponents of proletarian dictatorship is being exposed to the very roots, inasmuch as these gentlemen are averse to tolerating methods of democracy, not only in the framework of the state, but also in the framework of workers' organizations. Whenever the latter turn against them, they either split away themselves, like the dissidents in the party, or expel others, like the clique of Joie de Milan. It is truly monstrous to suppose that the bourgeoisie would ever agree to permit the struggle against the proletariat to come to a decision within the framework of democracy, when even the agents of the bourgeoisie inside the trade union and political organizations are opposed to solving the questions of the labor movement on the basis of norms of workers' democracy which they themselves voluntarily adopted. 18. The struggle for the unity of the trade union organization and trade union action will remain in the future as well one of the most important tasks of the Communist Party, a struggle not only in the sense of constantly striving to unite ever larger numbers of workers around the program and tactics of communism, but also in the sense that the Communist Party, on the road to the realization of this goal, both directly and through communists and the trade unions, strives in action to reduce to a minimum those obstacles which are placed before the workers' movement by an organizational split. If, in spite of all our efforts to restore unity, the split in the CGT becomes sealed in the immediate future, this would not at all signify that the CGT unitire, regardless of whether half or more than half of the unionized workers join it in the next period, will conduct its work by simply ignoring the existence of the reformist CGT. Such a policy would render difficult in the extreme, if not exclude altogether, the possibility of coordinated militant actions of the proletariat, and at the same time would make it extremely easy for the reformist CGT to play, in the interests of the bourgeoisie, the role of la Ligue civique as regards strikes, demonstrations, etc. And it would simultaneously provide the reformist CGT with a semblance of justification in arguing that the revolutionary CGTU provokes inexpedient public actions and must bear full responsibility for them. It is perfectly self-evident that in all cases where circumstances permit, the revolutionary CGTU will, whenever it deems it necessary to undertake some campaign, openly address itself to the reformist CGT with specific proposals and demands for a concrete plan of coordinated actions, and bring to bear the pressure of labor's public opinion and expose before this public opinion each hesitating and evasive step of the reformists. In this way, even in the event that the split of the trade union organization becomes permanent, the methods of struggle for the united front will preserve all their meaning. 19. We can, therefore, state that in relation to the most important field of the labor movement, the trade unions, the tactic of the united front demands that those methods, by which the struggle against Joe and company has already been conducted on our side, be applied more consistently, more persistently and resolutely than ever before. 4. The political struggle and the united front. 20. On the party plane there is, to begin with, a very important difference from the trade unions in this, that the preponderance of the Communist Party over the Socialists, both in point of organization and the press, is overwhelming. We may consequently assume that the Communist Party, as such, is capable of securing the unity of the political front, and that therefore it has no impelling reasons for addressing itself to the organization of the dissidents with any sort of proposals for concrete actions. This strictly businesslike and legitimate method of posing the question, on the basis of evaluating the relationship of forces and not on the basis of verbal radicalism, must be appraised on its substantive merits. 21. If we take into account that the Communist Party numbers 130,000 members, while the Socialists number 30,000, then the enormous successes of communist ideas in France become apparent. However, if we take into account the relation between these figures and the numerical strength of the working class as a whole, together with the existence of reformist trade unions and of anti-communist tendencies within the revolutionary trade unions, then the question of the hegemony of the Communist Party inside the labor movement will confront us as a very difficult task, still far from solved by our numerical superiority over the dissidents. The latter may under certain conditions prove to be a much more important counter-revolutionary factor within the working class than might appear, if one were to judge solely from the weakness of their organization and the insignificant circulation and ideological content of their paper, Le Populaire. 22. In order to evaluate a situation, it is necessary to take clear cognizance of how this situation took shape. The transformation of the majority of the old Socialist Party into the Communist Party came as a result of a wave of dissatisfaction and mutiny engendered in all countries in Europe by the war. The example of the Russian Revolution and the slogans of the Third International seemed to point a way out. The bourgeoisie, however, was able to maintain itself throughout 1919-20 and was able, by means of combined measures, to establish on post-war foundations a certain equilibrium, which is being undermined by the most terrible contradictions and which is heading toward vast catastrophes, which meanwhile provides relative stability for the current day and for the period immediately ahead. The Russian Revolution, in surmounting the greatest difficulties and obstacles created by world capitalism, has been able to achieve its socialist tasks only gradually, only at the cost of an extraordinary strain upon all its forces. As a result, the initial flood tide of vague, uncritical, revolutionary moods has been unavoidably superseded by an ebb. Only the most resolute, audacious and youthful section of the world working class has remained under the banner of communism. This does not mean naturally that those broad circles of the proletariat who have been disillusioned in their hopes for immediate revolution, for swift radical transformations, etc., have wholly returned to the old pre-war positions. No, their dissatisfaction is deeper than ever before, their hatred of the exploiters is fiercer. But at the same time they are politically disoriented, they do not see the paths of struggle, and therefore remain passively expectant, giving rise to the possibility of sharp swings to this or that side, depending on how the situation unfolds. This big reservoir of the passive and the disoriented can, under a certain combination of circumstances, be widely utilized by the dissidents against us. 23. In order to support the Communist Party, faith in the revolutionary cause, will to action and loyalty are needed. In order to support the dissidents, disorientation and passivity are necessary and sufficient. It is perfectly natural for the revolutionary and dynamic section of the working class to effuse from its ranks a much larger proportion of members for the Communist Party than the passive and disoriented section is able to supply to the party of the dissidents. The same thing applies to the press. The elements of indifferentism read little. The insignificant circulation and content of Le Populaire mirrors the mood of a certain section of the working class. The fact that complete ascendancy of the professional intellectuals over the workers prevails in the party of the dissidents runs nowise counter to our diagnosis and prognosis. Because the passive and partially disillusioned, partially disoriented worker masses are an ideal culture medium, especially in France, for political cliques composed of attorneys and journalists, reformist witch doctors and parliamentary charlatans. 24. If we regard the party organization as an operating army, and the unorganized mass of workers as the reserves, and if we grant that our operating army is 3 to 4 times stronger than the active army of dissidents, then, under a certain combination of circumstances, the reserves may prove to be divided between ourselves and the social reformists in a proportion much less favorable to us. 25. The political atmosphere of France is pervaded with the idea of the left bloc. After a new period of Poicaréism which represents the bourgeoisie's attempt to serve up to the people a warmed-over hash of the illusions of victory, a pacifist reaction may quite likely set in among broad circles of bourgeois society, i.e., first and foremost among the petty bourgeoisie. The hope for universal pacification, for agreement with Soviet Russia, obtaining raw materials and payments from her on advantageous terms, cuts in the burden of militarism, and so on. In brief, the illusory program of democratic pacifism can become for a while the program of a left bloc, superseding the national bloc. From the standpoint of the development of the revolution in France, such a change of regimes will be a step forward only provided the proletariat does not fall prey to any extent to the illusions of petty bourgeois pacifism. 26. Reformist dissidents are the agency of the left bloc within the working class. Their successes will be the greater, all the less the working class as a whole is seized by the idea and practice of the united front against the bourgeoisie. Layers of workers, disoriented by the war and by the tardiness of the revolution, may venture to support the left bloc as a lesser evil, in the belief that they do not thereby risk anything at all, or because they see no other road at present. 27. One of the most reliable methods of counteracting inside the working class the moods and ideas of the left bloc, i.e., a bloc between the workers and a certain section of the bourgeoisie against another section of the bourgeoisie, is through promoting persistently and resolutely the idea of a bloc between all the sections of the working class against the whole bourgeoisie. 28. In relation to the dissidents, this means that we must not permit them to occupy with impunity an evasive, temporizing position on questions relating to the labor movement, and to use platonic declarations of sympathy for the working class as a cover for utilizing the patronage of the bourgeois oppressors. In other words, we can and must, in all suitable instances, propose to the dissidents a specific form of joint aid to strikers, to locked-out workers, unemployed, war invalids, etc., etc., recording before the eyes of the masses their responses to our precise proposals, and in this way driving a wedge between them and certain sections of politically indifferent or semi-indifferent masses on whom the reformists hope to lean for support under certain favorable conditions. 29. This kind of tactic is all the more important in view of the fact that the dissidents are unquestionably bound up intimately with the reformist CGT and together with the latter constitute the two wings of the bourgeois agency inside the labor movement. We take the offensive both on the trade union and political fields simultaneously against this twofold agency, applying the very same tactical methods. 30. The impeccable and agitation ally extremely persuasive logic of our conduct is as follows. You, the reformists of trade unionism and socialism, we say to them before the eyes of the masses, have split the trade unions and the party for the sake of ideas and methods which we consider wrong and criminal. We demand that you at least refrain from placing a spoke in the wheel during the partial and unpostponable concrete tasks of the working class struggle, and that you make possible unity in action. In the given concrete situation, we propose such and such a program of struggle. 31. The indicated method could be similarly employed and not without success in relation to parliamentary and municipal activities. We say to the masses, the dissidents, because they do not want the revolution, have split the mass of the workers. It would be insanity to count upon their helping the proletarian revolution. But we are ready, inside and outside the parliament, to enter into certain practical agreements with them, provided they agree, in those cases where one must choose between the known interests of the bourgeoisie and the definite demands of the proletariat, to support the latter in action. The dissidents can be capable of such actions only if they renounce their ties with the parties of the bourgeoisie, that is, the left bloc and its bourgeois discipline. If the dissidents were capable of accepting these conditions, then their worker followers would be quickly absorbed by the Communist Party. Just because of this, the dissidents will not agree to these conditions. In other words, to the clearly and precisely posed question whether they choose a bloc with the bourgeoisie or a bloc with the proletariat, in the concrete and specific conditions of mass struggle, they will be compelled to reply that they prefer a bloc with the bourgeoisie. Such an answer will not pass with impunity among the proletarian reserves on whom they are counting. The internal tasks of the Communist Party. 32. The foregoing policy presupposes, naturally, complete organizational independence, ideological clarity, and revolutionary firmness of the Communist Party itself. Thus, for example, it would be impossible to conduct with complete success a policy aimed at making hateful and contemptible the idea of the left bloc among the working class, if in our own party ranks there are partisans of this left bloc, bold enough openly to defend this projected program of the bourgeoisie. Unconditional and merciless expulsion in disgrace of those who come out in favor of the idea of the left bloc is a self-understood duty of the Communist Party. This will cleanse our policy of all elements of equivocation and unclarity. This will attract the attention of advanced workers to the acute character of the issue of the left bloc, and will demonstrate that the Communist Party does not trifle with the questions which imperil the revolutionary unity in action of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. 33. Those who seek to use the idea of the United Front for agitating in favor of unification with the reformists and dissidents must be mercilessly ejected from our party, inasmuch as they serve as the agency of the dissidents in our ranks and are deceiving the workers concerning the reasons for the split, and who is really responsible for it. Instead of correctly posing the question of the possibility of this or that coordinated, practical action with the dissidents, despite their petty bourgeois and essentially counter-revolutionary character, they are demanding that our own party renounce its communist program and revolutionary methods. The ejection of such elements, mercilessly and in disgrace, will best demonstrate that the tactic of the Workers' United Front in no way resembles capitulation to or reconciliation with the reformists. The tactic of the United Front demands from the party complete freedom in maneuvering, flexibility, and resoluteness. To make this possible, the party must clearly and specifically declare at every given moment just what its wishes are, just what it is striving for, and it must comment authoritatively, before the eyes of the masses, on its own steps and proposals. 34. Hence flows the complete inadmissibility for individual party members to issue on their own responsibility and risk political publications in which they counterpose their own slogans, methods of action and proposals to the slogans, methods of action and proposals of the party. Under the cover of the Communist Party and consequently also inside that milieu which is influenced by a communist cover, i.e., in a workers' milieu, they spread from day to day ideas hostile to us, or they sow confusion and skepticism which are even more pernicious than avowedly hostile ideologies. Periodicals of this type, together with their editors, must once and for all be placed outside the party, and the entire working class France must learn about this from articles which mercilessly expose the petty bourgeois smugglers who operate under a communist flag. 35. From what has been said, it likewise follows that it is completely inadmissible for the leading party publications to carry side by side with articles defending the basic concepts of communism, other articles disputing these concepts or denying them. Absolutely impermissible is a continuation of a regime in the party press under which the mass of worker readers find, in the guise of editorials and leading communist periodicals, articles which try to turn us back to positions of tearful pacifism and which propagate among workers a debilitating hostility toward revolutionary violence in the face of the triumphant violence of the bourgeoisie. Under the guise of a struggle against militarism, a struggle is thus being conducted against the ideas of revolution. If after the experience of the war and all the subsequent events, especially in Russia and Germany, the prejudices of humanitarian pacifism have still survived in the Communist Party, and if the party finds it advisable for the sake of completely liquidating these prejudices to open a discussion on this question, even in that case, the pacifists with their prejudices cannot come forward in such a discussion as an equal force but must be severely condemned by the authoritative voice of the party, in the name of its Central Committee. After the Central Committee decides that the discussion has been exhausted, all attempts to spread the debilitating ideas of Tolstoyanism and other varieties of pacifism must unquestionably bring expulsion from the party. 36. An objection might, however, be raised that so long as the work of cleansing the party of ancient prejudices and of attaining internal cohesion remains uncompleted, it would be dangerous to place the party in situations where it would come into close proximity with reformists and nationalists. But such a point of view is false. Naturally, it is undeniable that a transition from broad propagandist activity to direct participation in the mass movement carries with it new difficulties and therefore dangers for the Communist Party. But it is completely wrong to suppose that the party can be prepared for all tests without directly participating in struggles, without directly coming in contact with enemies and adversaries. On the contrary, only in this way can a genuine, non-fictitious internal cleaning and fusing of the party be achieved. It is quite possible that some elements in the party and in the trade union bureaucracy will feel themselves drawn more closely to the reformists, from whom they have accidentally split, than toward us. The loss of such camp followers will not be a liability but an asset, and it will be compensated 100-fold by the influx of those working men and women who still follow the reformists today. The party will in consequence become more homogeneous, more resolute, and more proletarian. 6. Party tasks in the trade union movement. 37. Absolute clarity on the trade union question is a task of first-rate importance, surpassing by far all the other tasks before the Communist Party of France. Naturally, the legend spread by the reformists that plans are afoot to subordinate the trade unions organizationally to the party must be unconditionally denounced and exposed. Trade unions embrace workers of different political shadings as well as non-party men, atheists as well as believers, whereas the party unites political co-thinkers on the basis of a definite program. The party has not and cannot have any instrumentalities and methods for subjecting the trade unions to itself from the outside. The party can gain influence in the life of the trade unions only to the extent that its members work in the trade unions and carry out the party point of view there. The influence of party members in the trade unions naturally depends on their numerical strength, and especially on the degree to which they are able to apply party principles correctly, consistently, and expediently to the needs of the trade union movement. The party has the right and the duty to aim to conquer, along the road above outlined, the decisive influence in the trade union organization. It can achieve this goal only provided the work of the communists in the trade unions is wholly and exclusively harmonized with the principles of the party, and is invariably conducted under its control. 38. The minds of all communists must therefore be completely purged of reformist prejudices, in accordance with which the party is regarded as a political parliamentary organization of the proletariat, and nothing more. The Communist Party is the organization of the proletarian vanguard for the ideological fructification of the labor movement, and the assumption of leadership in all spheres, first and foremost in the trade unions. While the trade unions are not subordinate to the party but wholly autonomous organizations, the communists inside the trade unions, on the other hand, cannot pretend to any kind of autonomy in their trade union activity but must act as the transmitters of their party's program and tactics. To be most severely condemned is the conduct of those communists who not only fail to fight inside the trade unions for the influence of party ideas but actually counteract such a struggle in the name of a principle of autonomy, which they apply absolutely falsely. As a matter of fact, they thus pave the way for the decisive influence in the trade unions of individuals, groups, and cliques, bound neither by a definite program nor by party organization, and who utilize the formlessness of ideological groupings and relations in order to keep the organizational apparatus in their own hands and secure the independence of their own clique from any actual control by the workers' vanguard. While the party, in its activity inside the trade unions, must show the greatest attentiveness and caution toward the non-party masses and their conscientious and honest representatives, while the party must, on the basis of joint work, systematically and tactically draw closer to the best elements of the trade union movement, including the revolutionary anarchists who are capable of learning, the party can, on the contrary, no longer tolerate in its midst those pseudo-communists who utilize The status of party membership only in order all the more confidently to promote anti-party influences in the trade unions. 39. The party through its own press, through its own propagandists, and its members in the trade unions must submit to constant and systematic criticism the shortcomings of revolutionary syndicalism for solving the basic tasks of the proletariat. The party must tirelessly and persistently criticize the weak theoretical and practical sides of syndicalism, explaining at the same time to its best elements that the only correct road for securing the revolutionary influence on the trade unions and on the labor movement as a whole is the entry of revolutionary syndicalists into the Communist Party. Their participation in working out all the basic questions of the movement, in drawing the balance sheet of experience, in defining new tasks, in cleansing the Communist Party itself and strengthening its ties with the working masses. 40. It is absolutely indispensable to take a census of all the members of the French Communist Party in order to determine their social status, workers, civil employees, peasants, intellectuals, etc., their relations with the trade union movement. Do they belong to trade unions? Do they participate in meetings of communist and revolutionary syndicalists? Do they carry out at these meetings the decisions of the party on the trade unions? Etc. Their attitude toward the party press. What party publications do they read, and so on. The census must be so conducted that its chief aspects can be taken into account before the Fourth World Congress convenes. March 2, 1922. 7. From the Third to the Fourth World Congress. Resolution of the ECCI on the French Communist Party. March 2, 1922. The Communist Party of France has since the Tours Convention made major organizational endeavors which kept in its ranks the best forces of the proletariat, who have awakened to political action. The Marseilles Convention provided the party with the premise for serious theoretical work from which the revolutionary labor movement will doubtless derive very great benefits. By breaking with parliamentarian and horse-trading traditions of the old Socialist Party whose conventions set the stage only for the oratorical duels among the leaders, the Communist Party has, for the first time in France, convened a gathering of active workers for a preliminary and deep-going review of the vital problems pertaining to the development of the French revolutionary movement. The organizational crisis in the French party, whose importance it would be equally wrong to minimize or exaggerate, constitutes one of the salient moments in the growth of the French Communist Party, its internal cleansing, its internal reconstruction and consolidation upon genuinely communist foundations. The split of Tours drew a basic line of demarcation between reformism and communism. But it was absolutely unavoidable for the Communist Party issuing from this split to retain in some of its segments certain survivals of its reformist and parliamentary past, of which it can divest itself, as it is doing, through internal efforts based on participation in the mass struggle. The survivals of the past, among certain party groups, are expressed in an urge to restore unity with the reformists, an urge toward a bloc with the radical wing of the bourgeoisie, a substitution of petty bourgeois humanitarian pacifism for revolutionary anti-militarism, a false interpretation of the party's relations with the trade unions, a struggle against genuine centralist leadership in the party, efforts to replace international discipline and action by a Platonic federation of national parties. Following the split at Tours, tendencies of this sort could not fully disclose themselves and hoped to gain a broad influence in the party. Nevertheless, under the powerful pressure of bourgeois public opinion, elements inclined toward opportunism tend naturally to gravitate toward each other, and are seeking to create their own publications and points of support. However insignificant may be their successes in this direction, it would be a mistake not to assay properly the extent to which their work threatens the revolutionary character and unity of the party. A communist organization can never serve as an arena for free propaganda of essentially the same views which resulted in the split of the reformist dissidents from the working class party. Any unclarity in this connection is bound unavoidably to hinder the work of revolutionary education among the masses. The plenum of the ECCI affirms that the resolutions of the Marseilles Convention, imbued with the spirit of the Communist International, create extremely important points of support for the party's revolutionary activities among the toiling masses of city and country. Concurrently, The plenum of the ECCI takes into cognizance with gratification the declaration of the French delegation to the effect that Journal du Peuple, the organ which serves as the rallying point for reformist and other vague tendencies, occupies a position directly counter to the program of the International, contrary to the decisions of the Tours and Marseilles conventions of the French Communist Party, and contrary to the revolutionary irreconcilability of the class-conscious French proletariat, and will therefore shortly be removed from the party. The ECCI plenum sees the exceptional importance of the Marseilles Convention in this, that it has posed before the party the most important task of carrying on systematic and correct work in the trade unions in the spirit of the party's program and tactics. Thereby it has condemned in principle the tendencies among those party members who are, under the guise of fighting for the autonomy of the trade unions, which, by the way, no one disputes, in reality fighting to retain their own autonomy in trade union activity, free from the party's control and leadership. In view of the fact that the statutes of the Communist International and of its sections, founded on the principles of democratic centralism, provide ample guarantees for a correct and normal development of each communist party, the plenum considers as wrong the resignation of several members of the Central Committee who were elected by the Marseilles Convention. This is wrong independently of the political motivations which provoke these resignations. Renunciations of posts delegated by the party can be construed by the broad party circles as a declaration that correct collaboration of different shadings is impossible within the framework of democratic centralism, and it can serve as an impulse to the formation of factions within the party. Expressing its complete assurance that the struggle against the above-cited manifestations of anti-communist tendencies will be conducted by the overwhelming majority of the party and its leading bodies as a whole, and recognizing that the creation of factions would unavoidably cause the greatest injury to the party's development and its authority among the proletariat. The plenum of the ECCI notes with satisfaction the declaration of the French delegation to the effect that the Central Committee and the comrades who resigned are ready to take the necessary organizational measures in order to fully realize in life the decisions of the Marseilles Convention, and that those who have tendered in their resignations will enter the party's Central Committee to work harmoniously and correctly. 7. From the Third to the Fourth World Congress. The Communists and the Peasantry in France. A contribution to the discussion on the United Front, BR April 29, 1922. Our differences of opinion with the French comrades on the question of the United Front are far from exhausted. On the contrary, if one were to judge by certain articles published in the French party press, one would get the impression that the differences and misunderstandings, at least among certain party circles, are rooted much more deeply than might have seemed at first. I have before me the article of Comrade Renaud Jean which appeared as an editorial in El Humanite, April 6, 1922. Comrade Jean is an outstanding party activist who made the report on the agrarian question at the Marseilles Convention. With a forcefulness and frankness which we can only welcome, he has expressed himself against the views defended by us which seemed to him erroneous. In a caption to his article he refers to the tactic of the United Front as a dangerous indiscretion. In the text he speaks flatly of a catastrophe which must inescapably result from this tactic in France. Our country has been debilitated for 3/4 of a century by universal suffrage. Consciousness of class division has permeated only an insignificant minority. Bourgeois Republican France is the promised land of babel, confusion. From all these absolutely correct and established facts, Comrade Jean draws a conclusion with which we are in complete accord, namely, the Communist Party must be more irreconcilable in our country than in any other. And so, from the standpoint of such irreconcilability, Comrade Jean directs his blows against the United Front, which he continues to regard as nothing else but a combination for inter-party conciliationism. We could say, and we do say, that such an appraisal of a most profound tactical problem is evidence that Comrade Jean has not yet freed himself of the influence of purely parliamentarian traditions of French socialism. There where we see posed the question of conquering broad masses, the question of making a breach in the bourgeois conciliationist blockade of the proletarian vanguard, Comrade Jean stubbornly refuses to see anything else but a clever combination, which can, at best, gain for us a slight increase of seats in Parliament, at the price of increasing the disorder and confusion in the political consciousness of the proletariat. And yet France, in this Comrade Jean is absolutely correct, more than any other country stands in need of clarity, precision and resoluteness in political thinking and in party activities. But if Comrade Jean considers that French communism ought to be the most irreconcilable, then why doesn't he, before taking up arms against the United Front, take the trouble to specify that French communism happens today to be the least irreconcilable, the most tolerant, and the most indulgent to all sorts of deviations? To the clarity and precision which Comrade Jean employs in formulating his criticism we shall likewise reply as precisely and clearly as possible. No other communist party would tolerate the articles, declarations, and speeches against revolutionary force, in the spirit of vapid and sentimental humanism, that one meets in the French party press. Renaud Jean is absolutely justified in referring to the gangrene of bourgeois democratic ideology. But, after all, the gravest consequence this has upon the working class is in blunting its revolutionary instinct and its will to offensive action, in dissolving the dynamic tendencies of the proletariat in the fog of hazy democratic perspectives. The humanistic twaddle of the League of Rights of Man and Citizen, which at every critical hour, as everybody knows, crawls on all fours before French militarism, the moralistic, Tolstoyan gospel of political vegetarians, etc., etc., however sharply it might differ on the surface from the official policy of the Third Republic, renders the latter, in the final analysis, the best possible services, and is a supplement to it. Vague pacifist agitation, veiled by socialist phraseology, is an excellent tool for the bourgeois regime. This might appear paradoxical to a sincere pacifist, but it is the truth. Neither Poincaré nor Bardal will be confused or seduced by the pacifist tunes of George Pioche. But these psalmodies do find a fertile soil in the minds of a certain section of the toilers. Hostility toward the bourgeois order and toward military violence does find a sincere but sterile outlet in humanitarian formulas and becomes dissipated without ever crystallizing into action. This is exactly the social function of pacifism. This was most crassly disclosed in America, where Bryan's gang gained an enormous influence over the farmers precisely through the slogans of pacifism. Socialists of the Hillquit type and other simpletons, who deemed themselves to be super clever, have fallen completely into the snare of middle-class pacifism, and thereby facilitated America's entry into the war. The task of the Communist Party is to awaken in the working class the readiness to apply force, and this requires teaching others how to differentiate reactionary force whose function is to detain history upon its already accomplished stages, from revolutionary force whose creative function and mission is to clear the path of history of all obstacles heaped up by the past. He who refuses to differentiate between these two types of force does not know how to differentiate between classes, i.e., remains oblivious of living history. He who declaims against any and all militarism, any and all forms of violence, will ineluctably end up by supporting the violence of the rulers, because the latter is a fact, ratified and sealed by federal legislation, adopted and sanctified by the moral code. To overthrow it, a different sort of violence is necessary, which must first of all conquer its legitimacy in the minds of the toilers themselves. The last session of the ECCI called attention to a number of other manifestations in the internal life of the French party which testify that it is by no means the most irreconcilable party. And yet it must needs be such. This is demanded by the entire political milieu. In one thing we are in accord with Comrade Renaud Jean, namely, the application of the methods of the United Front demands complete clarity and precision in the party's political consciousness, streamlined organization, perfect discipline. Comrade Jean goes on to cite the fact that in the list of demands advanced as a platform for the United Front, the struggle against wage taxes, the defense of the 8-hour day, etc., he fails to find a single demand that might directly interest a good half of the toilers of France, i.e., the peasants. What meaning has the 8-hour day for them? Or taxes on wages? This argument of Comrade Jean seems to us to be dangerous in the extreme. The question of the small peasants is undoubtedly of great importance to the French Revolution. Our French party has taken a big step forward by advancing an agrarian program and putting the conquest of the peasant masses on the agenda. But it would be dangerous in the extreme and truly fatal if the French proletariat were simply dissolved among the toilers, or workers, as a mere half of a single whole. Today we embrace organizationally as well as politically only a minority of the French working class. The revolution will become a possibility after we shall have politically conquered the majority. Only the majority of the French working class, united under the banner of the revolution, can attract and lead behind it the small peasants of France. In France, the question of the united working class front is the basic one. Failing a solution of this question, work among the peasantry, no matter how successful, would not bring us closer to the revolution. Propaganda among the peasantry and a good agrarian program constitute a very important factor for success. But the peasantry happens to be hard-headed and skeptical. It places no faith in promises, especially in France, where it has been so often deceived. The French peasant, in the village or in the army barracks, will not be drawn into a serious struggle by programmatic slogans. He will incur a serious risk only if he sees such conditions as guarantee success, or at least render success extremely probable. He must behold before him a force which instills confidence in him by its massiveness and its disciplined character. A working class that is split along political and trade union lines cannot loom as such a force in the eyes of the peasantry. The premise for a victorious revolution in France is the attraction to the side of the working class of the broadest possible section of the peasantry. But the premise for this attraction still remains the unification of the overwhelming majority of the French working class under the revolutionary banner. This is the basic task. It is necessary to win over the workers who today follow Joe and Longuet. It is futile to object that there are only a few of them. Naturally, the active supporters of Longuet, Blum, and Joe, those who are self-sacrificing, that is, those ready to stake their lives for such a program, are insignificant in number. But there are still a great many of those who are passive, ignorant, inert, lazy mentally and physically. They remain on the sidelines, but should events touch them to the quick, they will in their present condition sooner rally to the banner of Joe Longuet than to ours. Because Joe and Longuet both mirror as well as exploit the passivity, ignorance and backwardness of the working class. If Comrade Jean, who is in charge of party work among the peasantry, pays disproportionate attention to the peasantry as against the proletariat, then this is vexing, but understandable, and it is, after all, not so very dangerous because the party as a whole will correct him. But if the party adopted Comrade Jean's standpoint, and were to regard the proletariat as simply one half of the toilers, then truly fatal consequences would ensue because the revolutionary class character of the party would become dissolved in a formless party of toilers. This danger looms all the more distinctly in the light of Comrade Jean's subsequent line of thought. He flatly rejects such tasks of struggle as do not embrace all of the toilers, or as he puts it, which do not include demands common to both of the major sections of the proletariat. The term proletariat here implies not only the proletariat but also the peasantry. This highly dangerous abuse of terminology leads in politics to Comrade Jean's attempt to place the demands of the proletariat, maintenance of the 8-hour day, defense of the wage scale, and so on, under the control of the peasantry. The peasant is a petty bourgeois who can be drawn more or less closely to the proletariat, and who, under certain conditions, can be more or less firmly won over by the proletariat for the revolutionary cause. But to identify the agrarian petty bourgeoisie with the proletariat, and to curtail the demands of the proletariat to conform with the views of the small peasantry is to renounce the party's genuine class base, and to sow that self-same confusion for which the soil is so extremely favorable in peasant parliamentarian France. While the 8-hour day cannot, as we have heard, become a slogan of the United Front in France because it is of no interest to the peasant, the struggle against militarism does, from Jean's standpoint, provide a genuine revolutionary program for France. There can be no doubt whatever that the French small peasant, duped by the war, is filled with hatred toward militarism, and responds sympathetically to anti-militarist speeches. Needless to say, We are under obligation to mercilessly expose capitalist militarism in city and country alike. The lesson of the war must be exploited to the utmost. It would, however, be extremely hazardous for the party to beguile itself with illusions about the extent to which peasant anti-militarism can acquire an independent revolutionary meaning. The peasant does not want to send his son to the barracks, he does not want to pay taxes for the army's upkeep. He sincerely applauds orators who talk against militarism, and even against all militarisms. However, peasant opposition to the army has not a revolutionary but a boycottist pacifist lining. Fichez-moi la paix. Let me alone, that is the peasant's program. This mood can create a favorable atmosphere for the revolution, but it cannot create the revolution itself, nor assure its success. Sentimental pacifism in the spirit of Pioche is the very expression of a peasant, but not proletarian, attitude toward the state and toward militarism. The organized and class-conscious proletariat confronted with the state, armed to the teeth, poses the question of how it, the proletariat, can best organize and arm itself for the abolition and destruction of bourgeois violence by means of its own dictatorship. An isolated peasant doesn't go that far. He is simply opposed to militarism, he hates it, he is ready to turn his back upon it. Fichez-moi la paix. Don't bother me with all your militarisms. Such is the psychology of a disgruntled, oppositional peasant, of an intellectual or an urban petty bourgeois. It would be nonsensical not to exploit these moods among our possible petty bourgeois and semi-proletarian allies, but it would be criminal to transmit these moods to the proletariat and to our own party. The social patriots, because of their patriotism, find it difficult to reach the peasant. We must profit in every way by this advantage. But this in no case gives us the right to relegate the class proletarian demands to the background, even if we thereby incur the risk of provoking some temporary misunderstandings with our friends, the peasants. The small peasantry must follow the proletariat as it finds it. The proletariat cannot remodel itself after the peasantry. If the Communist Party were to circumvent the vital class demands of the proletariat and follow the line of least resistance, advancing pacifist anti-militarism to the fore, it would run the risk of deceiving the peasants and the workers, and itself. In France as elsewhere, what we need first of all is the united front of the proletariat itself. The French peasantry will not be converted into the proletariat by the fact that Comrade Jean takes the liberty to abuse sociological terminology. But the mere hankering for such an abuse is a dangerous symptom. It is symptomatic of a policy that can sow only the greatest confusion. French communism more than any other needs clarity, precision, and irreconcilability. At all events, on this point we are in accord with our French opponent. 7. From the Third to the Fourth World Congress. The Lessons of May Day. May 10, 1922. Genoa lays bare the contradiction between Soviet Russia and the rest of the world. Our enemies are convinced that we are today further from capitulation than ever before. But our enemies are still powerful. The danger, too, is great. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Truly monumental in their proportions were the May Day demonstrations not only in Moscow and Petrograd but also in Kharkov and Kiev. Even those in charge did not expect such great numbers of demonstrators. Foreigners, including those very unfavorably inclined toward us, were astounded. One representative of the Amsterdam International remarked under the direct impact of the demonstration that he never saw anything comparable except at the funeral of Victor Hugo. And he had opportunities to witness not a few mass demonstrations in various European countries. The moods among the demonstrators, of course, varied. Some marched with enthusiasm, some with sympathy, others out of curiosity, stiff others out of imitation. But that is always the case in a movement embracing hundreds of thousands. On the whole, the throngs felt themselves part of a common cause. And the tone was naturally set by those who marched with enthusiasm. A few days prior to May Day, comrades reported from the districts that Genoa had raised to an astonishing degree the political interests and the revolutionary self-confidence of the working masses. Others added that the feeling of revolutionary pride was playing an important part in the prevailing moods, We force them to talk to us almost like human beings. To believe the White Guard and socialist publications issued in Berlin, the Russian working class is completely permeated with skepticism, with reactionary pessimistic moods and hostility toward the Soviets. It is quite possible that not all of these reports are composed in Berlin, which is now the center not only of Russian monarchism but also of yellow socialism. It is quite possible that some of these reports are even copied from nature. But each one copies nature as he sees it. The Mensheviks approach everything in nature from the rear, and that is how they copy it. There is no doubt that in working-class neighborhoods there is discontent with various aspects of today's hard life. We can also grant that the slow tempo of the developing European Revolution and the ponderous, full of pitfalls process of our own economic development engender among isolated, not purely proletarian but rather large circles of the working class, moods of pessimism and disorientation, verging even on mysticism. During weekdays, and our great epoch, too, has its weekdays, the consciousness of the class becomes absorbed and distracted by current cares and concerns. The differences in the interests and views among the various groups within the working class come to the forefront. But the very next major events completely reveal the profound unity of the working class that has passed through the fiery school of revolution. We had a chance to observe this on more than one occasion on the long road from the Czechoslovak mutiny in the Volga to the negotiations in Genoa. Our enemies have said more than once that the Czechoslovak uprising proved quite beneficial to the Soviet power. The Mensheviks, the socialist revolutionaries, and their older brothers, the cadets of the Milyukov group, keep repeating that military interventions are harmful precisely because the Soviet power is strengthened as a result. But what does this mean? It means nothing else than that all major and serious tests reveal the profound ties between the Soviets and the toiling masses, despite the disorganization, the effects of devastation, and the incompetence, despite the exhaustion of some and the discontent of others. Naturally, even a state that is already in conflict with social progress can sometimes find itself strengthened at a moment of external danger. We saw this in the case of Tsarism during the first phase of the Russo-Japanese War, and, on a still larger scale, at the beginning of the last imperialist war. But this held true only for the first phase, i.e., only until the consciousness of the popular masses was able to assimilate the new fact. Then came the settling of scores. The obsolete regime lost far more in stability than it was able to gain during the initial phase of the war. Why then does this phenomenon, which has the universality of a law, fail to manifest itself in the destiny of the Soviet Republic? Why did 3 years' experience with military interventions impel our more perspicacious enemies to renounce the idea of further military assaults? For exactly the same reason that the Genoa Conference has aroused enthusiasm among the working masses, producing the unexpected, great demonstrations of May Day. The Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries were, of course, against the workers marching, and they issued a call not to march. All the more clearly was revealed how unanimous the toilers were with regard to the basic questions involving the life of the toilers' republic. It is of course possible to contend that repressions have hindered and are hindering the success of the white Guardist and yellow, socialist, propaganda. This cannot be denied. But after all, the struggle itself comes down to this, that they seek to overthrow the Soviet power, while the latter refuses to permit them to do it. We feel positively under no obligation to provide more favorable conditions for their counter-revolutionary struggle. After all, the bourgeoisie nowhere strives to facilitate the conditions for the work of the communists. Nevertheless, the revolutionary movement has grown and continues to grow. Tsarism had at its disposal the mightiest apparatus of repressions, but this could not save it from falling. Moreover, the Mensheviks themselves probably wrote and said more than once that Tsarist repressions only served to spread and to temper the revolutionary movement. And this was correct. During the initial period of the Russo-Japanese imperialist war, Tsarism was still able to stage patriotic demonstrations, even if only on a very limited scale. But very soon the city streets began falling under the sway of revolutionary crowds. The reference to repressions, consequently, explains nothing, for the question naturally arises, why are these repressions successful? while the struggle against them fails to meet with success. And the answer reads: repressions fail to attain their aim whenever they are applied by an obsolete state power against new and progressive historical forces. In the hands of a historically progressive power, repressions can prove extremely effective in speeding the removal of outdated forces from the historical arena. But since May Day has laid bare the closest internal bond between the toilers and the Soviet regime and, in passing, also the complete impotence of the parties of White Guards and Socialists, shouldn't one therefore conclude that repressions are unnecessary? Why not legalize impotence, even if it does happen to be mortally hostile to the workers' revolution? This question, too, merits a completely clear reply. Had May Day been celebrated in the same way throughout the world, then the very question of repressions would never have arisen in Russia. The same thing would apply if Russia existed alone in this world. But, after all, the toilers on May Day come out so unanimously on the streets of Moscow and Petrograd, Kharkov and Kiev and other cities precisely because through Genoa they became more clearly and directly aware of their workers' and peasants' Russia standing alone against twoscore bourgeois states. Within the national boundaries of Russia the Mensheviks and the SRs are an insignificant magnitude. But on an international scale the relation of forces appears differently. Because in power everywhere, in Europe and throughout the world, stand the bourgeoisie, and Menshevism serves as its transmitting political mechanism. Russian Menshevism is itself insignificant, but it represents a lever of a still mighty system, whose driving force is the stock market in Paris, London, and New York. This was revealed with exceptional clarity in the case of Georgia. The Mensheviks, under Vandervelde's lead, demanded nothing less than the restoration of Menshevik Georgia. M. Barthou, the most reactionary of the French political profiteers, demanded that the former Menshevik Georgian government be invited to Genoa. And this same Barthou has a Wrangel detachment in reserve, in the event of an invasion of the Caucasian shores. And at bottom of it all is the stock market's greed for Caucasian oil. Within the national boundaries the Mensheviks and the SRs are insignificant. But within the boundaries of capitalist encirclement they were and remain the semi-political, semi-military agencies of imperialism, armed to its teeth. After the long stretch of weekdays, with the silent burrowing by both sides, Genoa has once again dramatically and dazzlingly revealed the contradiction between Soviet Russia and the rest of the world. That is why the toilers of our country have rallied so unanimously to the Soviet banners. This magnificent movement expressed the revolutionary power of the Republic, and also the power of the dangers surrounding it. Today there are no fronts and no military hostilities, but we still remain a beleaguered fortress. Our enemies have granted us an armistice, and have asked us to send negotiators. Our enemies have probed us and have become convinced that today we are further from capitulation than ever before. But our enemies are still powerful. And this means that the danger is great too. These are the lessons of May Day. Legitimately proud of our strength, we must not, in the future as well, abate our vigilance by an iota. First published in Pravda, issue number 102, May 10, 1922. 7. From the 3rd to the 4th World Congress. From the ECCI to the Central Committee of the French Communist Party. May 12, 1922. Dear comrades, the ECCI has been following with growing alarm the internal developments inside the French Communist Party and the policy pursued by it among the working masses. The fact that the party has temporarily stopped growing numerically and has even lost a certain number of members would not in and by itself give rise to alarming conclusions. The party took shape in the period of post-war revolutionary ferment, a period when hopes were high for a swift development of great revolutionary events. But when the movement proved to be slower in tempo, when the less conscious elements among the masses, i.e., the majority, perceived that the formation of the Communist Party did not imply immediately any drastic changes in the social structure, there was an unavoidable decline in interest in the Communist Party, and a certain section of proletarian and non-proletarian elements, who were swept toward the party by the mounting wave, began to draw away from it. This lag, conditioned by the logic of events, could and should have aided in cleansing, consolidating and strengthening the party's principles and organizations. But this could have occurred only on one condition, namely, if the party's basic core, first and foremost its central committee, had conducted a precise and firm policy. But the ECCI is not cognizant of any such policy. The party is becoming neither more fused nor more homogeneous on the basis of its revolutionary program. On the contrary, it is more amorphous today than ever before. Any weakening of the revolutionary concentration inside the party brings about an increase in the pressure from without, i.e., pressure of bourgeois public opinion, the right-wingers, that is, the non-communist and opportunist party elements, whose actual number is small and who are weak ideologically, tend to acquire under these conditions an ever-growing influence. Because through them bourgeois public opinion transmits its pressure upon a party which lacks the necessary unity and firmness to resist external influences. This alarming situation in the party found crass expression in the case of Fabre and his newspaper. It is clear to every communist that Fabre's newspaper is absolutely alien and hostile to the spirit of the Communist International. Furthermore, this paper is nothing but a private venture by an individual who poses under false pretenses as a member of the Communist Party. Our party's citadel, which is on all sides beleaguered by the bourgeoisie, and such an obdurate and evil one as the victory-flushed French bourgeoisie, has in it a door open to the enemies, through which sneak in spies and other elements who poison and demoralize the party ranks. As experience has frequently demonstrated, newspapers of this sort find easy access, directly or indirectly, to the party and trade union bureaucracy. Day by day the poison takes effect imperceptibly, all the more so because it is cloaked by the party's banner. And at the decisive moment of the conflict the consciousness and the will of a considerable majority of party organizations, namely, the party cadres, will prove to have been poisoned and paralyzed by the venom of petty bourgeois skepticism. The party mass, together with the working class as a whole, will find itself rendered impotent and as if beheaded, in the face of great events. Unless attention is paid to this process in time, it can prove fatal to a revolutionary party in the preparatory period. For these considerations, the enlarged plenum of the ECCI declared categorically 2 months ago that the question of Journal du Peuple, regardless of its editor's personality, constituted one of the most dangerous and negative aspects in the party's life. And at the present moment we affirm with growing alarm that despite the unanimous warning of the International, the party's leading bodies are still unable to understand this danger, and have not resorted to drastic measures to burn out this wound with a red-hot iron. Instead of mercilessly attacking Journal du Peuple, the party press simply keeps mum. Instead of posing the question of this newspaper in its full political scope, which would make it possible to dispose of the newspaper in 24 hours because the case is perfectly clear politically, the Central Committee of the party, proceeding completely counter to the decisions of the enlarged plenum and the pledge made by the French delegation, has reduced the entire question to a purely formal procedural inquiry and has thus prevented the party from getting a clear picture of the case and of the International's demand. To point out to the vanguard of the French proletariat the danger threatening it, the ECCI was compelled first to issue a warning, next to ask compliance with the regulations, and finally to invoke Article 9 of the International Statutes and to expel Fabre and his newspaper from the party, underscoring the full political significance of this step. 2. While the right wing has, by exploiting the chronic indecisiveness of the leading party bodies, acquired a disproportionate importance in the life of the French party, we fail to see these leading party bodies concentrating their attention upon their basic task, namely, the political conquest of the working masses organized in the trade unions or still remaining outside them. We do see that on the pretext of maintaining good relations with the trade unions or the syndicalists, the party keeps systematically making concessions to them on all the basic issues, thus surrendering positions and clearing the way for the most extreme anti-communist elements among syndicalism and anarchism. We see party members continuing to conduct in the trade union movement an insolent and provocative propaganda against the Communist International. Exploiting the theoretical weakness of syndicalism, they carry out within the trade unions their own private, sectarian policy, and install an irresponsible, oligarchic regime, beyond control and without a program. The party capitulates before each attack of these political opponents who are using the banner of communism in order to inescapably bring the trade union movement to decomposition and ruin. To continue to ignore this main danger is to permit subversive work against French communism for many years to come. Should the party fail to understand that the trade union movement is incapable of solving its main tasks without the aid of communism, without the parties leading and influencing the communist members inside the trade unions, then the party will inevitably have to yield its place in the working class and, above all, in the trade unions to the anarchist muddlers and adventurers. The party can win influence over the trade unions only in an open ideological struggle against anarchist muddlers, oligarchic cliques and adventurists. The party must assume the offensive all along the line. It must expose and criticize all muddling and all muddlers. It must place all the communists in the trade unions under its control, educating them in the spirit of strictest discipline, and mercilessly ejecting from its ranks all those who dare use autonomy as a pretext for continuing their debilitating work in the trade union movement. It is self-evident that in fulfilling this task the party ought to reject forms of agitation and propaganda which are likely to repel syndicalists in whom the revolutionary spirit is becoming imbued, and, all the more so, the broad layers of unionized workers who have not yet rid themselves of political prejudices. It is one thing to take a prudent attitude towards such elements, and to educate them. It is something again to capitulate passively to the anarchists who are exploiting these elements for their own ends. At all events, the necessary condition for success in this field is a firm desire to gain success. To this end the party must enforce the strictest control, with all the ensuing consequences, namely, expulsions of those pseudo-communists who henceforth make so free as not to submit to the decisions of the International, and all the more so those who act directly counter to these decisions. In this connection the ECCI expects the Central Committee to take firm and resolute steps which will give the International a genuine guarantee that its decisions are enforced, a guarantee which will free the ECCI of any need of again intervening directly in the organizational tasks and questions, the solution of which ought to be the business of the Central Committee of our French section. On the other hand, the ECCI declares that the dilatory tactic of evading and vacillating on life and death party questions has already been amply tested and has led only to negative results. For this reason the ECCI will permit no further delays in this sphere. 3. On the question of the United Front we see the very same passive and irresolute tendency, but this time masked by verbal irreconcilability. At the very first glance, one is hit between the eyes by the following paradox. The rightist party elements with their centrist and pacifist tendencies, who overtly or covertly support Journal du Peuple, come simultaneously to the forefront as the most irreconcilable opponents of the United Front, covering themselves with the banner of revolutionary intransigence. In contrast, those elements who have right up to the Tours Convention held in the most difficult hours the position of the Third International are today in favor of the tactic of the United Front. As a matter of fact, the mask of pseudo-revolutionary intransigence is now being assumed by the partisans of the dilatory and passive tactic. They do not understand that today, when the working class is divided into different camps, we cannot in any case permit workers to replenish the ranks of the dissident, reformist, anarchist, and other camps. We need politically aggressive initiative in order to disorganize the ranks of our conservative opponents who maintain themselves in the labor movement only thanks to lack of initiative on our part in the sphere of propaganda. The very same traits of indecision and passivity which caused us to suffer big losses in the trade union movement have in recent months cropped up on the question of the United Front. It was interpreted and presented in the organs of our French party in an absolutely false way. Moreover, although this question was seriously discussed for several weeks, resulting in the adoption of this tactic by the overwhelming majority of the Comintern at the enlarged plenum of the ECCI, we nevertheless see the leading body and the organs of the French party pursuing a tactic absolutely incompatible with both the spirit of the Communist International as well as its statutes. Declarations of submitting to discipline seem to serve only as a prelude to more open and systematic violations of this discipline. Despite the specific decisions that have been adopted, the party organs such as El Humanite and Internationale carry on, in their official articles, that is, in the party's name, an irreconcilable campaign against the United Front. Since both nationally and internationally the issue has passed from the stage of discussion into the stage of action, the polemical articles of the French Communist press constantly supply our enemies with ammunition. This is no longer a discussion, but sabotage of the cause. The ECCI discerns in these facts the worst vestiges of the spirit of the Second International. The decisions of the latter's World Congresses are purely decorative and are no embarrassment whatever to the tactics of the various national sections who place their national considerations above the interests of the revolution and the tasks of the international. A continuation of such impermissible violations of discipline in an international action is unavoidably bound to provoke resolute resistance by the international as a whole as well as by its national sections, who will be compelled to call the French section to order and demand that it submit to discipline. The ECCI considers that in accordance with the spirit and statutes of the Third International, the Central Committee of the French Party is obliged to assure the leading party organs such a composition and form as will convert them into organs for clarifying, defending and realizing in life the resolutions of the Comintern and not for waging a struggle against them. In this connection the ECCI expects perfectly clear and precise guarantees for the future. 4. We cannot leave unmentioned the ambiguity which exists in the relations between the Central Committee of the French Party and the ECCI. Not only that single question on which the French delegation voted against at the Third World Congress and at the enlarged plenum of the ECCI, but also all the decisions adopted with the complete agreement of all the French delegates, have been depicted as though they have been dictated to the party and imposed upon it from the outside and are being complied with by the party only as a pure formality. For example, all the members of the French delegation agreed in complete unanimity with the enlarged plenum that it was indispensable to restore the Central Committee mandates of those comrades who tendered their resignations at the Marseilles Convention. This decision pursued a political aim of the highest importance, the securing of complete unanimity in the functioning of the Central Committee, as well as of the party as a whole. This aim can be achieved only if it is made clear to the party that it is not a question of any sort of personal combinations nor of the personal ambitions of this or that individual, but of creating the organizational premises for complete unanimity in work. The political significance of this question should have been clarified lucidly and precisely in leading articles of the party press and at the party's national conference. Nothing of the sort was done. Everything was reduced to a pure formality of a show of hands, prepared behind the scenes, that is, behind the party's back, without any explanatory articles or speeches. Had anyone set himself the goal of attaining results diametrically counter to those pursued by the enlarged plenum of the ECCI, then such an individual would have behaved exactly as the Central Committee did in this particular instance. It is perfectly clear that such an approach cannot fail to produce and reinforce among the heterogeneous mass of the French party an impression that the International, or Moscow, is in the habit of issuing incomprehensible and unmotivated ultimatums, political and organizational in character, to which the Central Committee of the French party submits out of disciplinary considerations while at the same time skillfully making its negative attitude to the International's proposals known to the party rank and file. An atmosphere is thus created which is highly propitious for the intriguers and political horse traders grouped around Journal du Peuple. v. Finally, it is of interest to review the history of the relations between the ECCI and the Central Committee. From it we shall see that the misunderstandings and mistakes at no time emanated from the ECCI. The French party sent to the Third World Congress at Moscow a delegation of 11 members, representing all the different shadings in the party at the time. This delegation took extensive part in the work of the Congress and of the ECCI. The decisions pertaining to the French party adopted by the ECCI were discussed with and were unanimously adopted by the French delegation, in particular the decision wherein the ECCI proposed that the French party institute control over the party press, as is done by all the other communist parties. To the surprise of the ECCI, the Central Committee for a long time ignored this decision, and the evil which the ECCI had pointed out continued to exist and to grow stronger in the French party. For this reason the ECCI insisted on the adoption in principle of the control of the party press. After a 6 months delay, this principle was finally adopted, but nothing was actually done to carry it out in life. After the Third World Congress, the ECCI submitted various proposals concerning the French Communist movement to the Central Committee. In addition, Comrades Zinoviev and Trotsky wrote letters to the most prominent members of the French party in order to facilitate by such friendly correspondence mutual understanding and fraternal collaboration. In the same spirit, the ECCI repeatedly invited Comrades Frossard and Cashin to make a trip to Moscow in order to discuss in person the most important questions of the communist movement in France. Unwilling to let slip any opportunity for establishing cordial relations with the leaders of the French party, and in the absence of a favorable reply to its invitations, the ECCI sent a delegate to Paris who was to acquaint himself with the situation and present the viewpoint of the International to the Central Committee. Toward the end of last year, the ECCI managed to get another French comrade assigned to Moscow, and in this way learned the manner in which the Central Committee would like to establish its relations with the International. The ECCI gave its reply in a resolution, which in turn requested an answer from the Central Committee. This answer was not forthcoming. The ECCI took advantage of the convening of the Marseilles Convention in order to send an open letter to the French party, containing among other comments on the state of affairs in the French party certain critical judgments, made in a friendly and frank spirit, as is customary in international relations among communists. This letter also requested a precise answer on the questions of discipline and control of party newspapers. Unfortunately, the ECCI received no answer either to this letter or to a second and more detailed letter sent to the Central Committee. Let us also recall that by the time of the Marseilles Convention, the ECCI had sent a second delegate to the Central Committee whose stay in France was intended to straighten out all the differences of opinion and to facilitate the establishment of regular connections in the future. After the Marseilles Convention, for purposes of clarification and of establishing its relations with the French section on a precise basis, the ECCI counted upon Comrade Frossard's coming to Moscow, in accordance with the decision adopted in October by the Central Committee. The ECCI persistently invited the party secretary to come, in view of the extreme importance of the questions that had to be settled. The ECCI considered, as it still does, that such a direct exchange of opinion is the most expedient way of strengthening the ties between the International and the French section. The Central Committee never presented objections of a political character to the ECCI, except on the question of the United Front. In cases where the decisions of the enlarged ECCI were carried out in life, this, as we saw on the question of the resignees resuming their posts in the Central Committee, was done in such a purely passive way as if only to underscore a hostile attitude toward the substance of the decision adopted on this question. The ECCI deems it absolutely impossible to maintain relations of this sort in the future. It proposes that the Central Committee of the French section of the International take clearly into account the motives, unexpressed to this day, which lie at the bottom of such conduct, and also the grave consequences which must necessarily ensue if the tactic of evasion, now practiced in relations between Paris and Moscow, is not replaced by open and revolutionary sincerity. The Executive Committee of the Communist International. Moscow, May 12, 1922. 7. From the Third to the Fourth World Congress. French Communism and the Position of Comrade Rappaport. May 23, 1922. Today, the most important question before the entire Communist International is undoubtedly the internal situation in our French party. Processes that demand the greatest possible attention are taking place within it. Future historians will relate how difficult it was for the proletarian party of an old, republican, and cultured country, weighed down by traditions of a parliamentary and opportunist past, to adjust itself to a new historical situation. Those are utterly mistaken who believe or say that because France is a victorious country, no revolutionary situation allegedly exists there, and that this is precisely the explanation for the signs of crisis in the French Communist movement. In reality, the situation, if one probes deeply enough, is profoundly revolutionary in character. The international position of France is extremely unstable and packed with contradictions. This is the source of inescapable and ever sharper crises. The country's financial condition is catastrophic, and this financial catastrophe cannot be averted except through measures of a sweeping social character, which are positively beyond the powers of the ruling class. France's entire post-war state regime, first and foremost, her militarism and her colonial ambitions, do not correspond to her economic base. One can say that France's position as a great power threatens to crush the country under its weight. The toiling masses are disenchanted in their national illusions. They are discouraged, discontented, angry. The national bloc, which skimmed the political cream of victory, is running to waste before our very eyes. French radicalism as well as social patriotism squandered their basic resources as far back as the war. Should the radical reformist regime, Calos Thomas Blum, supersede the regime of the national bloc, it would hardly be for a longer span than that required by the Communist Party for definitively preparing itself to fulfill its basic task. The objective premises for the revolution and the subjective premises for revolutionary policy are thus at hand, and if anything does lag behind, it is the internal evolution of the party. In this sense, the case of Fabre is profoundly symptomatic. Having broken in principle with nationalistic and reformistic ideology, the Communist Party keeps extending hospitality in its ranks to one of the vulgar condottières of journalism who sets up at his own risk and for his private profit an unprincipled newspaper enterprise, and after affixing a communist emblem over his door, he, in turn, extends the broadest hospitality to reformists, nationalists, pacifists, anarchists, on this sole condition, that they wage war against the Communist International. This incredible scandal dates back to the day the Communist Party was founded, and has assumed increasingly open and demoralizing forms. More than this, the most influential members of the party's Central Committee have collaborated with Fabre's newspaper, and when the International urged them to cease and desist from collaboration, they did so in tenderest lyrical terms. There are of course oracles who have informed us that we exaggerate the importance of this fact. We consider these oracles to be simpletons and dawdlers, if not something worse, and that is, the conscious promoters of Fabre's clique as a useful counterweight to the left wing. The ECCI has shown on this, as on all other internal questions of French communism, the greatest caution, offering advice, patiently waiting for answers and actions, formulating proposals jointly with the French comrades, waiting for the fulfillment of these proposals, sending new reminders, and waiting some more, until it finally saw itself compelled to invoke Article 9 of the Statutes, and to expel Fabre from the International. Let us hope that Comrade Rappaport, who is now in Moscow, does not challenge the right and the duty of the International to decide who can and who cannot hold membership in its ranks. Fabre is not one of us. Fabre has nothing in common with us. He is an out-and-out enemy. For this very simple reason, which will be excellently understood by every French worker, Fabre has been expelled from the International. And anyone who supports Fabre or solidarizes with him is by this very token automatically liable to expulsion from our ranks. Or does Comrade Rappaport perhaps doubt the expediency of this decision or its timeliness? Comrade Rappaport demands in Izvestia a prudent attitude toward the French labor movement. What does this mean? Anyone in the know will perceive a hint in these words. Unfortunately, only a hint. We would prefer an open criticism and clear statements of just what Comrade Rappaport wants, and what he does not want. Assuredly, this is not the season for hints and circumlocutions, especially if we take into account the fact that Comrade Rappaport is a member of the Central Committee of the French Communist Party. A few sentences earlier, Rappaport states that it would be incorrect to draw excessively pessimistic conclusions about the French labor movement. The revolutionary masses of France, he says, are healthy. Again, there is a hint. Who is it that draws these pessimistic conclusions and has doubts about the health of the French revolutionary masses? And who is it that approaches the French labor movement without sufficient prudence? The French movement, it must be recognized, has a right to a certain independence, says Rappaport. Again, something is left unsaid. Why only the French movement? Doesn't this apply to all the national sections of the International as well? Can it really be that the International illegally impinges, when and where, upon the independence of the French labor movement? Why hint? Why make half statements? Why not better say clearly and positively wherein the International fails to evince a sufficiently prudent attitude toward the French labor movement, and just where it violated the necessary independence of French communism? It is possible to arrive at agreement only if all the disputed questions are posed candidly and clearly. The whole trouble, however, is that Comrade Rappaport's approach to the question is too sweeping. The rather specific responsibility of specific party bodies, of specific newspapers, individuals, editors and leaders is transferred by him to the party as a whole and, finally, to the labor movement as a whole. No one disputes that the party has its roots in the movement, while the Central Committee has its roots in the party. But this does not in the least free the Central Committee and its individual members from responsibility for their own policies. No one else but the Central Committee of the party has up to recently evinced an absolutely incomprehensible tolerance toward a hostile publication embedded in the party's body. The responsibility for this falls upon that very core of the Central Committee of which Comrade Rappaport is a member. In our opinion, and we want to say this candidly, it is precisely Rappaport and his co-thinkers who evince an insufficiently prudent attitude toward French communism and the labor movement as a whole by permitting irresponsible groups to engage in artificially grafting opportunism onto the Communist Party and preparing for the latter's drawing closer to and merging with the opportunist dissidents, through the maneuver of isolating its left wing. The revolutionary masses of France are healthy, but this does not at all mean that their health remains unaffected by the errors of the Central Committee, of which Comrade Rappaport is a member. Once again it is necessary to say flatly, Rappaport and his co-thinkers pause irresolutely before Fabre's enterprise not because they deem it too insignificant but, on the contrary, because they fear lest Fabre's expulsion precipitate an unavoidable crisis among the leading party circles. But thereby they reveal an extremely pessimistic attitude toward the party. They assume that the source of and the condition for the party's successes is the preservation of the status quo at the top, and not the liberation of the rank and file from cliques they have no need for, and which only act as a deterrent. That the French Communist Party requires independence. On this score the International, to tell the truth, needs no reminders. But this independence is required for action. Yet Comrade Rappaport and his co-thinkers are artificially propping up among the party tops a combination of forces that excludes the possibility of action. Or to put it more accurately, the line of the policy which runs between Rappaport and Verfuil is not the line of communist action. Herein is the nub of the matter. Hence the ailments, hence the symptoms of a grave crisis. The blow dealt by the Communist International to the Fabre clique means that the Central Committee must seek to orient itself not through adapting itself to the right wing, but through harmonious collaboration with the left wing. The combination of forces which will give the resultant for party policy must pass not to the right of Comrade Rappaport but to his left, and moreover, if our guest will permit us, considerably, very considerably to his left. The sooner and more decisively the necessary change of course is achieved at the top, all the more easily will the crisis be overcome, all the less will the rank and file pay for the recovery and consolidation of the party. All the efforts of the ECCI are now being directed to this end. The representatives of all the communist parties are following the developments in the French party very closely, and in full awareness of their responsibility for each of their steps. And we do not for a moment doubt that the International will succeed in shifting the line of the party leadership to the left, in complete accord with the needs, thoughts, and feelings of the party's rank and file. Moreover, we do not doubt that the majority of the leading comrades among the grouping to which Comrade Rappaport himself belongs will support all the latest steps of the International design to protect the French labor movement against far graver and malignant crises in the future. The revolutionary French working masses are healthy. The party is straightening out its line, entirely and exclusively to be in accord with them. The Executive Committee of the Communist International. May 23, 1922. 7. From the 3rd to the 4th World Congress. To Comrade Kerr. June 6, 1922. Moscow. Dear Comrade Kerr, your letter of May 27th arrived today on June 3rd, which is really a record time under the conditions that have persisted since the War of Liberation. Unfortunately, I am far from able to solidarize with your appraisal of what is taking place in our French party, and I consider it my duty to reply to your friendly letter with an equally friendly frankness. 1. The lack of definiteness and the equally inadequate ideological and organizational clarity of French communism does not emanate from below but from above. The French working class in its dual quality of both a working class and a French working class is seeking clarity, definitiveness, perfection, and resoluteness. To the extent that it failed to find these in the old party, it created a footing for revolutionary syndicalism. To the extent that the leadership of the Communist Party today divests itself too slowly of the heritage of the past, to that extent the French working class is threatened with a relapse into revolutionary syndicalism. As is always the case with historical relapses, the positive features of pre-war revolutionary syndicalism wane to zero while its negative features wax in the extreme. Let me repeat, the lack of clarity emanates not from below but from above. Its source is constituted by editors, journalists, deputies, whose mutual relations and whose ties are rooted in the past. Hence flows the extreme indecisiveness of the Central Committee on all questions involving newspapers, newspapermen, and so on, the Fabre incident. 2. I am very much surprised by your reproaches in connection with the expulsion of Fabre. The ECCI intended to expel Fabre as far back as its plenary session. It refrained only because the French delegation assumed responsibility for carrying out the expulsion summarily, in the commission on which I served as chairman, for weeks were definitely set as the maximum. Subsequently, an amendment was inserted into the text of the resolution which was utterly unexpected by us. The phrase, "Journal du Peuple is placed outside the party," was altered to read, "Journal du Peuple is placed outside the control of the party." This amendment was obviously designed to palliate the expulsion at a time when the Comintern clearly intended to invest the expulsion with an open, demonstrative, and sharp political character. Delays and obstructions thereupon ensued which were in direct and flagrant violation of the obligation which had been assumed by the French delegation in the name of the Central Committee. In her report, Comrade Lysiag declared that she had nothing to say concerning the outcome of the Control Commission's findings. The party press did not carry a single article in this connection. In particular, I cannot conceal from you how surprised I and other comrades were that there appeared no articles by you, Comrade Kerr, explaining to the French workers the political meaning behind the expulsion from the party of Fabre and his newspaper as a nest of infection. Isn't it an astonishing and at the same time an alarming fact that the leading party publications carry no articles explaining and defending the decisions of the Comintern? Doesn't this convert all speeches about discipline, blood ties, etc., into sheer formality? Modigliani used to say that affiliation with the Comintern meant sending Italian picture postcards from time to time. But precisely for this reason Modigliani has placed himself outside the Communist International. How is it possible to support such conduct as this, that after decisions are adopted with the approval of the French delegation, these decisions are then sabotaged in action and are not even defended formally in the party press? The Comintern had not only the right but the duty to show the French workers that it is a functioning, centralized organization with a political will of its own. Today the question is posed sharply and clearly. The expulsion of Fabre is a political fact. In spite of the personal insignificance of Fabre, his expulsion is of the greatest significance. The Comintern has by this action signaled to the French party that it confronts internal dangers and that delays in solving internal problems imply heading for ever sharper crises. 3. Nor am I able to discern any progress in the sphere of the trade union question. On the contrary, we witness here an uninterrupted retreat by the party. Verdier, Quinton and others have exploited the party's authority in order to entrench themselves in the trade union movement, and then they kick the party aside. Articles in El Humanite defend the Jorcist tendency in the trade union question, that is, a tendency directly counter to the tendency which was adopted by the Comintern and which was set down, although not firmly enough, in the resolutions of the Marseilles Convention. Politics, like nature, abhors a vacuum. You are evacuating positions in the trade union movement at a time when the masses are looking for leadership. For this reason, syndicalists and libertarians are automatically occupying positions to which they have no ideological right whatever. And here we discern a dread of precipitating a crisis among the top circles of the trade union movement. A few principled, clear and firm leading articles in El Humanite are 100 times more important than behind-the-scenes agreements with the CGTU. On such questions as the trade union question, it is impermissible for leading activists to play the role of prima donnas, each with his own point of view. We have the strict and precise decisions of the Comintern and of the French party itself. These decisions must be carried out, and whoever violates these fundamental decisions must be expelled from the party. Otherwise we shall unavoidably breed adventurers of the Verdure Quinton type. For I cannot at all accept the appraisal made by Comrade Rosemer as too pessimistic. From Paris I received from him a single letter, which reached Moscow. Let me note this in passing in order to forestall any false conclusions, 10 days after the ECCI adopted its decisions on the French question. Comrade Rosemer thus did not exert the slightest influence upon the adoption of these decisions. But in Rosemer's letter I found afterwards a supplementary confirmation that the unanimously adopted decisions of the ECCI were unconditionally correct. Let me say in passing that I see no pessimism, either in Rosemer's views or my own. On the contrary, I detect far more pessimism, dear Comrade Kerr, in your own attitude toward the French party. You apparently consider that it is necessary to employ the same tactic in relation to the French party as one would in relation to a gravely sick person, namely, speak in whispers, walk only on tiptoe, etc., etc. We, on the other hand, consider that the French party is, in its basic proletarian core, profoundly healthy, revolutionary, and striving eagerly toward greater definiteness and greater decisiveness in leadership. 5. On the question of the United Front I cannot, unfortunately, change my appraisal of the situation either. The hue and cry raised over this question by our French party press serves only to distract attention from the truly acute and unpostponable questions of the party's internal life. I cite living proof. Comrade Daniel Renault publishes the super-opportunistic pacifist articles of Verfuil, Pioche and Merrick, allows Merrick to quote sympathetically from Journal du Peuple, never criticizes the absolutely treacherous line of the Fabre clique, and expresses constant concern lest Frossard conduct negotiations with Scheidman and Vandervelde, as power to power. We are all of the impression that for his intransigence Comrade Renault has a broad arena much closer home, above all his own newspaper. But he prefers to transfer his intransigence to Berlin. The International did not impose upon the French Communist Party any kind of concrete agreement with the dissidents, no danger whatever threatened in this connection, but in the meantime the internal dissidents, the Fabre clique, the cliques à la Verdure, Quinton, et al., are actually undermining the party, depriving it of its physiognomy, paralyzing its will, and not meeting with any rebuffs. Certain comrades say that we overestimate the importance of these phenomena. We reply, the fact that leading comrades fail to estimate properly the menace implicit in these phenomena is a most dangerous fact. 6. In my opinion, the situation inside the French party is critical. Two paths of future development are possible. A firm and clear internal course, ejection of the clique of right-wing strikebreakers in order to demonstrate that the party has no intention of joking about discipline, genuine leadership by the party's Central Committee, and a genuine fulfillment of the decisions of the Communist International. This is the healthiest and most desirable path. A continuation of the indefinite policy by the leading center group, tending toward an isolation of the left wing, boundless tolerance toward all manifestations of pacifism, reformism and nationalism inside the party, along with an ostensible and fictitious intransigence on questions of international scope, plus the absence of a firm and resolute line on the trade union question. This path automatically leads to a repetition of the Italian experience, that is, to a split in which the center remains with the right wing, while the left wing crystallizes into a communist party. In Italy, this path was produced by the mighty upheaval of the September Revolution and its defeat, 1920. In France, on the other hand, enriched by the Italian experience, such a path can be produced only by the continued fatalistic passivity of the central leading group. Naturally, even in this least desirable variant, the party will in the long run emerge onto the highway. The inevitable subsequent regroupings among the proletariat, to which our French press refers from time to time, but unfortunately very vaguely, will be oriented to the left and not to the right. Politicians who act under the immediate influence of isolated lags and ebbs are impressionists, and not revolutionists, and they will be swept aside by the march of events. The party can and must orient itself only upon the further accumulation of revolutionary contradictions. A selection of individuals and their tempering is urgently needed. Events demand of us maximum assurance, maximum concentration of forces, maximum resoluteness. The decisions of the Comintern are dictated by a desire to assist the French party in attaining these qualities within the shortest time possible. Let me repeat yet once again. I write with complete frankness because I consider that too much has already been let slip and too much is at stake. I warmly shake your hand. L. Trotsky. Moscow, June 6, 1922. 7. From the 3rd to the 4th World Congress. Resolution of the ECCI on the French Communist Party. Adopted on the report of Comrade Trotsky. June 11, 1922. Program, Tactics, Statutes. The most important task before the coming French Party Convention is the adoption of a program, tactics, and statutes in complete consonance with the party's tasks in the present epoch preparatory to the social revolution. It is necessary to proceed immediately to elaborate corresponding drafts and to publish them both in the organs of the French party as well as in the organs of the entire International, so that the knowledge and experience of all communist parties and of the ECCI may be drawn into the discussion and elaboration of basic documents which will assure the complete fusion and combat capacity of the party of the French working class. The party structure. The Central Committee. The creation of a homogeneous Central Committee, capable of assuring party leadership on the basis of the decisions of international and national communist congresses, must be carefully prepared right now, and then submitted to the next party convention. It must be recognized as unconditionally indispensable that more than half of the members of the Central Committee be composed of workers really tied up with the masses. All members of the Central Committee are obliged to devote themselves full-time either to party work or to trade union work, or they must be workers whose trade binds them with the life of the working masses. Selecting candidates in line with these conditions, checking up on their past and on their political stability, and making them known in one form or another to local party organizations. All this is the most important part of the preparatory work which naturally falls upon all those members of the present Central Committee who base themselves completely on the resolutions of the Comintern, and who want to assure their being carried out organizationally. In a Central Committee with such a composition, the majority of its members will embody the ties between the Central Committee and the local organizations, the trade unions, the press, etc. At the same time, a permanently functioning political bureau must be selected from among the personnel of the Central Committee. This body shall reside in Paris, gather in its hands all the threads of leading party work, prepare all the necessary material for elucidating the most principled and important decisions of the full Central Committee, and see to it that these decisions are realized in life by the General Secretary of the Central Committee. Discipline. The Central Committee must be empowered to eject from the party any member or any group, in every instance where this is warranted by the situation and by political considerations. In cases which require a thorough investigation of violation of discipline or other acts and crimes against party interests, the Central Committee may refer the question to the Committee on Conflicts and Grievances. But in cases where the political character of the question is beyond dispute, and where the elementary interests of the party demand expulsion, the Central Committee itself acts on the expulsion, and its decision can be appealed only to the party convention. The Sane Federation. The Sane organization is of extraordinary importance to the destiny of French communism and consequently, to world communism. Proceeding from this appraisal, the International deems it necessary to call upon the Communists in the Seine Federation as well as in our French party, as a whole, to make a drastic change in the foundations on which the Seine organization is built today. The federalistic principle is completely incompatible with the actual interests of the revolutionary organization. References to the federative constitution of the Soviet Republic must be recognized as false to the core, because the organization of the Communist Party cannot be identified with the organization of the Soviet state. In all the federated republics, the Communist Party is unified and rigidly centralized. Communists in the Ukraine, in Georgia, in Azerbaijan and elsewhere are linked with communists in Moscow, Petersburg, and so on, not by elements of federalism but by elements of strictest democratic centralism. Only thanks to the unity of this centralized organization of the working class was Soviet Russia able to defend herself in the struggle against her countless enemies. The International categorically warns against the application of the principles of federalism and autonomy inside a revolutionary party, which must be the mighty lever of revolutionary action. To place a committee of 100 members at the head of party organization is to actually deprive the organization of any consistent and firm leadership. In consonance with the organizational principles of the Communist International, the Seine organization must have at its head a committee small in number, whose members are elected on the principle of democratic centralism and who are unconditionally responsible for the political and organizational leadership of the Seine organization. At the same time, in view of the above-mentioned extraordinary importance of the Seine organization, it must be recognized as absolutely necessary for 2 or 3 members of the Central Committee to likewise serve as members of the Seine Committee, either by the election to the Central Committee of corresponding workers of the Seine organization or by inclusion of Central Committee members in the Seine Committee by a special decision of the Central Committee. This will assure the necessary ties between the leading party center and its most important organization. The trade union question. The International affirms that the greatest danger to the French working class and especially to the trade union movement is represented by individualistic, petty bourgeois elements, hostile to the spirit of proletarian discipline and artful in dodging all organizational control over their activities. In the person of Verdier, Quinton, and others, we see a type of activists who, under a smoke screen of phrases about trade union autonomy, organize their own tiny cliques inside the unions and seek to seize the leadership of the movement, without offering the organized working class any guarantees not only of a correct leadership but even of ordinary loyalty to the interests of labor. The activity of petty bourgeois individualists of this type is all the more dangerous since they, like the Verdiers, Quintons, and the rest, worm their way even into the ranks of our party. And while cloaking themselves with its authority, but without submitting to its control, they carry on profoundly demoralizing work, counterposing the trade unions to the party and poisoning the reciprocal relations between them. Having exploited for their own ends the hospitality of the party, these elements afterwards cheerfully leave its ranks because the regime of ideological consistency, of discipline and responsibility, that is, the party regime, is alien to the spirit of these poachers upon the labor movement. The International considers it the unconditional duty of all the advanced and conscious elements of the working class and, above all, of the leading bodies of the Communist Party, to wage merciless war against this manifestation and its culprits. The party itself must naturally be purged thoroughly and completely of the spiritual brothers of Verdier and Quinton, if any still remain in its ranks. It is therefore necessary during the Saint Etienne Convention to identify and expose, with the collaboration of the Communist faction and of its bureau, those pseudo-communists who regard both the party and the trade unions as an arena for the operation of irresponsible cliques. They must be mercilessly ejected from our ranks, lest in the future they cause the working class the same incalculable harm as they did in the past and do today. Taking into cognizance the fact that there are communists, members of the party, inside those trade unions which have remained in the CGT, it must be recognized as the unconditional duty of the party to maintain correct organizational ties with these comrades. Communists inside the reformist trade unions must organize correctly functioning party cells, intimately bound up with the corresponding party bodies. Independently of how the reciprocal relations between the CGT and the CGTU are finally resolved, and independently of the party's future conduct in its struggle against the reformists, the communists must wage a struggle from the inside to win all the organs of the CGT. The United Front. The International affirms that the press and the leading bodies of the French Communist Party have given completely incorrect information to the party concerning the meaning and importance of the tactic of the United Front. The International simply sweeps aside the superficial judgments of journalists who strive to see a revival of reformism where there is an enhancement in the method of struggle against reformism. The attempt to picture the formation of the Committee of Nine as the creation of a leading body standing above the three internationals stems from a complete misunderstanding of the spirit and character of the Communist International. To do so is to confound the Communist International with the old and purely parliamentarian reformist organizations, whose delegates and representatives climb on the back of the organized working masses and dictate their will to them. Given the character of the Communist International and the spirit of proletarian discipline, the three delegates, assigned to the Committee of Nine, constituted merely a provisional executive body with a definite goal and under the unconditional control of the Comintern. The most glorious page in the history of the French proletariat, the Paris Commune, was nothing else but a block of all the organizations and shadings within the French working class, united against the bourgeoisie. If, despite the establishment of the United Front, the Commune was quickly crushed, then the explanation for this is above all to be found in the fact that the United Front did not have at its left flank a genuine revolutionary, disciplined and resolute organization, capable of quickly gaining leadership in the fire of events. In just this sense the Commune was a workers' government, a block of the working class parties and groupings, counterposed to the bourgeoisie. As a workers' government the Commune represented nothing else but a stage toward the establishment of the socialist order. The class-conscious French proletariat need only profoundly ponder over the experience of the Commune, in order to find in its own heroic past all the necessary arguments in favor of the genuinely revolutionary tactic of the United Front, together with the demand for a workers' government which flows from this tactic. The idea of the left bloc, under the present conditions, can corrupt a great many workers who have little or no political experience. The French Communist Party must bear in mind this perspective, which represents a very serious danger. To the idea of the left bloc, in its entire day-to-day propaganda, it must systematically counterpose the idea of a bloc of all workers against the bourgeoisie. It is self-understood that during elections the party must everywhere run its own communist ticket, independent of all others. Only such a tactic, persistently carried out in all spheres, economic, political, municipal, and so on, can reduce to a minimum the number of workers who might be sucked into the orbit of the left bloc. Only such a tactic can extend the influence of the party over the circles of workers left untouched by it. On the party press. It is possible to raise the political and theoretical level of the mass of the party members only on one condition, namely, provided that the leading party press breaks completely with the habits and customs of bourgeois journalism, leaving its columns, not at the disposal of this or that journalist expressing his own personal inclinations, but at the disposal of the party, which systematically and planfully transmits its own thoughts and its own will through its own journalists. To this end, leading editorials devoted to a principled and consistent elucidation of world events as well as of domestic economic and political life must appear unsigned, i.e., not as the opinion of individuals but as the voice of the party itself. The Central Committee through its corresponding bodies must constantly control and supervise the press, assigning it definite tasks which flow from the political situation, and thus assure complete harmony between the work of its press and its own work both inside the party as well as in the political struggle as a whole. In no case can there or should there appear in the guise of leading editorials, even if signed, articles that criticize decisions of the Communist International or of the French party which have already been adopted, and which must be carried out. If publication of such articles is deemed expedient by the leading party bodies for the sake of completely clarifying a question, then these articles may appear only as discussion articles, accompanied by a precise presentation by the editorial board of the already adopted party decisions on this question, and by a vigorous defense of these decisions in leading editorials. The question of factions. The International affirms that in the French party, alongside of other manifestations of the crisis, there are observable symptoms that factions are being revived. The extreme right wing of the party, whose point of concentration is the Journal du Peuple, gained an influence among leading party circles and in the party press which did not at all correspond to its actual ideological and political weight. The absence of decisive countermeasures by the Central Committee inexorably led to attempts to revive a left-wing faction. In its turn, a struggle between these two factions is inevitably bound to drain the party's combat capacity, and it may in the future become a menace to its unity. The International is profoundly convinced that only the complete consolidation of the crushing majority of the party against the paltry right wing, and the vigorous enforcement of all the decisions adopted by the present conference will cut the ground from under all factional groupings. At the same time, the International strongly urges the left wing, while continuing its defense in the future of the principles of revolutionary communism, not to crystallize itself in any case into a separate faction but to conduct its work within the framework of the common party institutions and organizations, doing everything in its power to promote collaboration with the central core of the party in all practical work, and particularly in the struggle against the reformist, pacifist, and anarcho-syndicalist deviations. The daily L'Internationale and its editor Comrade Daniel Renault. The editor-in-chief of the Parisian evening daily, L'Internationale, and member of the party's Central Committee, Comrade Daniel Renault, took a most active part in the work of the February session of the enlarged ECCI. Furthermore, on all questions, with the exception of the United Front, the ECCI reached complete agreement with all the members of the French delegation, including Comrade Renault. On the question of the United Front, Comrade Renault, who spoke as the reporter, and who later voted with the majority of the French delegation against the tactic of the United Front, declared, nevertheless, most categorically and solemnly that the French Communists will, as loyal soldiers of the Revolution, submit without reservations to the decisions adopted after a lengthy and loyal discussion. The obligations, assumed by the delegation of the Central Committee, remained unfulfilled in their most essential aspects owing to inadequate energy and decisiveness of the Central Committee itself in carrying them out. However, the most important reason for the failure to fulfill the adopted decision and for the tension between the International and its French section, this conference finds in the conduct of the daily L'Internationale and its editor. Directly counter to the accepted obligations and to his own solemn pledge, Comrade Daniel Renault, instead of explaining the adopted decisions and instead of calling for their unanimous fulfillment, has engaged in a bitter campaign against the tactic of the United Front and against the Communist International as a whole. Not confining himself to a literary polemic, Comrade Daniel Renault has taken the floor at such authoritative gatherings as the Conference of the Sane Organization to appeal for a demonstrative vote against the policy of the United Front. In view of the crass violation by Comrade Daniel Renault of his duties as member of the Communist International and in view of his trampling upon obligations he himself assumed and solemnly pledged to fulfill, the enlarged plenum votes to censure Comrade Daniel Renault, in his capacity as delegate of the French party to Moscow and as editor of the daily L'Internationale. At the same time, the International proposes to the Central Committee and its General Secretary that it adopt all necessary measures to convert the daily L'Internationale, during the months still remaining before the party convention, into an organ that actually carries out the decisions of the Communist International. The Fabre case. The expulsion of Fabre and his newspaper from the party constitutes one of the moments in the struggle against the spirit of intellectual anarcho-journalistic bohemia which consistently assumes, especially in France, all the forms and all the colorations of anarchism and opportunism in order invariably to conclude by stabbing the working class in the back. This is the laboratory from which emerged Briand and Hervé and hundreds of others. The International firmly expects that the Central Committee and the party press alike will explain to the working masses the political meaning of Fabre's expulsion. On this condition alone will the adopted measure prove to be a death sentence to Fabreism in the party, and the communist public opinion will gain the revolutionary tenacity in the face of which journalistic adventures will always and without difficulty be ejected from the ranks of the party. The coming party convention. The preparation of the next party convention must be conducted under the banner of struggle for the ideological and organizational consolidation of the party, against the tendencies of petty bourgeois pacifism, anarcho-syndicalism and verbal revolutionism, against the theories which identify the proletariat with the peasantry and which are thereby directed against the class character of the party, etc. In view of the fact that the foregoing tendencies have already succeeded in introducing extreme confusion into the consciousness of the party press must introduce clarity into all these questions, refreshing the party's memory with the corresponding resolutions of the Communist International, in particular the 21 conditions for parties adhering to the Third International. All these decisions must be illuminated by last year's experience, or illustrated by examples of literary and political declarations of a number of prominent party workers, which are obviously incompatible with these resolutions. The date for the convention call must be fixed by agreement between the Central Committee and the ECCI. Appeal of the Central Committee. Taking into consideration the need of a profound shift in the internal policy of the French party, which can be realized in life only with the conscious cooperation of the overwhelming majority of its members, the International deems desirable the publication of a corresponding solemn appeal by the Central Committee addressed to the entire party. This appeal shall explain the substance of the decisions which the present enlarged plenum has adopted, and which are designed to inaugurate a new era in the life of the French Communist Party. 7. From the Third to the Fourth World Congress. A letter to Comrade Traint. July 28, 1922. Moscow. Dear Comrade Traint, I am very much obliged to you for your extremely interesting letter, which on the whole confirms the information we have received here both from our French press as well as from letters and interviews. We have not as yet surmounted in France all the difficulties in the task of forging the revolutionary proletarian party. The victory at Tours came too easily. History is now demanding of communism that it justify this overall victory and realize it in life through a number of partial victories. This results in a struggle inside our own party. This struggle exacts a certain expenditure of forces, a certain transfer of attention from external enemies to internal impediments, and leads to a deterioration in personal relations, and so on. All this is, in general, quite unpleasant, and if all this is considered outside space and time, then it can furnish a pretext for bitter lamentations about internal party struggles and the like. But sad to say, there is no other and more economical way for a revolutionary party to evolve, especially in France. Sentiments are betimes expressed to the effect that the party ought to be cleansed and regenerated on the basis of mass actions, and then the very process of cleansing would be less painful. In so general a form, this idea is correct. But it is far too general and therefore can become a source of false conclusions. French communism can grow stronger as a genuine revolutionary party only on the basis of mass actions. But on the other hand, the present condition of the party, conflicting tendencies, lack of leadership, vague character of the press, provides the worst possible deterrent to its engaging in mass activities. In this connection, I am not even referring to how harmful is the party's position on the question of the united front. In other words, there is not a mechanical but a dialectical connection between mass activities and the present condition of the party. The one is thwarted or facilitated by the other. Precisely in order to initiate actions, the party requires a certain minimum of unity of consciousness and unity of will. To secure this internal unity, an expenditure of energy, and a very considerable expenditure at that, becomes imperative. This expenditure of energy, which from a superficial standpoint might appear as so much waste, will be completely recouped during the party's very first serious test in mass action. Conversely, a participation of this sort by the party, which is more united than it is now, will serve further to augment its fusion and dynamism. That is why we are following the internal struggle in the French party without undue alarm. On the contrary, this struggle is evidence of the party's healthy reaction to the bacilli of centrism, pacifism, journalistic individualism, anarcho-syndicalism, and so on. Le vin est tire, Illinois faut le boire. The bottle has been uncorked, the wine must be drunk. The struggle must be waged to the very end. It will take place the more painlessly, all the less indulgence is shown by the revolutionary elements of the party, that is, its unquestionable majority, to individualistic journalism and parliamentary oratory whose practitioners lack desire or capacity to re-educate themselves in a revolutionary spirit and to submit to the discipline of a combat party. The results of the Saint Etienne Convention undoubtedly represent a forward step. It would, however, be brought to nothing unless followed up immediately by the second and third steps. Impunity for anarcho-syndicalist proclivities under the banner of communism was, as it remains, the greatest danger. So long as pseudo-communists, counteracting the influence of communism in the trade unions, are not automatically expelled from the party, the latter will remain unable to establish correct relations with the trade unions. In this connection, I should like to say a few words about the totally false impression which some French comrades labor under, apparently owing to an imperfect presentation by Comrade Froissart of my attitude toward Monmouth's group and its resolution. An impression might have arisen that I proposed to declare war against the La Vieuvrier group. This is completely wrong. What I, together with all other members of the ECCI, demanded was that the Communists conduct themselves in accordance with the orders of the Communist Party. When the party decides to vote in favor of adhering, without any reservations, to the Profintern, Red International of Labor Unions or RILU, then every communist who votes against such a resolution, and let us say, in favor of Monmouth, must be expelled from the party. The whole question is, whether it is possible in the existing party situation to adopt a binding decision to vote in favor of adhering to the RILU, without any reservations. Comrade Froissart has declared categorically that the relationship of forces is such as to preclude the parties adopting this decision. In that case, there remains only a bloc with Monmouth's group. But here again, the Communists could cast their vote for Monmouth's resolution only by the decision of the party. In this case, too, they are duty-bound to submit to the discipline of their own party and not that of Monmouth's faction. Otherwise, they face expulsion. At the same time, I strongly stressed that it was imperative for us to go hand in hand with Monmouth's group, which represented very precious elements of the French labor movement. In this there is, of course, no contradiction. We can and should respect Manat and Monmouth and their co-thinkers, striving at all costs to reach an agreement with them, while at the same time expelling from the party those communists who placed the discipline of Monmouth's faction above the party discipline. You ask my opinion of how we envisage here the coalition between the lefts and all the revolutionary elements of the center, and how we envisage the existence of the left wing. One must proceed from facts. The left, the center, and the right exist as tendencies toward personal groupings, and to a certain extent and under certain conditions, each threatens to become converted into a shut-in faction. Under the conditions of internal party struggle, it would be the height of Philistinism to demand of co-thinkers that they refrain from meeting, taking counsel and discussing their line of conduct. Naturally, this also applies to the left, because the left-wingers, who are striving to defend the resolution of the International, have no reason whatever of depriving themselves of means of struggle at the disposal of all other groupings. But it seems to me, the following conditions ought to be observed. Under no circumstances should the left constitute itself as an organized faction, that is, it categorically rejects the idea of split. The left vigorously strives to draw closer to all revolutionary elements of the center, without falling into despair because of individual failures, and all the while defending the united front between the center and the left against all anti-communist elements and groupings within the party. The left lays down a correct perspective with regard to the various deviations inside the party, and sets as its aim to convince the center to accept this appraisal and perspective. As touches the appraisal and perspectives of the internal party struggle, they appear to me to be as follows. There are the reformist and pacifist elements, partisans of the left bloc, nationalists, parliamentarian and journalistic individualists. We must mercilessly settle accounts with this intellectual grouping. burning out once and forever with white-hot irons these running sores of shyster and parliamentarian individualism inside the Communist Party, and therewith increase the respect and confidence in the party among revolutionary workers. There are syndicalist elements, that is, workers who belong to the Communist Party but who at the same time follow the tendency of Manat and Monmuso, which rests on the mistrust of the party's revolutionary spirit and of its proletarian essence. Required here is a patient and persistent ideological struggle against anti-communist tendencies, with the aim of winning over to the Communist Party all the healthy elements, i.e., the overwhelming majority of this group. There are the federalist elements, the extreme leftists, and others. The rank and file of these groupings is unquestionably revolutionary. Many of their confusions and blunders flow from youth and inexperience. Required here is a calm, comradely, and, in part, even a pedagogical approach. There is, as you put it, the so-called paysanism, peasantryism. If the party permitted this tendency to develop to its logical conclusion, it would unquestionably lead to the formation of a faction in the spirit of our SRs. Here criticism is absolutely indispensable. But naturally every effort should be exerted lest such valuable and greatly promising communists as Renaud Jean be repelled into the camp of the right, from which Renaud Jean is far removed by his revolutionary spirit. Permit me, dear comrade, to close my letter on the above note. I am forwarding a copy to Comrade Frossart. Sincerely yours, L. Trotsky. Moscow, July 28, 1922. 7. From the 3rd to the 4th World Congress. From the ECCI to the Sane Federation of the French Communist Party. Summer 1922. Dear comrades, during the last session of the enlarged plenum of the ECCI, the International devoted a considerable part of its labors to analyzing the situation in the French party, and especially in its important organization, the Sane Federation. Several months earlier, in February, the enlarged plenum had already discussed this question jointly with a large delegation of the French party and pointed out to the latter the dangers to which the Sane Federation and the party are being subjected owing to the acceptance of the federalist principle as a basis for a communist organization. Because of the tenacity of federalist prejudices and the failure to straighten out the line of the Paris Communist organization, in consonance with the general structure of the International and all its affiliated communist parties, the ECCI has been compelled to submit the question of the Sane Federation to a special discussion. In complete agreement with the General Secretary of the French CP and the attending French delegates, the ECCI has, after an exhaustive discussion in the French Commission and in plenary sessions, adopted unanimously a resolution inviting the Sane Federation to set up its organizational structure in accordance with the rules set down by the International and the statutes relating to the structure and organization of communist parties. The International is convinced that this resolution will be well received by the overwhelming majority of the French comrades, who have been convinced both by the theoretical conclusions drawn by perspicacious communists and by practical experience, whose lessons are reinforced by the existing condition of the Sane Federation. In harmony with the spirit of fraternal revolutionary frankness, which must be the rule among the communists of various sections, the International insists that this resolution be widely published so that all party members are given an opportunity to discuss and appraise it. The organizational principles and regulations set down by the International are not the product of intellectual fancy, but are the conclusions drawn from the experience of 3/4 of a century of proletarian liberationist struggles in both hemispheres. In traversing the first stages of its revolutionary road, the working class did not fight and suffer in vain. Both defeats and victories have convinced the working class how indispensable it is for the fighting proletarians to keep their ranks welded together, to preserve the discipline of class organization, and to have a unified leadership. That is why the World Communist Congresses have, in their theses and special resolutions, summarizing succinctly the sum total of the knowledge and experience gained by workers' parties of all countries, advanced the principle of democratic centralism as the main foundation of proletarian political organization. Centralism, because it is imperative to assure unity in action of all sections of the proletariat and the simultaneity of demonstrations under a single common slogan, This can be achieved only if there is a genuine concentration of leadership in the hands of responsible central and local bodies, stable in their composition and in their attitude to their political line. Democracy. Because these leading central and local bodies, which under certain conditions may be very small, must be elected by all party members, controlled by them and accountable to them. Centralized concentration of leadership is sometimes opposed on the ground that it presumably leads to arbitrary rule by the leaders, that the membership becomes insufficiently active and an oligarchic regime is created. It is self-understood that centralism, applied falsely, can degenerate into a system of oligarchy. The fault, however, lies not in centralism but precisely in a wrong application of its methods and advantages. But by its very nature a strictly centralized organization promotes the activity of the masses to the highest degree, to the extent that it assures a systematic, stable and continuous political leadership. Those who claim that the working class has no need at all of leaders are simply misleading the workers. Without a careful selection of leaders on a local and national scale, without a constant testing of these leaders in action, the working class can never be victorious. A party organization along federalist lines leads to a turnover in the leadership, an amorphousness in leadership, and an absence of any definite personal responsibility. Exactly under such circumstances, groups crystallize within the organization, which are under no one's control, but which have actually gained leadership behind the backs of the membership, lulled by the fictitious superiorities of the federalist structure. Arguments from the federalist structure of the Soviet Republic must be regarded in this connection as sheer misunderstanding. Federalism in state organization is applied by the Soviet Republic in the measure that it is necessary to coalesce enormous territories, populated by different national and tribal groups, Belarusians, Ukrainians, Georgians, Armenians, etc. This type of organization is made necessary by certain national state functions, state language, national school, and so on. But we never applied this federalist principle to the building of the proletarian party. Nor are we doing so now. Ukrainian, Georgian, Armenian, and other communist organizations enter into the framework of the unified party not on federalist principles but on rigidly centralist ones. Failing this party centralism, the working class of Russia would have never succeeded in defending the Soviet Republic, or even attaining the conquest of power. To every class-conscious worker it is clear that in the face of the strictly centralized and disciplined power of the bourgeoisie there must be a no less centralized and disciplined power of the proletariat. That is why those who oppose the idea of democratic centralism, proclaimed by the International, thereby show that they are alien to the spirit reigning among the enlightened sections of the proletariat, and are involuntarily doing harm to the interests of the revolution. Communist parties are not academic discussion clubs, nor propaganda societies. They are combat organizations and must be built as such. The workers' revolutions in modern times, the proletariat's tragic struggle against capitalist oppression, the countless sacrifices made by the best sections of the proletariat, all this is a never-to-be-forgotten lesson for the embattled vanguard of the social revolution. The sane federation, the spiritual heir of the Paris Commune, ought to be the last one to ignore the most important reasons for the defeat of the Commune, namely, petty bourgeois, democratic and federalist principles, the absence of a strong hand to guide the revolution, to unify, discipline and centralize it. The International is convinced that it has outlined the best path of organization, in consonance with the revolutionary interests of the sane federation. It notes with satisfaction that there exists within the French party a broad tendency inspired by the ideas of the International and capable of unifying all the healthy forces at the coming conference of the Federation. The ECCI is pleased that the question of Article 9 of the International Statutes has been placed on the agenda of the next convention. A discussion of this issue will throw into the limelight the basic distinction between the Third International and the Second, a distinction to which the Comintern largely owes the confidence of broad working masses. Like each of its component communist parties, the International is a centralized organization whose leadership is concentrated in the Executive Committee, invested with full powers by a World Congress which convenes annually. In contrast to all other international organizations, Steeped in national prejudices, the Comintern is thus not a federation of independent national parties, but a unified and great world communist party. The International has the unquestionable right to reject applications for membership and to expel previously admitted parties. In the intervals between World Congresses, this right is exercised by the ECCI. That is the meaning of Article 9 of the statutes. This means that the foregoing article was not drafted in the heat of a battle, nor under the sway of impressions arising from accidental and temporary circumstances. It flows logically from the organic principle of democratic centralism and can be cancelled out only with cancellation of the very concept of a combat organization, with the proletariat's renunciation of gaining emancipation through intense struggles. To place a question mark over Article 9 or to interpret it by discarding its revolutionary content is to place a question mark over the organic principle of the Communist International. Each national section has the right and the duty to demand a reconsideration of any principle which experience shows to be invalid or poorly applied, and the French section is free to exercise this right at the Fourth World Congress. But the sane federation will agree that such an important question must be posed in its full scope and on a correct plane. If it is found necessary to review the very foundations of the international organization, then the question ought to be raised without quibbling over an incident of a disciplinary character. The International found it necessary to invoke the right granted it by Article 9 in order to expel from its ranks Citizen Fabre and all those who solidarize with him. In this decision, the ECCI was guided by considerations of revolutionary expediency. In an old bourgeois parliamentarian country such as France, the pressure of bourgeois public opinion is especially powerful. This public opinion seeks for instruments by means of which to penetrate inside the revolutionary party in order to split, weaken, and poison it. Fabre's periodical is one such instrument of bourgeois public opinion. To ignore manifestations of this kind is to incur the greatest risk for the revolutionary party. For this reason, the ECCI deemed it its duty to call the attention of the entire party to the Fabre group. The dissidents and the bourgeoisie immediately made Fabre's cause their own, precisely because Fabre had previously defended inside the party the cause of the bourgeoisie. The hue and cry over Fabre invests him with a semblance of importance. But the moment the bourgeoisie finds that the Communist Party has drastically purged itself of Fabreism, then Fabre and his publication will be of no value whatever to it, and this ideologically barren and parasitic group will burst like a bubble. The interests of the revolution thus demanded the ejection of Fabre and his co-thinkers from the party ranks. Political interests have priority over any and all formal and juridical considerations. But it is self-understood that attention must be paid to considerations of a formal character which are of secondary importance. However, it is precisely from a purely formal standpoint that Article 9, at the disposal of the Comintern, revealed its full effectiveness in the given instance. The Central Committee of the French Communist Party, whose overwhelming majority recognized the need of expelling Fabre, proved unable to carry out this expulsion owing to certain peculiarities of the French party's statutes. The Committee on Conflicts and Grievances, which plays a very important role in the party's organism, is essentially entrusted with the task of reviewing carefully, thoroughly, and impartially all individual cases involving the moral character and honor of individual members, specific cases of violations of party discipline, infractions of party morality, and so on. But the Fabre case involved not a complex procedural investigation, but a political evaluation of a group completely hostile in spirit to communism. Such a question must naturally be referred for decision not to a control commission but to the party's Central Committee, the highest leading body in between conventions. Insofar as the Central Committee deemed itself, on the basis of existing statutes, without power to expel the Fabre clique, it was the duty of the ECCI to invoke Article 9 of the International Statutes. The conclusion to be drawn from this highly instructive experience is not that Article 9 of the International Statutes ought to be eliminated or restricted, but that the statutes of the French Communist Party ought to be amended to fully empower its Central Committee to safeguard the ideological purity and the discipline of the proletarian party. The experience of all parties shows that unstable, politically shaky and semi-opportunist elements give expression to their tendency as a rule not in open struggle with the revolutionary tendency but in opposing the latter on secondary, formal, legalistic and similar issues. The sane federation will teach these vacillating and unstable elements a proper lesson by instructing them to submit to communist discipline, and to participate in a merciless political struggle against the remnants of Fabreism in the party, instead of indirectly supporting Fabre on formal and obviously false grounds. The program of the coming Sane Conference must be the consolidation of all the genuinely revolutionary elements. This will meet with the unlimited support of the mass of the worker members. It is necessary to assure a firm revolutionary leadership in the most important organization of the French proletariat. The Sane Conference must be a worthy prelude to the next party convention scheduled for October, which will likewise have the task of consolidating the revolutionary communist elements, of annihilating the centrist and pacifist tendencies, of instituting a regime of revolutionary discipline in the party, of putting an end to factional struggles inside the party, and assuring a genuine political leadership in the hands of a homogeneous central committee. The process of building a communist party is a difficult and complex one, indissolubly bound up with self-criticism and an internal purge. The ECCI is confident that the vanguard of the French proletariat will be able to cope with this task and that in this work the Sane Federation will take the first place which rightfully belongs to it. The Executive Committee of the Communist International. 7. From the 3rd to the 4th World Congress. From the ECCI to the Paris Convention of the French Communist Party. September 13, 1922. Moscow. Dear comrades, the coming convention of the French Communist Party is of exceptional importance. After a year of profound internal crisis which paralyzed the party's will, this convention must help the party to emerge on the broad highway of revolutionary action. For the convention to successfully fulfill this task, it is necessary that the whole party critically review the road that has been traversed, gain a clear conception of the reasons for the severe internal maladies which resulted in political passivity, and apply, at the convention, with a firm hand all the necessary measures for restoring party health and reinvigorating it. This letter is aimed to help the public opinion of the French party to solve this task. 1. General causes of the party crisis. Official French socialism and official French syndicalism proved in the course of the imperialist war that they were completely poisoned by democratic and patriotic ideology. The columns of El Humanite, and of all other party and trade union publications used to preach day in and day out that this was a war to end all wars, that this was a just war, that the Entente headed by France represented the loftiest interests of civilization, that the victory of the Entente would bring a democratic peace, disarmament, social justice, and so forth. After these fantasies, poisoned with chauvinism, found their embodiment in the foul and revolting reality of the Versailles Peace, official French socialism arrived in a blind alley. Its inner fraud was laid bare starkly and irrefutably. The masses were seized by ideological alarm, the party's leading circles lost their poise and self-confidence. These were the circumstances under which the party went through its transformation at the Tours Convention and adhered to the Communist International. Naturally, the results of this convention were prepared by the tireless and heroic work of the Committee for the Third International. Nevertheless, the speed with which these results were achieved astonished the entire international proletariat at the time. The overwhelming majority of the party, together with its most important publications including El Humanite, were transformed into the French section of the Communist International. The most discredited elements, all of whose interests and thoughts were tied up with bourgeois society, split away from the party. This swift transformation of a socialist party into a communist party, resulting from the glaring contradiction between the ideology of democratic patriotism and the reality of Versailles, unavoidably also brought negative consequences in its wake. The party recoiled from its own past, but this did not at all mean that it had succeeded, in so brief a span of time, in critically examining and assimilating the theoretical principles of communism and the proletarian methods of revolutionary policy. In addition, the revolutionary movement has, during the last 2 years, assumed a more gradual and protracted character in Europe. bourgeois society acquired a semblance of new equilibrium. On this soil there ensued a revival inside the Communist Party of the old prejudices of reformism, of pacifism and democratism which the party had formally renounced at Tours. Hence the unavoidable internal struggle which has resulted in the profound party crisis. Following Tours, a considerable number of revolutionary syndicalists joined the party. In and by itself this was a very valuable development. But precisely because there was a total lack of clarity in our party on the question of the interrelations between the party and the trade unions, the syndicalist views, which demand that the party refrain from meddling in the trade union movement, tended to reinforce the utterly false idea that the party and the trade unions constitute two absolutely independent powers whose only bond at best is that of mutual and friendly neutrality. In other words, it was not the revolutionary syndicalists who were remolded in the party's forge, but on the contrary, it was they who imprinted upon the party their stamp of anarcho-syndicalism, thereby further increasing the ideological chaos. One might thus say that the Tours Convention only roughly outlined the general framework within which the difficult process of the party's regeneration from a democratic, socialist party into a communist party continues to take place to this very day. 2. Internal party groupings. The most obvious and acute expression of the crisis lies in the struggle of tendencies within the party. These tendencies, reduced to their basic groupings, are four in number. A. The right wing. The revival and consolidation of the right wing inside the Communist Party has proceeded along the line of least resistance, that is to say, along the line of pacifism which can always count on scoring superficial successes in a country with such traditions as France, especially after an imperialist war. Humanitarian and tearful pacifism which doesn't contain anything revolutionary provides the most convenient camouflage for all the other views and sympathies in the spirit of reformism and centrism. The party's right wing began to gain in confidence and boldness in the same measure as the protracted character of the proletarian revolution became more apparent. As the European bourgeoisie gained more and more ascendancy over the state apparatus after the war, as the economic difficulties of the Soviet Republic began to multiply, the rightist elements knew and felt that they could be assured influence only if the party's consciousness remained formless and confused. For this reason, without always being bold enough to attack communism openly, they waged all the more bitter a struggle against the demands for clarity and precision in the party's ideas and organization. Under the slogan of freedom of opinion, they have defended the freedom of petty bourgeois intellectuals, lawyers, and journalistic grouplets to introduce confusion and chaos into the party and thereby paralyze its ability to act. All the violators of party discipline found sympathy among the right wing, which never fails to discover singular courage each time a deputy or a journalist tramples underfoot the program, tactics, or statutes of the proletarian party. Under the slogan of national autonomy, they have launched a struggle against the Communist International. Instead of fighting for this or that viewpoint inside the International, which they have formally joined, the rights have challenged the very right of the International to interfere in the internal life of the various parties. They have gone further. By identifying the International with Moscow, they began hinting to the French workers in a covert and therefore all the more pernicious manner that such and such decisions of the Communist International were dictated not by the interests of the world revolution but by the opportunistic state interests of Soviet Russia. If this were actually the case, or if the right wing seriously believed it, they would be duty-bound to launch an irreconcilable struggle against the Russian Communists, branding them as the betrayers of the world communist cause and summoning the Russian workers to overthrow such a party. But the rights did not even dream of taking this road, which is the only consistent and principled one. They have confined themselves to hints and insinuations, seeking to play on the nationalistic feelings of a certain section of the party and the working class. This flirtation with pseudo-democratism, freedom of opinion, and with nationalism, Paris versus Moscow, was supplemented by lamentations over the split with the dissidents, and with probing the soil in preparation for the policy of the left bloc. In its entire spirit, the right wing is thus hostile to communism and to the proletarian revolution. The elementary requirement for the party's self-preservation is to purge its ranks of tendencies of this sort, and of those individuals who are conveyors of these tendencies. It is self-understood that party members who have openly announced their adhesion to the right wing after the Tours Convention cannot occupy any responsible posts in the Communist Party. This is the first and perfectly clear condition for surmounting the internal crisis. B. The extreme left wing. On the party's opposite rank we observe the so-called extreme left, where under fictitious, verbal radicalism there not infrequently lurk, side by side with revolutionary impatience, purely opportunist prejudices on tactical and organizational questions of the working class. Localism, autonomy and federalism, which are completely incompatible with the revolutionary needs of the working class, find their partisans among the so-called extreme left. From here have also come on occasion appeals for pseudo-revolutionary actions, obviously not in consonance with the existing situation and incompatible with the realistic policies of communism. Among the majority of the extreme lefts there is splendid revolutionary material, as was shown by last year's experience, and especially by the experience of the Sane Federation. Under a correct and firm party leadership, this majority is ridding itself of pseudo-revolutionary prejudices in favor of genuine communist politics. But unquestionably there are inside this wing isolated representatives of the anarcho-reformist type who are always eager for a block with the rights against communist politics. A vigilant and strict control over the future activities of these elements is an indispensable supplement to the pedagogic work among those party circles whose inexperience is being exploited by the anarcho-syndicalists of the extreme left wing. C. The left tendency. Ideologically and largely in point of personal composition, the left tendency represents the continuation and development of the Committee for the Third International. The left tendency has unquestionably exerted every effort to bring the party's policy in deeds, and not merely words, in accord with the principles of the Communist International. There has been a certain resurgence in the activity of the left grouping because of the consolidation of the right wing and the latter's aggressive policy against communist principles, policies, and discipline. The ECCI, which had in its day dissolved the Committee for the Third International for the sake of party unity, took all the necessary measures to avert the resurgence of a factional situation, the danger of which became perfectly clear from the moment when the right wing, in the absence of the necessary resistance, became sufficiently emboldened to trample openly upon the ideas of communism and upon the statutes of the party and of the International. The ECCI did not and does not see in the activity of the left tendency, la gauche, any indication that the lefts are seeking to create a closed faction. On the contrary, in complete harmony with the decisions and directives of the ECCI, the left tendency is upholding the need of complete unity and fusion of all sincere communist elements in cleansing the party of the disruptive and corrosive vestiges of its past. D. The broadest and least defined group is constituted by the center, which mirrors most clearly the evolution of the French party, as characterized at the beginning of this letter. The rapid transition from socialism to communism under the pressure of revolutionary moods among the ranks has resulted in bringing within the party's framework numerous elements, whose regard for the communist banner is quite sincere, but who are far from having liquidated their democratic parliamentary and syndicalist past. Many of the center representatives believe quite sincerely that a renunciation of the most discredited formulas of parliamentarism and nationalism sufficed in and by itself to convert the party into a communist party. In their eyes the issue was settled by the formal acceptance of the 21 conditions at Tours. Without being sufficiently cognizant of the profound internal regeneration still in store for the party before it could become the leader of the proletarian revolution in the main citadel of capitalist reaction, and deeming that the Tours Convention had already resolved the main difficulties, the representatives of the center frowned upon the raising of tactical and organizational problems in the party, and were inclined to regard principled conflicts as personal squabbles and circle clamor. The ideologically insignificant and discredited right wing was able to raise its head only because the center, leading the party, failed to immediately counteract it. Caught between the more or less crystallized right and left groupings, the center was therewith deprived of any independent political physiognomy. Attempts by various representatives of the center, like Comrade Daniel Renault, to create an independent platform resulted in practice to his agreeing on some questions with the right wing and on others with the extreme lefts, thereby only adding to the ideological confusion. It is beyond doubt that some representatives of the center gravitate entirely to the right and remain a deterrent to the party's growth. But the task of the majority of the leading elements of the center, and we hope that they will fulfill this task, consists in standing foursquare upon the decisions of the Communist International and in cleansing the party, shoulder to shoulder with the left tendency, of all those elements who in political practice have demonstrated, are demonstrating and will continue to demonstrate that they do not belong in communist ranks, in order in this way to strengthen the party's discipline and turn the party into a reliable instrument for revolutionary action. Side by side with the representatives of the left, who have proved their loyalty to the cause of the proletarian revolution during the most difficult days, there must enter into the party central committee those representatives of the center who have shown a genuine readiness to usher in a new era in the life of the French party. 3. The question of the United Front. The question of the United Front arose before the International in the same measure as the communist parties of the most important countries began passing from preparatory ideological and organizational work to the road of mass action. For the above stated reasons, the French party found itself caught off guard by the question of the United Front. This manifested itself in the adoption of wrong party decisions on this question. Yet the policy of the United Front, carried out by a homogeneous centralized revolutionary party, can and must assume enormous importance precisely in the French labor movement. Prior to the war, social relations in France were the most inert of all Europe. The relative stability of economic life in the presence of a numerically large small peasantry was the fountainhead of conservatism and political life, which had its effects upon the working class as well. Nowhere else was there such a tenacious reign of revolutionary and pseudo-revolutionary sects as in the French labor movement. The dimmer were the prospects of the social revolution, all the more did each grouping, faction, and sect strive to convert itself into a self-sufficient, shut-in little world. Sometimes these factions fought each other for influence, as did the Gestiists and the Jorsists. At other times they delimited their influence on the principle of non-intervention, as did the Jorsists and the Syndicalists. Each little grouping, especially its bureaucracy, regarded its very existence as an end in itself. Added to this were the ever-present careerist considerations. The press became an end in itself to the journalists, parliamentary posts to the deputies. These traditions and habits, products of a long democratic past under the conditions of a conservative milieu, remain very strong in the French labor movement to this very day. The Communist Party did not come into being so as to exist merely as one faction in the proletariat alongside the dissidents, the anarcho-syndicalists, and the rest, but rather in order to shake these conservative groupings and factions to their very foundations, to lay bare their complete incompatibility with the needs and tasks of the revolutionary epoch, and therewith to impel the proletariat to become aware of itself as a class, all of whose sections are dynamically joined together by the United Front against the bourgeoisie and its state. A parliamentary socialist organization or a propaganda sect can remain for decades within one and the same framework which assures it a few parliamentary posts or a certain outlet for pamphlets. But the party of the social revolution is obliged to learn in action how to fuse together the majority of the working class, utilizing to this end every opportunity for mass action that opens up. The outlived groupings and factions are interested in preserving intact and immutable all the barriers dividing the working class into segments. We, on the other hand, have a vital stake in pulling down these barriers of conservatism and in teaching the working class to follow our example. Herein lies the whole meaning of the United Front policy, a meaning which derives directly from the social revolutionary essence of our party. From this standpoint, all talk to the effect that we should accept a united front with the masses but not with the leaders is sheer scholasticism. This is like saying that we agree to conduct strikes against the capitalists but refuse to enter into negotiations with them. It is impossible to lead strike struggles without entering at a certain moment into negotiations with the capitalists or their plenipotentiaries. It is just as impossible to summon the organized masses to a united struggle without entering into negotiations with those whom a particular section of the mass has made its plenipotentiaries. What comes clearly to the fore in this intransigence is political passivity, the ignoring of the most important task for the sake of which the Communist Party had been actually created. We consider it necessary to analyze here some of the objections to the united front which have been recently raised, particularly by Comrade Daniel Renault, and which are ostensibly based on the experience of the Communist International and its various sections. We are told that the attempt to convene a worldwide labor congress has not been crowned with success, but, on the contrary, has resulted only in aggravating the struggle waged by the Second and the 2.5 Internationals against communism. An attempt is made to draw the same conclusion from the experience with the United Front policy in Germany. What we really see there, we are told, is not a united front of the proletariat but a confederation of the Social Democrats and the Independents against the Communists. No one disputes these facts. But they can be employed as arguments against the United Front policy only by those who entertain hopes of attaining, through the policy of the United Front, a softening of political antagonisms, or a conversion of Ebert, Scheidman, Vandervelde, Renaudel, Blum and Longwet into revolutionists. But such hopes can be cherished only by opportunists, and, as we actually see, the standpoint of Comrade Renault and his co-thinkers represents not the position of revolutionists, but of opportunists fallen into despair. Our task is not at all to re-educate Scheidman, Blum, Joe and company, but to blow apart the conservatism of their organizations and to cut a path to action by the masses. In the last analysis, the Communist Party stands only to gain from this. Among the masses, the urge to unity is great. At a certain moment, our agitation forced even the Second and the 2.5 Internationals to enter into negotiations with us about convening a unified Congress of Labor. It is absolutely incontestable that the Social Democrats and the Independents did everything in their power to smash united action, and in process of struggle on this issue against the Communists, they have drawn still closer to each other. In Germany, this has led to preparations for the complete merger of these two parties. Only those who completely lack the understanding of how complex are the paths of the political development of the working class can see in this the collapse of the United Front policy. The merger of the Independents with the Social Democrats will temporarily make it appear as if they have grown stronger in relation to us. But in reality, this merger will prove wholly to our advantage. The Independents will try to hold back the Social Democrats from fulfilling their bourgeois governmental role. With far greater success, the Social Democrats will hold back today's Independents from playing their oppositional role. With the disappearance of the shapeless blotch constituted by the Independents, the Communist Party will stand before the working class as the sole force fighting against the bourgeoisie and summoning the working class to a united front in this struggle. This cannot fail to change the relation of forces in our favor. It is quite probable that soon after our growing strength makes itself felt, the United Social Democratic Party will be forced to accept the slogan of the United Front in one instance or another. In such a situation, the Communists, who are the most resolute fighters for the partial and overall interests of the working class, stand only to gain favor with the toilers. It therefore follows that as a consequence of this temporary collaboration, the Social Democrats will recoil from the Communists once again and even more sharply, and will launch an even more venomous campaign against them. The Communist Party's struggle for the influence over the working class does not proceed along a straight line, but rather along a complicated curved line, whose general direction is upwards, provided there is homogeneity and discipline in the Communist Party itself.